stories, there's people that live underground, and then there's these beings that when they come up, because the flood had ravaged the earth, they teach them these civilized acts. They teach them how to, the laws. They teach them how to act as a civilization in the city. They teach them the ways of money, and all of these different ideas. They teach them. And what we're seeing here is a same old story across every single civilization, and it's pretty amazing. David, do you have anything that you'd like to add here before we watch a little more?
You go ahead, John.
Okay, we're gonna, at any point you want me to pause this, we're kind of giving us more civilizations that tell this same story, and a couple of the ones that they talk about here, we're going to kind of dig down deep into, because there's some symbols here and some things here that we do not want to miss. And so here we go.
We are told, for example, that the people of Chaldea and Babylonia were very primitive, that they had not yet discovered the use of fire, that they did not know how to cook food, they did not know how to keep records, they had no medical knowledge, they had no laws to live by and no governments except tribal communes. And in the midst of all this time, while they were living along the shores of the sea, one day something strange happened. A being came out of the sea. This being, whom they called Oranis, had the body of a fish and the head of a human being, and wore on his head the head of a fish on end. If you see the old pictures, you realize that his hat was what we call today a mitre.
I wanted to pause it here for just a second, David, because this is the story we talked about before. This is the story of the modern day kings. They say that they derive from a fish god. This is why we have the fisher kings, and we have the symbol of the fish that they have. Awanes being one of the most ancient, as well as kind of conformed into Dagon, Poseidon, and all of these creatures supposedly that came out of the ocean and had this progeny that are now our kings.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
The thing that, and you know, this is such an obvious, and for so many of our listeners, we've showed many times, and it's there for anyone that will look to see the mitre of Dagon upon the Pope's head. And Mr. Hall, when Mr. Hall passed away, I believe it was in 1980, I actually have his eulogy in the Scottish Rite Journal, and he was eulogized as Freemasonry's greatest philosopher. Now, he talked about these people being sent out as missionaries, and we've read before the quote from Alice Bailey, how she talked about infiltration, and it should be obvious, the infiltration there with the Pope and the mitre on his head, but we have to realize that this infiltration that we've read from the book of Alice Bailey, how it's come into into the church, into the education systems, people are going to have to come to the place where they can discern the Spirit of God from the spirit of Antichrist, because the Antichrist is at work, not just in the Catholic Church, but in these religious establishments that are non-Catholic. You know, this is very much, this missionary effort is still very much underway.
That's for sure. And throughout this show, we're going to see an agenda that is taking place through all of this and how it applies to us now and in the future. So stay tuned. Here we go.
Which is practically exactly the shape of a fish's head. And this man who came out of the sea had scales. Now, scales could very well represent armor. He carried symbols with him. And he was a good man. And he came to these people. And he taught them. He gave them a written language. He gave them the knowledge of agriculture. He taught them astronomy and the mystery of the stars. He helped them to build a permanent government. Introduced them into the mysteries of architecture and the building of cities. And he also taught them the mysteries of heaven and the ways of the gods, and taught them to live in obedience. And he told them that in due time he would return. Now, on the opposite side of the world, something else was happening. The people of Central America were living in a very primitive state. Some of them were cannibals. They had no homes except rude huts. They had no instruments except cut from stone. not know how to cook their food. They had no written language and no way of recording their history, no knowledge of any of these things. And while they lived in this primitive condition, a strange thing happened. An old man came to them, riding on the back of serpents. And he came to the shore, and he was welcomed by them, these peoples. And his name is preserved in the three great languages of the central culture of the period, time and place. To the Aztecs, he was Kukulkan. To the ones who lived around Palenque, he was Votab. And to the Mayas, he was Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. And this man came from the sea with a bonnet of wonderful plumes, almost like wings. And on his breast he carried a cross. He came to them, and they received him with regard and esteem. And he taught them all the things that the Lanis had taught the Chaldeans. He helped them to establish a permanent way of life. He gave them the beginnings of a written language, the only written language in the Western Hemisphere. He gave them good government. And then he said, now I go away. But keep the rules that I've given you. And in due time, I will return. These stories are interesting. There's nothing you can do but remember these strange stories. The same story exists in China. In China, the world's reformation, the restoration of humanity was the result of a mysterious being who came out of a fish's mouth and rising out of the sea taught them the secrets of life. In India, Vishnu, in his first incarnation, is born from the fish's mouth. Everywhere the sea was the source of instruction. Something came from the sea. We can't dogmatize what it is, but it is interesting that at a remote period, certainly 8,000 or 10,000 years ago, if not more, doctrines and concepts and beliefs reached all parts of the world and are still reserved and preserved in all the mythologies, legends, and allegories of ancient peoples, and were recognized as the ultimate source of civilization.
All right, guys, so you hear it out of Manly P. Hall's mouth, and what he's saying there, regardless of what you think about Manly P. Hall, what he's saying there is absolutely true. All of these different civilizations tell this exact same story. And here I'm gonna focus in on a couple of these stories, a couple of these legends, a couple of these reasons that a lot of civilizations even have their worship or exist. First, we're going to talk about the German Übermensch. Now, Übermensch, Mensch is a word for man, and Über means like the best, the better man. And what they were trying to do in Germany, without talking too much about it, they were trying to look for this better man because they believed the stories of this serpent king type person, this blonde-headed, blue-eyed man that comes to their civilization and that lived longer, that was taller, bigger, stronger, and had better technology. They believed this story, and they wanted to find them, and they did everything in their power. A lot of people believe that they rested in at Antarctica, and this is the reason that bases were set up like New Swabiland. This is the reason for Admiral Byrd's excavation or his journey to the South Pole, or at least what he was trying to get to the South Pole. And the reason that a lot of people died in these expeditions. And David, I know we've talked a lot about Admiral Byrd and his diaries and what he encountered there. And the story is all too similar, if not exactly the same, as these stories of these people we're talking about here.
The similarity is unmistakable. And there are many that would just dismiss Admiral Byrd as someone that became delusional. Everything about the man would mitigate against that he was anything but a crackpot, disillusional guy, and everything that Mr. Byrd claims he saw, there and Antarctica, it just lines up so much with everything we've studied, with what's in Scripture and all of these ancient records. Therefore, I have to give Mr. Bird a big check mark for credibility.
Agreed. And one of the most interesting stories of this that I think line up with Bird's story, it lines up with the Atlantis story, and it probably has more recorded stuff about these people than any of the rest, is the Tuath De Danann, and we're going to talk about them here. And so I've got some excerpts from an encyclopedia called, it's by John T. Cox, Celtic Culture Historical Encyclopedia, and I pulled some articles from pages 1693 to 1697 about this. And so I'm just going to read this to you guys. It says, the Tuath De are often depicted as kings, queens, druids, bards, warriors, heroes, healers, and craftsmen who have supernatural powers. They dwell in the other world, but interact with humans and the human world. They are associated with the seed, prominent ancient burial mounds such as the Bruna and Bonnet, and they are entrances to other world realms. It has also been suggested that the Danann is a compilation of Dan, and the goddess name Anan. The name is also found in Danann, Damnan, which point to the original being Celtic, dawn, meaning earth. Interesting here, huh? Especially in reference to Robert Sepper's video about Donald Trump, and also the video that we had done about Donald Trump about the Antichrist. It's really interesting because that word means earth or domain, and you have these little earth mounds that you see all over Ireland where they suppose fairies were coming out of, and we're going to start to understand why here in a second. So medieval texts about the Tuath De were written by Christians, and sometimes they explain the Tuath De as fallen angels who were neither wholly good nor wholly evil, and some of them were just basically they didn't really care. They were trying to not have the world destroyed, so they would share information, and which is kind of like what Admiral Byrd describes, and we'll talk about why here in a little while. And they were highly skilled in magic, but several writers acknowledged that at least some of them had been gods. The Tuath De eventually became the Seed, the seed folks, or fairies of later folklore. However, Irish monks also began using the term Tuath De to refer to the Israelites, with meaning people of God. They live in the other world, which is described as either a parallel world or a heavenly land beyond the sea or under the earth's surface. Many of them are associated with specific places in the landscape, especially the Seed Mountains, the ancient burial mounds and passage tombs, which are entrances to the other world realms. The Tuath De can hide themselves with entrances to other world realms. The Tuath De can hide themselves with the Feith Fede, or the magic mist, and appears to humans only when they wish to. In some tales, such as Baal in Scale, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that right, a king receives affirmation of his legitimacy from one of the Tuath De. In other tales, a king's right to rule is affirmed by an encounter with an otherworldly woman. It has been argued that the inauguration of Irish kings originally represents his ritual marriage to the goddess of the land. The Tuath De can also bring doom to unrightful kings. And speaking to all of this, speaking to the last part there about the ritual marriage to the goddess, reading a book about Cyrus. There was a book about Cyrus, and part of his transition to king, he had to be accepted by the goddess in a way that was almost sexual in a way. He had to be accepted by this goddess in order to maintain king. So you can see it in the Persians, you even see it in Assyrians as well. And David, you can probably speak to this quite a bit as well.
Well, in these visuals we see here, just in the name Tuath De Danann, we see a verbal assimilation with the tribe of Dan. And also, and that one lady is styling there. She can ride her horse with a little snake on her head. She's styling. And there in the bottom left, this one goddess-like figure is holding a cup. And the Tuath De Danann and the tribe of Dan, these legends overlap with the legend of the Grail. And they overlap with the European bloodlines who believe that they were from the tribe of Dan and from the line of the Despacini, supposedly through Mary Magdalene and Christ. So these overlap here, and we're seeing together a coming together and an expression of this ancient story right here that you can see depicted visually so clearly.
Yes, and so to kind of further on this story, this is a video by the Brehon Academy, and this is just a short video about Irish mythology, and it adds a little bit to this. Now listen closely, because there's some really interesting elements that will be tied in later on in the show. Because look, we're not even getting started here. Let's just put it that way. And we're going to talk about the scriptures that tie this all in. So this is not just mythology. The scriptures literally mention this stuff in a way that, unless you actually knew about it, it'd be hard to see. So let's check this out.
The principal figures of the Tuatha Dé Danann established their otherworldly palaces, or brew, within prominent mounds, many of which still exist to this day. Some of the key characters make appearances as gods and goddesses in both the Ulster and Fenian cycles, sometimes taking the form of a divine parent or appearing to lend guidance or support to a warrior in need. But it's important to note that they are not worshipped as gods and goddesses in a religious sense in the other cycles. In some cases, human remains have even been found inside the passages of these mounds, leading archaeologists to interpret them as burial mounds, passage tombs, or tumuli. Sometimes they are called fairy forts, and they were known as Shi in the native tongue. The people who lived there were the Aes Shi, or Dina Shi, that is, the people of the Shi, or the people of the hills. And while we see here that the people sometimes called them Ondini Maha, or the good people, this was done so out of fear of the fairies, in case the fairies might be listening, and not because they were thought to be actually benevolent. In some accounts, it is portrayed that the Tuatha Dé Danann, the fairies, hate the men of Ireland for having driven them out of their worldly kingdom into the hills, which draws a parallel with the fallen angels of the Bible and the jinn of Islam. Mounds and tullets were believed to be fairy forts and are still called so to this day. These were the otherworldly and magical domains of the fairies. Strange things are said to happen around them. Animals would not approach them, for example, and people dare not enter near them, and farmers dare not level them because of the fear of the wrath of the Shi dwelling inside. Perhaps the most well-known of the Shi is that infamous Gaelic omen, the Banshee, which literally means the woman Shi, or woman person of the hills, or woman fairy. Her wailing scream is said to be a portent of death to those who hear it. Traditionally, she visits only certain Gaelic families. Following the logic of the word Banshee, expert in Celticology and mythology, Peter Beresford Ellis, has speculated that the word fairy may derive from Farshi, which would mean a man-she, or a man person of the hills, or a man fairy, a Farshi or a Fairy, fairy. Incidentally, he considers that the word pixie could similarly derive from a reference to the Picts, a mysterious pre-Scotic race inhabiting North Britain who could be pixies or pixies. Regardless of what we think of all this, the fairies, which are the minimised descendants of the Tuatha Dé Danann, were thought to be real, and this had a significant influence on the beliefs and therefore the actions of the people who held to the superstitions.
So we even have stories of people that were killed because of these superstitions. There were actually people used to think that they would take their babies and replace them with a baby of their own, and we even had families who would kill their own babies because they would swear that this is not their baby. Somebody took their baby and replaced it with another kind of baby.
Yeah.
And this is interesting. Also the idea of these mountains, like you guys did a show on Saturday about Atlantis on FOJC, where you guys talked about these mountains and how you can see them. I mean, right down the road, we live on the Ohio Valley, right here.
Yeah, that broadcast, Atlantis in America, we unpacked that very thing. And not that long ago, in Iceland, there was a construction project going on, and the workers went on strike and they refused to work because they said that they were disrupting these little fairy houses.
Yeah.
They were seeing the little people and disrupting the fairy. I mean, these guys quit. No, we ain't doing it.
Yeah. I mean, there's real legends and real things that are going on with these places. People who are skeptics that go there and end up never going back. Now, another thing that was interestingly talked about were the Picts. Now, the Picts were always, they called the tattoo people. They were depicted a lot of times wearing blue or being painted in blue. And these were a offspring of these Tuath de Danann, and so they were kind of like, our modern day Nephilim, right? They were like a diminished version of that bloodline. Interestingly enough, these people, these blue bloods, most of the kings that are in England as of now come from Scottish royalty bloodline, which is where these royal picks come from. Now, let's go this way. So a lot of people say, well, I'm from Scotland, or I'm this or that. You have to understand that a lot of these tribes, these people, were tribes of priests or tribes of royalty in general. And when these people made it together, they made it only together. So you won't see too much bleed over into the average population because they hold that blood very, very sacred. Am I right? David, expand on that a little bit.
Well, that is absolutely right. And just like among the Gauls, and the Gauls were the people Paul wrote the epistle to the Galatians to, the Gallic people who, when they migrated to Britain, they become the Celtic people. And there was a ruling tribe. They were like a ruling class of people that were a foot to 2 foot higher than the average person that ruled over the mass of the people. So not all of them, just like John says, we're not talking about a completely corrupted populace there. We're talking about basically a Nephilim ruling priest class that's ruling over the mass of the people.
Yes, and virtually all of, and you see this, the Hindu god over here to the right with the bull. Almost all Hindu gods, actually all Hindu gods of any value, are depicted as blue. And the reason for that is because, believe it or not, and you can look this up if you don't believe me, but the Hindu texts are actually Aryan compiled scriptures. So they are Aryan in nature. And that's where they come from. This is why it's so valuable, why you see the same symbols in Hinduism that you would see in Germany or other lands as such, because this is exactly the reason. And so continuing on, we're going to get into some biblical references here, because I would love to talk about the Og, because when I was researching this about Dan, the word Bashan kept coming up. And of course, when you hear Bashan, you have to think of King Og. And so we're going to dig really deep into this and see where this connection is. This was really interesting to me because I've never seen this connection before. Other people may have seen it. I've never seen anybody make this connection, but it's very possible that it has been done before. I can't remember everything. So Deuteronomy 3:11 and 13. It says, "For only Og, king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of giants. Behold, his bedstead was a bedstead of iron. Is it not in Rabbah of the children of Ammon? 9 cubits was the length thereof, and 4 cubits the breadth of it, after the cubit of a man. And the rest of Gilead and all Bashan, being the kingdom of Og, gave it to the half tribe of Manasseh, all the region of Argon, with all Bashan, which is called the land of giants." So we know that Bashan is called the land of giants. This is very interesting. I've got a few words highlighted here. We'll talk about those as we go. I want to talk about Bashan. So in the Hebrew concordance in the Strongs is a proper name location. They don't really try to transliterate. They don't really try to translate it because it's not really a Hebrew word, but it is come from the Proto-Semitic word, which is Ugaritic in nature, Ugaritic text, which means serpent and dragon in the Ugaritic text. And this is pulling from text where the Phoenicians would have been reading, like in Biblios and areas surrounding that area, where these words are used often. Og was mentioned in the Ugaritic text, as well as Rephaim were mentioned in the Ugaritic text. This was a common term at the time. This land was designated as the king of the dragons, the king of Bashan. And in Rephaim itself is a very interesting word, which I don't have pulled up here, but it seems to denote a healing or almost a coming back, and it means shades, it means ghosts, this word Rephaim, which is little different from Nephilim. Now, Og is interesting because he is mentioned pre-flood as well as post-flood. And so Og is a huge player in this, the last of the kings. And this, to me, is very interesting. And I'm sure some people have heard this before, but I'm going to continue. Joshua 12, and it says, "And the coast of Og, king of Bashan, which was of the remnant of the giants that dwelt at Ashtaroth and at Edrei, and reigned in Mount Hermon," that's interesting too, "and in Salcah, and in all Bashan, unto the border of the Geshurites and the Maccathites, and half Gilead, the border of Sihon, king of Heshbon. And for those of you guys that have been listening to Now You See TV or FOJC long enough, you have heard about Mount Hermon. Now, Mount Hermon is the place in the Book of Enoch where the fallen watchers came down in the pre-flood. 200 watchers came down to Mount Hermon. It's mentioned in Genesis 6 where the sons of God went unto the daughters of men and took wives of them and had children with them, and they became giants, mighty men, men of renown, similar to what we're talking about here with boys like Og, big boys like Og. Now, his bed was 9 cubits, which some people would say is anywhere from 13 to 15 feet. This was a big man. And the Israelites, Joshua and them, went in and took action on these guys, right? And they took them out. So continuing here, Og's literal interpretation from the Hebrew is long neck, and that's Strong's number H54 or 5747. And there's a movie that came out not too long ago called Avatar. And what is interesting about this movie, Avatar, is that these beings, these blue beings, they're blue if you didn't see that, they have long necks, very long necks. And I watched this movie, and the whole point of this movie is there's this world where these otherworldly explorers would love to come into, but they have to look like the natives. And so they create these avatar bodies that they can inject themselves into and live amongst these native people. This is the craziest part about it, is their god is I believe like Awa or Yahweh or something like that, Yahoo, one of these names that's kind of like Yahweh, right? But they create these avatars and they live in these avatars so that they can infiltrate this society. It's really crazy to me and really interesting. And there's other stories I've heard you talk about, David, about long neck tribes, etc. in the area.
Yeah, the Anakim. And also, you check me, Midnight Ride audience, but I do believe, and I'm not going to call the name because I don't want to misspeak, but I believe that the guy that produced this Avatar movie, he spent a lot of money trying to prove that they found the body of Jesus and that he didn't raise from the dead. There's a spirit behind this.
Yeah.
There's the spirit of Antichrist, the big, strong demonic spirit behind this whole thing.
Agreed, man, big time. And this verse that we just read earlier, I've highlighted bedstead of iron. This is an interesting thing because for me, for some reason, when I read this, instantly my mind automatically went to Deuteronomy 44 and 3, or Deuteronomy 2:43. And it says, "And whereas thou saw iron mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay." Now, the kingdom of this world that we currently exist is this iron, this last kingdom that Daniel has described, where we have the iron mixed with clay. And if it's possible that King Og has something to do with this, this could be somewhat why this iron's in here. Now, there might be more to this iron bed than meets the eye, and we're going to explore that here in a little bit. Now, interestingly, this is something that Handmaid's Tale, this interested me to no end when I saw it because of the name. The Republic of Gilead is where this breeding center of this republic that is in America, mind you, is breeding these children because they have a problem with them being able to breed. So they bring these handmaids in and they impregnate them, these elites do, and they have children with them. This is really interesting. Now, Bashan was actually called Gilead. In many, many scriptures, it was called Gilead. And this is exactly where they had this. Now, it got my wheels turning here, as you can see, because I know that these movies and these shows are predictions and they are historical things. They are ways of telling the mysteries to those who are initiated in a way that they can see them on the screen. Even Disney makes sure to tell the stories of the fairies and the kings and all of these different things through their literature. So one day, when this man comes back, whoever this man comes back that is going to all these civilizations, he can be accepted with open arms. That's my opinion anyway. We're going to talk a little bit about this area. There's this called the Wheel of Giants in the Golan Heights. And in the scripture, it talks about this area and about how his place can be found. Now, I believe if anybody were to excavate this site, they may in fact find the body or the bed of Og. And I really believe that. So we're going to check this out a little bit about it, and then we're going to talk about it. So here we go.
circles of stone with a huge dolmen in its center. And the largest block here is 37 tons, but there's thousands of tons in total when you actually look around. And so this was a very capable people who did this. And, some people have claimed, if you look at it, the design and shape of it, it's got this classic reconstruction of what Atlantis looks like, with the concentric circles, with the kind of central area right in the middle of it. So there's a lot to consider when you come to these sites. And I think it could be even older. It could be thousands of years old. But I want to get inside and go underneath and have a look, because this is where it gets really, really interesting. So we're already in the first outer wall. Now we're going to head in. You can see the construction here, actually. So it's kind of like cyclopean construction all the way around the site. It's not beautifully cut polygonal walls or anything, but I want to kind of get in and see the dolmen, really. Beautiful mountains in the background there. It's a big, big old area. So now we're heading down into the main dolmen structure here at Gilgal Rephaim. You have to go right inside. JJ's been in already, crawl in and kind of do all that to see this giant capstone, which is just underneath all these rocks here. So this is the central, most sacred part of this very, very ancient site. So we're inside the chamber here at Gilgal Rephaim. It's a very small chamber. It's very dark. It's very cold as well. Strangely cold in here now. That could have been its purpose, to give this kind of sense of the chills. It could be haunted. It could have the jinn here. These were really chambers for the jinn, in my opinion, as well as being burial chambers, and used for other, things like ceremonies, initiations, and so forth. So it's really hard to see it.
So he goes on to look at it. If you want to check it out, it's megalithic-mania right on YouTube, and he talks about these things, and it really interesting stuff. And basically, this is, you kind of get the gist of what he's talking about here. But this is one of these sites here, and the reason I brought this up is because not only do I believe that this could be possibly at least a giant grave, if not Gog or Og's giant grave, right here in this area. And so moving on here, this is interesting too, because the center of Baal worship were started around Mount Hermon, started in this area. The first Baal, the highest god of the Phoenician order, is called Baal Haman. David, we did a show one time about tracing Baal all through the different mountains around that area, and this is why, because this is I believe that Og is the original Baal, and I'll show you why here in a second. This is a terracotta statue. He's got sphinxes and he wears a crown. I'm going to read this. This is from the encyclopedia. It says, in Carthage in North Africa, Baal Haman was especially associated with the ram and was worshipped also as Baal Karnim, Lord of the Two Horns. In the open-air sanctuary of Jabal Bukornin, the Two-Horned Hill across the bay from Carthage and Tunisia. According to the Greeks and the Romans, he promoted child sacrifice, likely in times of strife or crisis, or only by elites, perhaps for the good of the whole community. This practice was recorded by Greeks and Romans. And David, if you'd like to speak to this a little bit, please go ahead, because I know you traced, when we did that show on our Book of Enoch video commentary, you traced the mountains of Baal, and they're scattered all through this area that Og controlled, which is very interesting.
Yeah, and I actually did a teaching one time. There's like Baal Karnahim, Ashtoreth Karnahim, the goddess of the two horns, and the Baal, the city was named after the specific manifestation of Baal that was there, and this gives us a consistent picture of pre-flood and post-flood worship of this male-female counterpart entities. And we know from, we've talked about in the 15th chapter of the Book of Enoch, that these Nephilim die, that they become the devils that we read of in the New Testament. And like you said, these guys up here, these are the bad boys. These are bad bammer jammers. And in Psalm, the 22nd Psalm, which prophesies the suffering of Christ on the cross, in verse 12, it says, many bulls have compassed me, strong bulls of Bashan beset me around. Bit that handmaid tale that's brought to you by the bulls of Bashan. The avatars brought to you by the bulls of Bashan. The avatars brought to you by the bulls of Bashan. And I just feel like apologizing on behalf of the farce that Christianity has become in these last days of apostasy. I have great respect for many people that are uncovering the truth that don't even name the name of Jesus. I have respect for those people. You can get more truth out of many people that don't name the name of Christ than you can out of most pulpits on Sunday morning. I have no respect for an apostate church that does not care about truth, that just cares about their next airplane or their next offering they're going to take up or what they can compromise on to make themselves more profitable. And to all of you out there that are researchers that are not believers, I apologize to you on behalf of this apostate church. I respect you more than them. Do not judge the word of God by these men. Do not judge Jesus Christ by these men. The truth is in Jesus Christ, and the truth is in the word of God. Amen. We exhort you to look to Jesus.
That's so true. Because look, these things have been right in our face for a long time, but been hidden by the church for some reason or another. And I think we know why. We'll figure out even more why by the time this is in. So let's take a closer look at Bashan. We've taken a little bit of a look. Now let's take a closer look. Here we go. In Deuteronomy 33:22, interesting number, by the way. And it says, and of Dan he said, Dan is a lion's whelp. He shall leap from Bashan. Now, Bashan is an area where Dan was given that area, close to that area. But also, when we look at the word Bashan, it could also be translated as Dan, he said, Dan is a lion's whelp. He shall leap from the serpent or from the dragon. Can very well be translated in that way. So in Genesis 49:17, it says, Dan shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path that biteth the horse heels, so that his rider shall fall backward. Interesting connection there. You know, when me and David study, our goal is to go through scripture. We look and we exhaust whatever word we're looking for. We find every scripture that has to do with that word, and it's so amazing how these puzzles come together when you can do that. This is a great thing. So here we go. Next puzzle piece. Judges 5:17. Gilead abode beyond Jordan. Why did Dan remain in ships? I think we're going to find out why, guys. And hit like if you want me to keep going. I can make this a part 2, or I can keep going. Let's hit the like if you like it. Forget the Pounders Pound right now. Hit the like if you want me to keep going.
You know you like it.
Oh, I know.
You like it.
We're enjoying it. I want to keep going, but it is. We can keep going. This will be a while. Okay, so here we go. All right, it says Gilead abode beyond Jordan. Why did Dan remain in ships? So let's think about this for a second. 2 Chronicles 2:12-14. Huram said, moreover, blessed be the Lord God of Israel that made heaven and earth, who have given to David the king a wise son, enduring with prudence and understanding, that might build a house for the Lord and a house for his kingdom. And now I have sent a cunning man, endued with understanding, of Huram my fathers, the son of a woman of the daughters of Dan, and his father was a man of Tyre, skillful to work in gold and in silver and in brass and iron and stone and in timber and purple and blue and in fine linen and in crimson, also to grave any manner of graving, and to find out every device which shall be put to him, with thy cunning men and with cunning men of the Lord David thy father. So Huram is a king of Tyre. He is the king of Tyre that was responsible for bringing Solomon the cedars. He was responsible for bringing him the gold from Ophir. He was responsible for all of that. And we're just going to make this real clear in so few of these verses. In 2 Chronicles 8:18, and Huram sent him by the hands of his servants ships, and servants that had knowledge of the sea. And they went with the servants of Solomon to Ophir, and they thence 450 talents of gold, and brought them to King Solomon. Second Chronicles 9:21, for the king's ships went to Tarshish with the servants of Huram. Every 3 years, once came the ships of Tarshish, bringing gold, silver, ivory, apes, and peacocks. So all kinds of stuff that they don't have around that area, they were bringing to them. Right? These were the guys. They were like Prince Ali rolling through with elephants and stuff. All right.
And where were they going that it took them 3 years to make a round trip? Come on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Second Chronicles 8:2. That the cities which Huram had destroyed to Solomon, Solomon built them and caused the children of Israel to dwell there. So he actually restored these cities to Solomon, and so the children of Israel could live there. This gets really interesting, okay? We're just getting started here. Now, we have talked about these maps of the Sea Kings, maps of the ancient Sea Kings before. These are a compilation of maps from the people that we are currently talking about. Now, they had control of an area, which I'll show you here in a second. They are the bringers of the idea of Hyperborea. They are the bringers of the wild beasts that you see in the sea. And part of the reason that they did this stuff is because they didn't want anybody else venturing out. And we're going to see why, because there was big riches to be foreseen out in these areas. Now, this is Lebanon. This is where Phoenician capital was. This is right in Bashan, Jordan area. This is where we're talking about here. This is it. I got it highlighted here on the map. All the way out here towards Spain, on this end of Spain, they controlled all of the sea here and everything past it. They actually set up the Pillars of Hercules to get out when you had to get out of this area that goes underneath Rome and Greece and Italy. All these areas right here that they controlled, Libya, Egypt, Algeria, they would not let people out of this area, and they controlled the sea all far beyond, all the way to America even. This is why we find Templar symbolism, Aryan symbolism all through America. It's really interesting.
One quick little fact.
Please, don't make it long. Fact. Let's do it.
The place where Solomon built the house of the forest, and every 3 years they were bringing this stuff in, it was at Baalbek.
Yeah.
It was at Baalbek, the very place where he built the house of the forest. Yes, it was.
It was, and he had his groves there. Solomon had groves there. It was really, really an interesting area. But this map really gives you kind of a gist of what they controlled here, because literally all of these people that were being in the Middle East and even all of the people that were actually a part of Europe and Africa, they didn't know the sea. They had no idea. That's why these people knew the sea. They were scared. They thought they were going to fall off the side of the earth. They thought there was big monsters that were going to come get them, because this is what these people told them. And now Carthage mentions Carthage here. Carthage is mentioned by Plato and the Greeks as being the first civilized nation before the Greeks. They knew everything before the Greeks did. The Greeks learned most of their stuff from these people. And this is where we get the offspring of Apollo. There's stories of Apollo visiting the Oracle of Delphi coming from the north. It comes down. He's the children of one of these beings. It's really interesting the way all of it plays in. And of course, Apollo, you can tie him with Baal and all of that stuff. And of course, in the scripture, Baal is the ultimate enemy of God throughout all of this. He seems like the people always want to go right back to Baal, because originally their Phoenician counterparts, which have basically the same language, that's what they worship. So they're always wanting to go back to that. This is why we have the bull worship that they did in Exodus. They put up the bull thinking it was to God, thinking all this, but this is where all this stuff come from. All right, so this is here we go. This gets interesting. The one-eyed shepherd. Now, we talked about some of this stuff. There's a video that I watched about this video. Actually, the video I played earlier from the Irish gentleman that talks about this, and he talks about one of these Tuath Denan that has got one of his eyes taken out, his right eye taken out in a battle, and his arm cut off, and made himself a silver arm to go into battle with against giants and everything else in the area. Okay, so furthering into Bashan, Lebanon, which we just highlighted here, this is how it all comes out, because you look at Lebanon, you look at Bashan, these verses start popping up. Okay, so Zechariah 11. Verses 1 through 3, it says, "Open your doors, Lebanon, and fire will consume your cedars. Wail, cypress tree, for the cedars have fallen, while the stately trees are destroyed. Wail, oak trees of Bashan, for the old growth forest has been cut down. Hear the wailing of the shepherds, for the magnificent of the forest is ruined. Hear the roar of the lions, the young lions whelp. From the Jordan, arrogance is ruined." Now, this is the verse that continues to talk about the shepherd. There's like a parallel of these shepherds, and there's one shepherd that is the idle shepherd that leaves the flock, which he says, "I'll leave and I'm coming again one day," leaves the flock, has his right hand withered, and his right eye consumed, gone. This is the shepherd that is talked about in Zechariah 11 and dealing with Bashan and dealing with Lebanon. David, did you have anything to add before I continue here?
Well, it is just so obvious. Genesis 49:9 calls Judah alliance 12. Deuteronomy 33:22 calls Dan alliance 12. We've got the true Messiah. We've got the false Messiah. We've got the true shepherd, the false shepherd. It is just so in your face and so tight that you'll miss it to your own destruction.
That's right. And Jeremiah 8:16 through 22, the snorting of his horses were heard from Dan. The whole land trembled at the sound of the neighing of his strong ones, for they are come and have devoured the land and all that is in it, the city and those that dwell therein. For behold, I will send serpents, cockatrices among you, which will not be charmed, and they shall bite you, saith the Lord. Now, stopping there for a minute, we've done shows that talk about how Israel was involved in mixing genetics, creating these cockatrices by weaving spiders and weaving spider webs and also the eggs of serpents, right? And these cockatrices come forth, which is interesting that it mentions here, and that's also mentioned with in reference to Israel. It says, when I would comfort myself against sorrow, my heart is faint in me. Behold the voice of the cry of the daughter of my people, because of them that dwell in a far country. Is not the Lord in Zion? Is not her king in her? Why have they provoked me to anger in their graven images and with strange vanities? The harvest is past, the summer is ended, and we are not saved. For the hurt of the daughter of my people am I hurt. I am black. Astonishment hath taken hold on me. Is there no balm in Gilead? Is there no physician there? Why then is not the health of thy daughter of my people recovered? So just another reference here to Bashan that, in my opinion, ties in some pretty interesting stuff. David, did you have anything?
Well, I have here the Ante-Nicene Fathers, Irenaeus, and I actually have the book. This doesn't come from the website of Joff, the Humming Priest, but it actually says here, this is on page 559, this is on volume 1 of the Ante-Nicene Fathers. It says that Jeremiah does not merely point out his sudden coming, but he even indicates the tribe from which he shall come, where he says, we shall hear the voice of the swift horses from Dan. Here he begins quoting Jeremiah chapter 8, which in the second and third centuries, even in the first, many of the Christian believers believed absolutely that the beast was going to come from the tribe of Dan.
Yeah, I can see why. There's a lot of things pointing to that. So Jeremiah 8:1 through 3, this will start making sense. This is really cryptic and really scary in a way if you really think about it for the people it's talking about. Jeremiah 8:1 through 3. At that time, saith the Lord, they shall bring out the bones of the kings of Judah, and the bones of his princes, and the bones of the priests, and the bones of the prophets, and the bones of the inhabitants of Jerusalem out of their graves. And they shall spread them before the sun and the moon and all the hosts of heaven who they have loved, and whom they have served, and after whom they have walked, and whom they have sought, and whom they have worshipped. They shall not be gathered nor buried, for they shall be dung upon the face of the earth. And death shall be chosen rather than life by all the residue of them that remain of this evil family, which remaineth in all places whither I have driven them, saith the Lord of hosts. Very cryptic, very interesting there. Amos 8:14. They that swear by the sin of Samaria, and say, thy God, O Dan, liveth, and the manor of Beersheba liveth, even they shall fall and never rise up again. This is interesting because there's a denotation of Zionism here. So we have Beersheba. This is where they call it the stone, the heap of stones. Some people call it the seven stones monument, the seven monument. And this is where Abraham and Abimelech made a kind of a deal here. Abraham dug a well and he split 7 ewes in half, and they made this deal that Abraham built this well, and this is part of that, this oath of Samaria. Now, David, you've talked before about them that swear by the sin of Samaria, and I would love for you to bring out a little bit of that. What is your take on that? Because to me, there's a lot that could be, but there's interesting stuff there.
There's a text, and I can't call it, I can look it up, but it talks about in the calf worship of Jeroboam, it says they shall worship the calf and the devils. that is literally translating the word satire. And literally, when we saw those caves there around Gilgal Rephaim, you're literally looking at ancient chambers where these things of darkness were performed with the Nephilim. And you mentioned Zionism, and I have another one of the Apostolic Fathers here. This is Hippolytus. This is volume 5, and on page 246, and he prophesies that the nation of Israel in the last days would be ruled by the tribe of Dan. I'll just give you just a snippet. It says, this is on page 246, he says, for Judah was his fourth son, and Dan again was his seventh. And what then did he say of him? Let Dan be a serpent sitting by the way that biteth the horse's heel. And what serpent was there but the deceiver from the beginning, who is named in Genesis, he who deceived Eve and bruised Adam in his heel? For it is certain that he is designed to spring from the tribe of Dan. Dan shall judge his people as one tribe in Israel. And he goes on to spell out for sure that he's not talking about Samson. He's talking about the end time beast and the tribe that will take over Israel. And the bulls of Bashan are driving the bus over there for anybody that's paying attention.
Agreed. And I really think, David, through all this study, and I've got some more here I want to talk about, but I think through all of this study that I really believe that there was some kind of book or secret information or something found in the area of Bashan by Dan that caused them to go to ships and control the world.
And there, if you study out Elijah, there at Gilgal Rephaim, this is the very place Elijah was caught up in a whirlwind. And sometimes I got to kind of preach it the way I feel it. And I believe they were there having their little Nephilim church, doing their thing, trying to open a portal. And they looked over and there was old Elijah just taken up in a whirlwind right before their eyes. That very spot is where it was. And absolutely, we see and all of this is tied in the Freemasonry. The 7 sacred sciences are tied to the muses, and all of this ties into the recovery of antediluvian knowledge, whether through the emerald tablets of Thoth or Hermes or the 2 pillars of Adam that's recorded in Josephus. And this is the recovery of the antediluvian one world order that was launched again, like Mr. Hall said, from missionaries right from this place. And I think you're so spot on. They were re-energizing that antediluvian New World Order, and they are now at the very place where they're expecting to see the culmination of it.
Yeah, for sure. And so let me wrap this up with a little bow. If it gets more interesting as time goes on, and we could go on about this forever. But I want to read an excerpt from a book that David actually bought for me. It's really good, by Joseph Farrell, called Babylon Banksters. And I think he nails the agenda in this. He doesn't talk about it throughout the whole book. There's one paragraph in here where I'm like, this guy, he nailed it right here. He may not have known it, but he nailed it. Okay, so here it goes. He says, but there's another possibility one suggests by the scenario of a cosmic war outlined in the first chapter. This is I believe is truly the agenda. And it says, and that is, if the survivors of the once scientifically sophisticated civilization were ever to reach the pinnacle of scientific power and achievement that would have made an interplanetary war possible, if that is, they were ever to reconstruct the destructive technologies of their hegemony, and extend themselves again into space, then they would have quite literally to draw on the full resources of the entire world and to create the wars and conflicts that drove technology's achievements forward at a faster normal pace of development. In this case, they would develop not only secret associations for this purpose, but money and a close association with the temples would be the easiest and least technologically sophisticated method to do it. And the political goal would be the same, ever larger empires, eventually to encompass the entire world itself. Now, this is interesting, especially in light of what an ancestor of mine named Francis Bacon wrote in his book, The New Atlantis. And in the New Atlantis, just like the story that Plato gives of Atlantis, he leaves the last sentences unfinished for a reason. Now, the New Atlantis was said to be America by Francis Bacon. So, what happened in Atlantis, according to Plato and according to others, they developed this center where it was like the golden age. People were free to discover, people were free to do everything, very prosperous. All of these things happened, but then dark magic and dark works entered into the people, forcing the gods to destroy them. Now, this war that happened with the gods is mentioned in Genesis 6. This is the flood narrative where the giants were destroyed, where the sons of God, the Tuathanan, or whoever you want to call these people, were taken and trapped inside of the earth. Okay, there are other fallen angels on earth as well, but these particular ones were trapped in earth, which is why all the stories, they don't know where they're at right now. They're gone, right? Some people say they went north, and I'm sure that there are entities in the north, okay? But this is what happened. Now, this new Atlantis was to be like the old Atlantis, to gain the prowess of the old Atlantis, but without the evil. This was the idea behind it. We do not want the evil because we want to build this thing worldwide. So when the time comes, when the purpose comes for a cosmic war, we will have every resource available to us throughout the world. And part of the way that they did that was going to civilization, to civilization, to civilization, and building little Babylons all over the world so that their money system would work there. Because if there's no civilization, there's no money system. And if you don't have people mining for gold, you're not getting gold. So they had people all over the world, especially in South America, in the lands of the serpent, land of the first serpent, just gathering gold, gathering resources, and creating civilizations so that at one point, right now, they could harmonize all of these countries together, gather their resources. And what people don't understand about money is it is a form of alchemy, especially with the monetary printing system that we have now. You can create something out of nothing. There is literally nothing but competence backing the monetary system that we have, that they were able to gather just large amounts of funds from all over the world, subject the entire world into what we're doing. And with that being said, I wanted David to speak to this "Don't Tread on Me" symbol. You spoke to that in the show you did, the Serpent Tribe of Dan, which I do suggest you guys checking that out to get more pieces of this puzzle. But this is normally on a flag. David, tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, that was one of the early flags of the Revolutionary War, and there is many similarities between the tribe of Dan and America. There are so many similarities, and I could even read a little snippet here. This is from a book called Beyond Science Fiction, Jim Wilhelmsen, and he talks about the similarities of Dan and the U.S., and I wouldn't subscribe or promote all of the ideas, but I think this might be worth hearing. Said, I would like to consider some of the similarities between Dan and the United States. The United States is the hindmost of nation empires, Jeremiah 50:12. Dan was last in the procession. The United States first had a flag with a snake on it with the saying, "Don't tread on me." That was changed to the national symbol of the eagle. As already stated, Dan changed from the serpent to the eagle in the same pattern as the U.S. The American flag was red and white stripes with a standard of blue to signify a new constellation in the heavens with 13 stars. Dan's banner was colored red and white. Levitical priesthood was the tribe of Levi. They were never counted as one of the tribes. In this understanding, Dan being one of the last tribes would have been number 13. You counted Levites. The eagle on our national crest has an 11th claw, the defensive side, 13 arrows in its claw. Now, if we were added as one of the tribes of Israel after the dispersion, we would be the 13th. And the eagle's claw in the eagle's right claw, signifying righteousness, the eagle holds an olive branch. And the founding fathers meant this to mean peace, and peace it does, but the olive tree is the national symbol of Israel. We could go on and on and on and on. And this is, Manly P. Hall wrote books on the secret destiny of America, whether it specifically said that America was to be the springboard of the New World Order. It is time for people to wake up.
Yeah.
It's time for people to realize that our government and our apostate religious system is being run by the bulls of Bashan. People are going to have to start discerning between the spirit of Antichrist and the spirit of God. This is essential to your survival.
It's super interesting, man. And you know this, and to paint all of these stories in the exact same light is, you know, probably wouldn't be 100% accurate, because I do believe there are good angels out there. We know that. We know that there are good angels going and ministering to people. We know that there are 7 angels of the 7 churches. We know that there are principalities over areas, you know, like the king of Tyre, the prince of Tyre, the prince of Grecia, all of the prince of Persia, these entities that are over the people, the prince Michael, who is over the people of God, right? We know that they're there. We know that there are probably angels that are just trying to live in this world without it getting destroyed. So they're trying to stop people from doing stupid stuff because they want to live longer. They don't want to go to war with God because they already know what's going to happen, right? There are those as well. So we have a variety of different ones. But it's important to test the spirits if we ever encounter these entities, because the ones that are of God will profess the King of salvation. They will profess that. And so it's important for us to understand that, keep that. But it's very clear to me that America was created with the intention of bringing the world together again, so that when the King comes back, they can go to war with him. This is why we see Space Force with the goat on it, with the Apollo, with all of these things, because the war is getting ready to take place, guys. They're gathering their troops. I believe we are at the precipice of this, if not close, if not, you know, maybe a few years out. I don't know, but it's very close. It seems like they've gathered world resources. We have wars and rumors of wars taking place all abroad. But the interesting thing about all of this, guys, is why so many Israel type things you see in England. This is why you see all this. So people always think, well, these are the Israelites. Probably, but the problem is the Israelites did some bad stuff. They did some things, especially the kings. They went together, they formed against God, and they worshiped false gods. Dan did similar things. I mean, they were the priests of the serpent. And so when we look at this stuff as a full picture, I hope you guys get a little bit of a picture. We could go on about this for a long time, but the facts remain that this story is a common story. I think that a lot of people get lost in where our civilizations come from because they don't believe the Bible. But when you believe the Bible and you look at what it says, it starts to make sense. And as a person who studied multitudes of mythologies, so David can tell you this as well, multitudes of legends, the only one to me that fully makes sense together as a full story, not just with now, not just with the past, but also with the future, is the Word of God. All the other ones, they don't have an ending. Just like Francis Bacon and the New Atlantis doesn't have an ending. Just like the story that Plato offered didn't have an ending because there's a mystery there. But the mysteries can be found in the Word of God. And I hope that you guys see that, and I hope that you guys pick it up, do some searching, do some looking for yourself, because I'm telling you right now, it will be the best thing that you do for yourself, and we hope you do it. And David, that's all I have. Did you have anything you want to add to that or anything like that?
Well, I just might say this, that I think this is one of my favorite all-time midnight rides. I really do. I love it. It brings together so many things in so many ways. And I just might say this, and I just really feel the Spirit of God burning on my heart, that the Israel of God has every reason to be encouraged. 1/3 of the angels fell, but 2/3 didn't. We are on the right side of this thing. But Romans chapter 6, verse 16, know ye not that to whom ye yield yourselves servants to obey, his servants ye are to whom ye obey. As Pedro Martinez would say, who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? And it's time to get on the right side of this thing. It's time to get compromise and double-mindedness out of your mind, because we're going to win this thing. The Lord God omnipotent reigneth. And it's time right now to get on the right side of this thing. And I just really love this midnight ride. I just really did. I hope it gets 2 million views. So like it, and we'll Pounders Pound it.
Let's do it.
And on the count of 3, we're going to do the Pounders Pound. And you know you liked it. So you like it, you share it. It's time to get the message out. It's time to get the message out. 1, 2, 3, boom!
Yes, guys, thank you so much. We are so blessed to call you our family. There's nothing better than to be able to come before you guys and speak, and to see all you guys in the chat and the comments. You guys bring us joy, and we're thankful that there are other people out there that are truly on the path and serving the one true King. So thank you so much, David and DeSalle.
And indeed, because of you all that listen and support the Midnight Ride, we know that we're not alone. And that's the only way we can do this thing. So, until next Saturday night, 10 p.m. Central, high five and good night, everybody, from the Midnight Ride.
And I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast. Rise up, rise up, rise up. Who is able to make war with him?
Welcome to Scriptures for Life with TorahFamily.org. Taking time to focus on the Father's way. 2 Chronicles chapter 20, verse 15. He said, "Listen, King Jehoshaphat and all who live in Judah and Jerusalem. This is what Yahweh says to you. Do not be afraid or discouraged because of this vast army. For the battle is not yours, but God's." How easy it can be to look at circumstances in our lives and be discouraged or afraid. We've all been there, and you might be there right now. Yet, we belong to Yahweh. He knows how to take care of His own. Discouragement and fear can be powerful forces if we allow them to be. They're like weeds. If they aren't kept in check, they can overrun any garden or lawn. They'll choke out everything around them. They can dominate our thoughts if they are allowed to. So, the question for us here is, are we allowing discouragement and fear to dominate our thoughts? Fear takes our focus off of Yahweh. In fact, that's the plan of the enemy. Don't give in to the tactics of the enemy. Don't focus more on the problems you are facing. Focus on the one who can solve those problems. Let this be a focus in your time of meditation throughout the day. Until next time, Shalom.
What is the cross a symbol of? Many would say Christianity, yet that is far later, an infusion of the occult into the Bible by the Catholic Church. Oops, wait, what? Well, if one wears a cross around their neck, they are, well, not representing Messiah. It's not his symbol. Exactly. He has no symbols. The Bible doesn't have it. That is not a Bible practice. It is the occult, which relies very heavily on their magic talismans and symbols. However, when an occult icon, such as the cross, a very ancient one, gets inserted into Christianity, it becomes one of the worst doctrines ever. And today, this is considered wrongly the major symbol of Christianity. Well, time to test this. What does history and archaeology demonstrate? What does the Bible actually say? Well, in Hebrew and in Greek, it is not referring to what has become known as the Roman crucifix, indeed. Let's see and test this. We're going to breeze through this in 10 minutes or less, but cover much. The British Museum has this stele on display from ancient Assyria, dated about 800 BC. Now, that's 800 years, roughly, before Yahusha came in the flesh. And, oops, what is that? That is a cross being used
in even more ancient religious practice in Babylon and Assyria, not the Bible. It is the symbol of the sun god, not our Savior. Numerous such have been found, dated to before 1000 BC even, and again, far more ancient in practice, as this is really the Sumerian worship system, one of the older on all of Earth. Should we be wearing and displaying this occult symbol? Even further back, we have the Egyptian Ankh, found in archaeology, dated to before 2000 BC. Wow. That's a cross, but look at the hieroglyph to the left, because some would say, oh, but there's a circle at the top. Yeah, right. Now put Yahushua on the cross, and yeah, you got the same representation. Oops. That is a cross there in the bottom left, definitively. Boom. Now, many scholars know this. It's not news, really, but they ignore it, especially in the church, and most pastors ignore it. Many of them know better. Here's Bible study tools admitting this is an occult practice, not of biblical origin. So, wait, why is this a centerpiece in most of our churches today then? Why are we coaxed in witchcraft into wearing the symbol of the sun god on our necks? Ouch. They claim the origin of this practice of infusing the sun god symbol into Christianity is Constantine the not-so-great, around 312 AD or so. That's centuries after Yahusha, and wasn't he a high priest of Mithraism? You know, Mithra, the sun god from Persia? Indeed, he was. To his dying day, they claim that he had a deathbed confession, and became a Christian, but what difference does that make? That means his entire life he propagated sun god worship, which is exactly what this is that ends up in the Christian church. And he is the one who claimed to have seen the sign of Yahusha in the sky, a cross in the sun, which is what? Oh, wait a minute. That is exactly what this ancient occult symbol represents. Oops. You mean this is a complete lie? Absolutely, indeed. And it is time to stop the Catholic Church and their encroachment on Yahusha's ecclesia, as they have been, watch after the apostles, those who crept in unawares since their beginning. They are the opposite. Others very closely date the first use of this occult symbol as supposedly Christian within 100 years of Constantine, so pretty much same era. And here you go on screen. Does the Bible actually use the word cross referring to the Roman crucifix? Is that what's going on? Actually, no. That is an English insertion into the text, really in fraud, in our modern Bibles, because it's not what the word means. Here's the first and the second use of the word translated as cross wrongly in our modern Bibles in English. The word is stake or tree, and the Bible does not hide that fact, but affirms it many times. And that's the problem here. It's there many times. This is Matthew 10 and 16. And oh, wait a minute. That's long before the supposed crucifixion. Yes, he was definitely killed, sacrificed, but not in a crucifixion necessarily. And supposedly we are to believe, though, that Yahusha somehow invoked a crucifixion for people who were in the crowd who would have no clue what he was talking about. No one would even understand it. He clearly was using a word they understood as a stake, an upright stake. Very simple and very clear. From pulpits, we hear this misrepresented as a Roman crucifix often, but this is well before he was killed. So you got to be kidding. Can these scholars even read? is the question far too many times. The Greek word is staros for an upright stake, not a Roman crucifix, which even makes its way into Bible concordances and definitions in fraud. And we find that on several topics. It is never cross. No. Even its root word means upright stand, as in upright stake, not crucifix. In the Dictionary of Greek and Roman Antiquities from 1890, we see this explained in historic references. These basically use the false word in definition for crux, as in crucifix, which is, well, not what staros means. Yet in Greek, that is the Bible word, and again, it's not crux. It is an outright stake. That's it. A tree, even. But it's not a Roman crucifix. It's not the reference. It's not what the word means. It's far more ancient as well. And we'll go back to the ancient times for the Bible. And no mixing the occult in the word. Follow through on these histories noted, and none of them reference a Roman cross. You can pause and read for yourself, go to the reference yourself and check it out. As pictured in our churches, it's not accurate. It's just an upright stake. This is false, and they are inserting the occult into our churches, and our pastors, they're playing along in ignorance, unfortunately, following the traditions of men and abandoning the Bible. Peter and Luke in Acts are very clear. Yahushua was hung on a tree. 3 times here it's translated as tree, not a Roman crucifix symbol of the sun god. No. His enemy, whom they also try to associate him in birth, the exact opposite time of year. Watch When Was Jesus Born series. Not a coincidence. Paul, also quoting the Old Testament, refers to this same Greek word, saying, "Cursed is every man who hangs on a tree." Now, this is not a Roman crucifix, and what he's quoting comes from an ancient precedence before there was ever a Rome. This Greek word also leads us to tree or stake, not a Roman crucifix, period. In the origin of the words of Galatians we just saw, Paul quotes is Deuteronomy 21, 22, and 23. In Hebrew, this word tree or upright stake remains, and more than 1,000 years before the Roman Empire even existed, it's not talking about a Roman crucifix. Duh. This is so obvious when one researches it, but look into it further. Prove all things. The modern church has bought leaven from the Catholic Church. It's got the same foundation. That's a problem. When Constantine, the worshiper of the sun god, who was no Christian until his deathbed, which is impertinent, infused his Persian religion into what they call Christianity, and he made it a state religion even. This is entirely contrived and a clear attempt to instill the occult into our churches, where they even display this ancient occult symbol very prominently, never even used by the early ecclesias nor the Bible at all. They didn't use symbols. The Bible doesn't need them. Our churches do not test this stuff, but accept the tradition. And essentially, this is Satanism. The opposite of the Bible, and its prominent display in churches is very telling and very sad. For starters, let's all get rid of this symbol, as Bible worship never needs such. Let's get it out of our church if we can, if you go to a church. Most of all, let us all press in and learn his ways in the God culture, as opposed to the culture of the gods, which this demonstrates has basically entered our churches in traditions of men. It is time to root them out. Most of all, if we feel like we must rely on symbols like this occult cross, then very simply, we are looking for occult crutches in the Bible. You ain't going to find them there. And that's not new. Israel demanded a king thumbing their nose at Yahuwah because they wanted the occult practice in their midst over his form of government they rejected. This is not new. However, for churches to place such emphasis and focus, and even sermons on this occult symbol, is the epitome of ignorance. Unfortunately, yet this doctrine of men is now exposed. Always remember, prove all things for yourself. God bless to everyone. About 382 AD, in the days of Jerome, known for the Latin Vulgate, a new term began to circulate in Bible scholarship, according to R.H. Charles. Certain texts of historical value, and even canon, were now labeled as something other than inspired scripture. The very concept is a clear redefining of books already in existence, and in most cases, text recorded as inspired scripture and Bible canon, now somehow in question by those without any such authority. This paradigm remains today even further rooted, as if it ever represented the historical approach to these Old Testament texts, as some vet as true. How do these texts stand up to the Torah test? The answer on many of these books will likely shock especially scholars who have never actually conducted such research, which becomes evident. It's not in their paradigm. This canon was already chosen before there were Pharisees in Jerusalem and before there was ever a Catholic church. Those factions do not get to legitimately form councils to vote on that which was already settled, in fact, long before, even in archaeology. We're entering a zone for truth with our new Apocrypha Test series. Follow along, and together we will dispel the myths of modern scholarship. And man, are they profoundly lacking in intellect on this topic. You will see. Not anymore. Download your copies of Volume 1 and Volume 2 of our comprehensive Apocrypha research free in ebook today, or get your copies at apocryphatest.com. All links are there. We now begin.
Good evening, friends. Stephen Benoon here with Israeli News Live, and I quickly want to just kind of update you guys, let you know. I did get the testimonial video up over on Patreon. I think that'll be a blessing for many of you that watch our channel there on Patreon. But the message that I've been wanting to share with you guys here, I have still not finished that study on that there. And it's very serious, and I'm trying to be very mindful about how I put that message together. So I'm hoping to record that in the morning and share that with you in the morning. It has a lot to do with this ongoing conflict in Israel, and I'm seeing some really amazing videos that are out there on both sides of this. What Israel suffered as well, though, of what the Palestinians are suffering enormous loss of life, absolutely enormous loss of life. But there's some things that really needs to be brought home, and I need to really deal with on this. Some things that are really troubling me that I want to share with you, and I'm going to be doing this from a biblical standpoint. So it's not an easy message to bring out, and I don't want to make any mistakes on that. So pray for me, and we'll get that information out to you. And, so I will work on that in the morning. I'll finish getting my studies together on it, and I'll share that information with you there. It'll also be touching, too, not just in the sake of what's happening on in Israel, but going into other conflicts that are happening globally, also the responses of people regarding to the situation in Israel on a global scale. It'll be dealing with that as well. So a lot of variables that I'm dealing with that I need to work on to share with you. And two, of course, this weekend I'm hoping also to be sharing a couple of more videos over on Patreon. Things that I know will be a blessing to those of you that are on our Patreon channel. And some of that will also be going public here in a short period of time as well. God bless you. Thank you for listening. I'm Stephen Benoon with Israeli News Live.
Welcome to the Watchman Channel. This channel is all about world news and Bible prophecy, pointing to the soon return of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I am asking that if you can, to please help to financially support this ministry. If you feel led to pledge any amount of money, it would be extremely helpful and greatly appreciated. There is a PayPal link in the description box and in my pinned comment below. You can also donate using Cash App. My cash tag is $Watchman 1963. Thank you all so much for your prayers and support. God bless. Genesis 12:1-3. Now the Lord had said to Abram, "Get out of your country, from your family, and from your father's house, to a land that I will show you. I will make you a great nation. I will bless you and make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse him who curses you. And in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed." God's foreign policy is pretty simple. If you bless Israel, you will be blessed. If you curse Israel, you will be cursed.
Turn overseas now, where Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is now publicly rejecting U.S. calls for a Palestinian state in Gaza and the West Bank, even after Israel's war with Hamas is over. He calls it a permanent security threat. It's another sign that the U.S. and Israel have major differences over the conduct of this war and what to do after it.
God gives the most dire warning to the nations who would divide up his land, as we read in Joel 3:1-2 and Zechariah 12:8-9. For behold, in those days and at that time, when I bring back the captives of Judah and Jerusalem, I will also gather all nations and bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat, and I will enter into judgment with them there on account of my people, my heritage, Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations. They have also divided up my land. In that day, the Lord will defend the inhabitants of Jerusalem. The one who is feeble among them, in that day shall be like David, and the house of David shall be like God, like the angel of the Lord before them. It shall be in that day that I will seek to destroy all the nations that come against Jerusalem.
Israel and the U.S. are facing off over the future of Gaza. Benjamin Netanyahu is firmly rejecting the U.S. proposal for a Palestinian state.
So now the Biden administration may be looking beyond the prime minister and meeting with opposition leaders. Chris Mitchell reports from Jerusalem.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu once again stated his opposition to a Palestinian state.
I tell this truth to our American friends, and I also stop the attempt to impose a reality on us that would harm Israel's security. The Prime Minister needs to be capable of saying no to our friends, saying no when necessary, and saying yes when possible.
He also laid out his plans for Gaza.
The destruction of Hamas, complete demilitarization under Israeli control, and a civilian administration that does not preach the destruction of Israel, does not teach the destruction of Israel, and does not send terror toward Israel. I think these things are not that complex. I would be happy if Gazans can be found to do this.
Following U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's recent trip meeting with Middle East leaders, the State Department is laying out a different vision.
Without a tangible path to the establishment of a Palestinian state, there are no other partners in the region who are going to step forward and help with the reconstruction of Gaza. There are no other partners in the region who are going to step forward and help establish Palestinian-led governance of Gaza.
Given the continuing disagreement, NBC News now reports the Biden administration could be looking for another leader beyond Netanyahu, reportedly meeting with Israeli opposition leaders. At the World Economic Forum in Davos, Israeli President Isaac Herzog explained his country's feelings about October 7th and beyond.
Israelis lost trust in the peace processes because they could see that terror is glorified by our neighbors.
He also addressed suffering in Gaza.
I'm not shying away from the human tragedy in Gaza. And you want to know something? We care. We care. It is painful for us that our neighbors are suffering so much. But how else can we defend ourselves if our enemies decided to entrench themselves in an infrastructure of terror of unbelievable size?
Meanwhile, Israel marked what it sees as the saddest birthday in the world, as Kafir Bibas, the youngest Hamas hostage, turned 1 on Thursday.
I want to show you Kafir's picture as you look at this wonderful year-old baby. Bring him home now. You look at his face and you go, he turned 1 year old yesterday. He did it in a terror tunnel in Gaza. This is the face of the hostages. Now, looking at Kafir, you have the U.S. government come and tell you that somehow or other you have to find a path to peace, a path to statehood for the very terrorists who have taken hostages, who have murdered your civilians and are continuing to fire rockets and have built an entire terror network structure underground in Gaza. They've done that with all the humanitarian aid that the West has given them. And you're saying, well, we have to now structure the peace. Are you kidding? And if you aren't willing to structure the peace, I'm going to reach out to your political adversaries and try to change the government of Israel. None of this makes any sense to me. Here's the reality. The Palestinians, whether they were in Gaza or in Ramallah, they support the martyrs. They support the terrorists who are trying to kill Israeli citizens. And they do it very tangibly. They offer them a salary.
In the last days, Jerusalem will be the focal point of world politics, as we read in Zechariah 12:2 and 3. Behold, I will make Jerusalem a cup of drunkenness to all the surrounding peoples, when they lay siege against Judah and Jerusalem. And it shall happen in that day that I will make Jerusalem a very heavy stone for all peoples. All who would heave it away will surely be cut in pieces, though all nations of the earth are gathered against it. Scripture plainly tells us all nations, including America, will be gathered against Jerusalem in the last days. I have often wondered what could possibly cause America to turn on Israel. I believe the answer is now clear. The United States government will one day turn on Israel and bring the wrath of God upon this nation.
A former sharpshooter and aide to Yasser Arafat believes revival will break out in Gaza after the end of the war there. Tas Sada says God's Holy Spirit is already changing Palestinian hearts through dreams and visions. Take a look.
Many Muslims are looking for an alternative to Islam. And so naturally, my team are always promoting Christianity and their life whenever it's safe. And so we are looking at a good revival going on already in the Gaza Strip due to what has happened, really. Despite of the destruction that is taking place, I believe God have a purpose to get the Palestinians in Gaza wake up and look at a different alternative to what they believe.
How about during the war as it's continuing? Our hearts turning. What do you see happening?
I just got a report from one of my team members that about 200 Gazans gave their heart to Jesus in one lump sum because the Lord appeared to them in visions and dreams, and they were hugging each other and rejoicing, and realized that all of them had the same vision that each one of them had.
In the Bible, God spoke to people many times by means of dreams and visions. Examples are Joseph, son of Jacob, Joseph, the husband of Mary, Solomon, Isaiah, Ezekiel, Daniel, Peter, and Paul. The prophet Joel predicted an outpouring of dreams and visions, as we read in Joel 2:28 and 29. And it shall come to pass afterward that I will pour out my spirit on all flesh. Your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, your old men shall dream dreams, your young men shall see visions. And also on my men servants and on my maid servants I will pour out my spirit in those days. This was confirmed by the apostle Peter, as we read in Acts 2:17 and 18. And it shall come to pass in the last days, says God, that I will pour out of my spirit on all flesh. Your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, your young men shall see visions, your old men shall dream dreams. And on my men servants and on my maid servants I will pour out my spirit in those days, and they shall prophesy. It is important to note that the difference between a vision and a dream is that a vision is given when a person is awake, while a dream is given when a person is asleep. In areas where there is little or no gospel message available, God is taking his message to people directly through dreams and visions. This is entirely consistent with the biblical examples of dreams and visions being used by God to reveal his truth in the Old and New Testaments. If God desires to communicate his message to a person, he can use whatever means he finds necessary: a missionary, an angel, a vision, or a dream. God can also give visions in areas where the gospel message is already readily available. There is no limit to what God can do. We must be discerning when it comes to dreams and visions and the interpretation of them. We must keep in mind that the Bible is finished and it tells us everything we need to know. The key truth is that if God were to give a vision, it would agree completely with what he has already revealed in his word. Dreams and visions should never be given equal or greater authority than the word of God. God's word is our ultimate authority. If you believe you have had a vision and feel that perhaps God gave it to you, prayerfully examine the word of God and make sure your vision is in agreement with Scripture. Then prayerfully consider what God would have you do in response to the vision, as we read in James 1:5. If any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives to all liberally and without reproach, and it will be given to him. God would not give a vision to a person and then keep the meaning of the vision hidden. In Scripture, whenever a person asked God for the meaning of a vision, God made sure it was explained to the person, as we read in Daniel 8:15 through 17. Then it happened when I, Daniel, had seen the vision and was seeking the meaning, that suddenly there stood before me one having the appearance of a man. And I heard a man's voice between the banks of the Ulai, who called and said, Gabriel, make this man understand the vision. So he came near where I stood, and when he came, I was afraid and fell on my face. But he said to me, Understand, Son of Man, that the vision refers to the time of the end. Jesus said, as a sign of his coming and the end of the age, there would be an increase in deception, false Christs who will deceive many, wars and rumors of wars, nation against nation and kingdom against kingdom, famines, pestilences, earthquakes, Christian persecution, apostasy, false prophets, and lawlessness, causing the love of many to grow cold. Jesus said all of these signs would come like birth pains. Jesus was likening last day's events to a woman in labor. As the labor progresses, the The pains increase in both frequency and intensity until the baby finally comes. As we get closer to Jesus' return, all the signs he gave us as a sign of his coming and the end of the age will become more frequent and more intense. All of these signs are manifesting around the world in our time. John 15:18 through 20. If the world hates you, you know that it hated me before it hated you. If you were of the world would love its own. Yet because you're not of the world, but I chose you out of the world, therefore the world hates you. Remember the word that I said to you, a servant is not greater than his master. If they persecuted me, they will also persecute you.
A surge in violence against Christians has flared up in India, where millions believe the country belongs to Hindus. Many think all other religions must be eliminated from society.
Human rights groups accuse India's Prime Minister of supporting this very extremist view, and in fact, several states have enacted laws to punish non-Hindus. Here's our report from Karnataka, India. At 16 years old, Paul was instructed to target Christians by the Rastriya Swayam Savak Sangh, or RSS, a radical Hindu paramilitary organization.
Since I was a Hindu and part of the RSS, I became a staunch follower of their Hindu principles, and because of that, killing Christians and pastors became my goal.
We've concealed Paul's identity for safety. He says the RSS singles out Christians because so many Hindus in India are abandoning their faith to follow Jesus Christ. One of the group's early founders referred to Christians as anti-national and hostile and should be treated as such. RSS members seen here often combine religious Hindu education with self-defense classes and exercises.
They told us Christianity doesn't belong to a country because they are converting people. Therefore, we have to attack pastors and demolish their churches so that our country will remain a Hindu country.
Hindus make up just under 80% of India's population. Muslims are at 14%. Christianity is India's third largest religion, with about 26 million followers, or about 2.3% of the population, and their numbers are steadily growing. Determined to stop the growth, Paul thought he had his chance when a pastor visited his hostel. Instead, the encounter changed his life when the pastor shared the gospel with him.
My heart was breaking when I heard that Jesus Christ's blood was sacrificed for me, that Jesus Christ loved me, and he gave his blood for my sins. I dedicated myself to Christ right there and then.
Paul now serves as a traveling pastor in remote areas of India's Karnataka state, often referred to as a graveyard of pastors because of the intense persecution Christians face here. His church is repeatedly attacked by RSS gangs. He's been put in prison for preaching, yet it hasn't stopped his ministry.
Even in jail, I felt God's love, even though I received the beatings. I was rejoicing, and because of that, I am grateful to God.
India, with its 1.4 billion people, is the world's largest democracy. However, human rights and religious freedom advocates say democracy has been in retreat ever since the Hindu-led BJP government and its leader, Narendra Modi, took power in 2014.
It's really the most sophisticated government as far as restricting religious freedoms outside of China.
Dr. David Curry is a commission member of the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom. U.S. CIRF has documented an unprecedented uptick in violence against Christians under Modi's rule. The majority of attacks carried out by RSS and other Hindu extremist groups with ties to the Prime Minister's political party. Modi is accused of fanning the flames of Hindutva, a radical ideology that teaches only Hindus are true Indians and that all other religions, especially Christians and Muslims, are foreigners who must be removed from society.
They have a goal to push Christianity out of India. They see India as the holy land of Hinduism, and they intend to force that to happen.
That includes passing laws that criminalize religious conversions, particularly targeting Christian and Muslim minorities. Karnataka became the 10th Indian state to pass these so-called anti-conversion laws, and with it carrying a 3 to 5 year prison term for anyone found guilty of illegally converting people to Christianity.
Ever since this anti-conversion law was passed, the authorities claim that we are forcibly converting people.
Joseph pastors in different cities and villages in Karnataka. We've taken similar precautions to protect his safety. He says RSS and other right-wing Hindu groups accuse him of converting Hindus by offering them money or other forms of bribes.
When we started the ministry 35 years ago, we didn't have so many problems. Those days, we had religious freedom, but now we can't even talk, can't even give out a pamphlet, can't do anything. That's the situation that we find ourselves in today. Everyone has to run their churches with fear.
Like Pastor Paul, Joseph too has endured the wrath of Hindu radicals.
They've damaged my bicycles, set Bibles on fire, and burnt it. Come into our church during service and beat people up. The police have come to my house several times. I've been taken to the police station and repeatedly accused of forcing people to convert. They never have any evidence.
12 of India's 28 states, most of them ruled by Modi's BJP party, now have laws regulating religious conversions. These states have also witnessed a surge in mob violence against Indian Christians.
It is amazing how Christians are standing firm in their faith.
Don Sheck heads up an organization that's been sharing the gospel primarily through Christian radio broadcasts in India since 1978. His group has documented cases where Hindu extremists have discriminated against new Christian converts. Authorities, especially at the village level, do little to nothing to protect the vulnerable believers.
It is amazing the number of people who are being banned from going to the village well, not allowed to purchase foods at the market, being chased out from being ostracized from family and community, to actually being beaten, being killed, having their property destroyed.
Although the Constitution gives Christians the right to preach, Shank says the church in India must still be careful.
Pray for the believers to stand firm in their faith, and pray for those who are doing the persecution, that their hearts will be changed, because we have seen that happen. A village priest threatened to smash a radio that somebody was using for outreach, but as he made those threats, he also came close and listened to the radio, and he himself embraced Jesus Christ as his Savior.
Matthew 5:10 through 12. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are you when they revile and persecute you, and say all kinds of evil against you falsely for my sake. Rejoice and be exceedingly glad, for great is your reward in heaven, for so they persecuted the prophets who were before you. Remember to pray for our persecuted brothers and sisters in Christ. Remember the prisoners as if chained with them, those who are mistreated, since you yourselves are in the body also. Hebrews 13:3, 1 Corinthians 12:26. And if one member suffers, all the members suffer with it. Or if one member is honored, all the members rejoice with it. 1 Corinthians 16:13. Watch, stand fast in the faith, be brave, be strong.
The U.S. has launched a new round of strikes against the militant group attacking ships in the Red Sea. Those ships are key to the global supply chain. Chief Global Affairs anchor Martha Raddatz has the story. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, George. These attacks and counterattacks all over the Mideast raise fears that the U.S. will get sucked into a war they do not want, but the strikes keep coming. This morning, the 5th round of American airstrikes in just a week, pounding Houthi targets in Yemen. The Pentagon strikes taking out several Houthi anti-ship missiles it said posed an imminent threat to commercial and U.S. Navy ships in the region. A barrage of U.S. Tomahawk missiles destroyed 14 Houthi missiles and launchers earlier this week after a Houthi missile struck a U.S.-owned ship in the Red Sea, one of more than 30 ships targeted by the Houthis with missiles and drones in the last few months. President Biden asked if the retaliatory strikes meant to deter the Houthis are working, the president acknowledging the obvious.
When you say working, are they stopping the Houthis? No. Are they going to continue? Yes.
Yemen, just one of the flashpoints in this part of the world, blazing red. Iran and Pakistan now trading fire. And with the war in Gaza raging, tensions between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon grow, while militants attack U.S. forces in Syria and Iraq. Our Maggie Rui is aboard the USS Bataan in the Mediterranean.
There are more than 2,500 Marines and Navy sailors across the 3 ships in this unit, and they all tell us they are ready to go at a moment's notice. And this area is really at the core of that mission. The entire area can be flooded. They're able to offload Marines and their equipment from ship to the shore, meaning they can have a major impact.
Those ships also in the region to facilitate possible rescues.
It's not just the Houthis and the Red Sea. War is spreading across the Middle East, with the U.S. at the center of it. The United States is now in an increasingly open and expanding conflict with what is known as the Axis of Resistance, a network of militant groups in 6 countries and territories. All are backed by Iran, but they operate with a degree of autonomy. The war escalated when Hamas attacked Israel in October, and Israel responded with devastating force, backed by the United States politically and with weapons. Collectively, the Iranian-led axis is formidable. Hezbollah in Lebanon is arguably the most powerful non-state military in the world, with tens of thousands of rockets and battle-tested fighters. Hamas has effective militants too, and the notoriety of the Palestinian cause. Iranian-backed militias in Syria and Iraq are close to oil fields and American military bases, which they've been attacking and been attacked from consistently since October. And in Yemen, the Houthis, they call themselves Ansar Allah, have the advantage of location right on the Red Sea. I spoke to one of the group's top leaders. The Biden administration has designated your group, the Houthis, as a terrorist organization. What is your reaction to that? We would say to Biden, this label should be given to Netanyahu, he says. Is there now a regional war underway between the United States and Iranian-backed groups, including Europe? Yes, as we said, America announced the war against us, he says.
Southern Lebanon's border towns, largely abandoned and devastated. An escalating conflict between Israel and the Lebanese armed group Hezbollah has created a de facto buffer zone along the border, several kilometers deep. Israel has floated the idea of formalizing the buffer zone, saying it will restore security. But Hezbollah says it won't pull back. Instead, it too started targeting largely evacuated towns to make northern Israel uninhabitable.
Israel is trying to show it has options to help settlers return to the north in a safe way and to keep Hezbollah and the resistance away from the south. It doesn't. It must stop its war on Gaza and Lebanon.
Israel has increased the intensity of its strikes on what it says is Hezbollah's military infrastructure. In one of the biggest attacks, it repeatedly hit the strategic valley, known to be the Lebanese armed group's main area of operations and the gateway to the country's interior.
The Israelis appear to also be trying to degrade the infrastructure, the kind of the capabilities and depth that Hezbollah has. Why? Because I think, and this is true for both sides, that there is at least an expectation, or they are preparing, which would be smart, for a much wider and open conflict.
For now, Hezbollah is not using its full military capabilities in what some describe as a balancing act. And there are those who believe Israel is not in a position to start a wider conflict as the Gaza war rages. The Israeli military has said a lot still needs to be done to return residents home.
Israel's strategy may be to use targeted escalation to pressure Hezbollah, but the group says this front will remain active until Israel's war on Gaza ends. And while it is unlikely to trigger a large war, it says it is ready to fight without limits if war breaks out.
An all-out war may not be imminent, but even though the combat is still largely limited to the border and to military targets, this is very much a war.
As a sign of his coming and the end of the age, Jesus declares, "And you will hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that you are not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. For nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom." The prophets of the Old Testament prophesied of these future military conflicts in Isaiah 17:1, in which Damascus, Syria will be destroyed in a single night. Jeremiah 49, the prophecy of Elam, which could infer an Israeli attack upon Iran's nuclear program. Psalm 83, in which the Muslim nations that border Israel will mount an attack on Israel in order to cut them off from being a nation. Ezekiel 38 and 39, known as the War of Gog and Magog. In this prophecy, a coalition of nations led by Russia, Iran, and Turkey will attack Israel in the last days in order to take Israel's wealth.
Anti-Semitism or something more. Iran has long vowed to wipe out Israel. Dale Hurd reports Iranian leaders are motivated by a belief that the Jewish state must be eliminated before the return of an Islamic figure known as the Mahdi.
Iran has been indoctrinating its fighters throughout the Middle East in the belief that Israel is the biggest obstacle to the return of the Mahdi, and that there must be an apocalyptic war that destroys both Israel and Jews around the world. Islamic expert Raymond Ibrahim.
So the Mahdi, as an English speaker would pronounce it, it's really Mahdi, which basically means guided. So he's the guided one, or in Islamic understanding, he's the rightly guided one. And he takes on different guises depending on which sect of Islam you ask, Sunni or Shia.
Sunnis, the majority of the world's Muslims, believe the Mahdi has not yet been born.
Prophet ﷺ said, hadith is in Abu Dawood, a man shall come towards the end of times. His name will be my name, and the name of his father will be the name of my father, meaning Muhammad ibn Abdullah.
Shia Islam, which is dominated by Iran, teaches that the Mahdi is already alive and has been hiding for over 1,000 years. Brother Rashid, a former Muslim, hosts a Christian program for Muslims called Daring Questions.
The Shia Muslims, especially the 12er Shiaism, they believe that he is the 12th Imam and he was born around 868. So he just disappeared. He's still alive until today. His age is 1155 if you want to. So he's still living somewhere, and one day he will show himself.
Muslims in Iran believe the Mahdi is hiding in this well in the Mosque of Jamkaran. Pilgrims peer down the well with flashlights, leave prayer requests for the Mahdi, and hope he will reappear. Muslims believe that when the Mahdi returns, he will be accompanied by Jesus, known in Islam as the Prophet Isa, to rid the world of evil. Iranian leaders have seized upon belief in the final battle before the Mahdi's return to motivate its military and allies to fight harder to destroy Israel.
And a lot of the, Islamic schools or jihadists are being indoctrinated by Iranian propaganda in Mahdiism. And again, it always centers around Israel and attacking and destroying Israel.
Some believe in the next phase of its plan to wipe out Israel, Iran might initiate a multi-front attack through its heavily armed proxy armies in Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq. Ibrahim and Brother Rashid say the doctrine of the Mahdi's return means that any attempts by Israel to make peace with the Muslim world will ultimately prove to be futile.
Israel is a threat to Muslims, to the Mahdi, to the coming of the Mahdi, so they have to be eliminated. There is no other solution.
So I don't think Israel could ever have permanent peace.
And Ibrahim worries that Iran might be willing to use a nuclear weapon against Israel to ensure the return of the Mahdi.
Dale Hurd joins us to provide some additional insights.
It's interesting that a former Palestinian refugee camp occupant, a guy who was in one of the Lebanon camps, we were talking about this, and he said that the problem with Gaza, the problem with all of this is Islam. And that sounds really simplistic until you go to this and you see that there is evidence that the Mahdi idea, the Mahdi doctrine, was the idea behind the Gaza attack and could be the idea now behind a multi-tiered attack against Israel.
You've been reporting on this for a long time, so what do you see happening in the days ahead? A broader war with other Iranian proxies like Hezbollah in Lebanon, the militias in Iraq and Syria, even Iran itself?
They are going to go to these proxy forces that people may not know they have in several nations. They have proxy armies in Iraq, in Yemen, in Syria, of course, in Lebanon. And as I have mentioned, people fear a multi-tiered attack scenario in which each of these armies take a crack at Israel.
What does all this have to do with the Antichrist, the powerful man of sin in the end times? According to Revelation 6:2 and Daniel 9:27, the Antichrist will pose as a man of peace, ready to set the world right. It is easy to see how the Antichrist, promising a false peace, could be welcomed by a world hungry for a ceasefire, along with peace and security. Some may see him as the Mahdi, and others may see him as the Messiah. In fact, Jesus warned that the Antichrist would mimic the true Messiah and be accepted by those who rejected Christ, as we read in John 5:43. I have come in my Father's name, and you do not receive me. If another comes in his own name, him you will receive.
If you think this world is going to get better, or if you think there's going to be world peace, if you are waiting for utopia, then you will be disappointed big time, as we are hurtling toward Armageddon.
The Bible says that there will appear a character on the world stage, an individual known as the man of lawlessness. He will make false promises of world peace, harmony, and hope. He will lull the world into believing in him, even worshiping him as their Messiah. But he will end up abusing humanity like they have never been tormented before. Christians know him as the Antichrist. Sunni Muslims know him as the Muslim Christ. Shiite Muslims know him as the Mahdi. But after a brief temporary success, he will be defeated and destroyed by our coming King Jesus Christ, our true Savior. Just as he promised, Jesus will return to judge the living and the dead and take his true followers to heaven. He is coming for us, and it won't be long. He could come in the next minute, or the next week, or the next year. He is coming soon. Are you ready?
One day, Jesus is coming. You may be at church. You may be at work. You may be asleep. God grant that you will be ready when he makes his personal appearance. My God, what if his appearance occurs on a Sunday morning? My prophetic word to you this morning is get ready! Get ready!
If Jehovah came back right now, would you make it?
Hell is a real place, and I don't want you to go there. We've been reporting on the bizarre phenomenon that seems to be taking place not just in this country, but all over the world. Getting angry at God isn't going to solve anything.
Don't put that in me, young lady. I just said you can see that boy when we get to church.
This is not the way it's supposed to be.
Lord, have we not prophesied in thy name, and in thy name have cast out devils, and in thy name done many wonderful works? And then Jesus said, I will profess unto them, I never knew you.
Esta ha sido una mañana muy espantosa de un catástrofe después del otro.
Depart from me, ye that work iniquity. So robes and positions and titles and classifications and auxiliaries and departments and works and paying your tithes and paying your dues will not save you.
We are still experiencing the aftershocks of the massive earthquake that have devastated this entire region.
But if you want to be raptured, you must be born again.
Citizen of the South Korea were here beloved and going to next.
You must be washed in the blood of the Lamb. It's over. It's going to be joyful for those who are raptured, but it's going to be sad for those who are left behind. Life as we know.
You swore to me that you were going to get yourself together and start coming to church with me.
Not today, okay? I'll go with you next Sunday.
Don't get left behind. Call upon the name of Jesus today. The signs of Jesus' soon return are so strong now, and the evidence is so clear, that any person willing to accept the truth can see that the end of the world, as we know it, is near. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. But God demonstrates his own love toward us, in that while we were still sinners, Christ died for us. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life in Christ Jesus our Lord. That if you confess with your mouth the Lord Jesus and believe in your heart that God has raised him from the dead, you will be saved. These are the ABCs of salvation. A. Admit that you're a sinner. B. Believe in your heart that Jesus Christ died for your sins, was buried, and God raised him from the dead. C. Call upon the name of the Lord, and you will be saved. Jesus paid the price for mankind's sin. He has provided a way to spend eternity with him and the Father. All you have to do is believe in the Lord Jesus, and you will be saved. God has already done all the work. All you must do is receive, in faith, the salvation God offers. Fully trust in Jesus alone as the payment for your sins. Believe in him, and you will not perish. God is offering you salvation as a gift. All you have to do is accept it. Jesus is the only way of salvation. That being said, we must repent of our sins. While repentance is not a work that earns salvation, repentance unto salvation does result in works. It is impossible to truly and fully change your mind without that causing a change in action. In the Bible, repentance results in a change in behavior. Repentance, properly defined, is necessary for salvation. Time is short. Call upon the name of Jesus today.
di Bassani influence.
All right. Hello and welcome, everybody. And thank you always for taking the time to be with us this evening and all others. Tonight will be the 85th episode of the Ask Me Anything series hosted here on YouTube. And I'm so grateful to have this chance and this opportunity to answer your inquiries and to not have to type up all of these answers in email. So what a great blessing that is, and thank you to Joy for the idea behind all of this. It's been a great blessing for myself and for Gary Wayne and Dr. Joy Jeffries Pugh. I know it has saved all of us an immense amount of time just trying to answer your inquiries and to provide you guidance for those things which are intriguing to you with regard to whatever it may be. Prophecy, the Bible, conspiracy, how it all comes together, the bigger picture, the great contest. We do already have a question from John in the chat room. Yes, Zen, if digital currency, crypto seems to be a part of the beast system where no person can buy or sell, I'm just wondering why you are so on board with crypto. Thank you. Really good question. And the answer is because it is a platform which can really offer individuals that put focus in this area and to really enable individuals to do like the banks have for years and years and years, really to become your own bank, to put your money to work for you and in a way that can be really life changing. For those of you that have been involved in crypto and that even if you're not doing more than just buying, dollar cost averaging, accumulating, you have reaped the benefits of being in the market. And the profitability is absolutely mind-blowing. I mean, it's the only investment vehicle, and know that I am not a financial advisor. My opinion here is just that opinion. But in my experience of being part of this movement, I have benefited, and I have shown and spoken about to all of you in a manner as to what you could do to also benefit and to reap the rewards of this platform coming into existence. And that really we are still so far ahead of the game. It wasn't just a week ago that the ETF for Bitcoin was approved, and there was $4 billion in Bitcoin sold in the first day of trading. And so there's going to be a flood of money entering into the crypto markets. And like the tide, when high tide comes in, it elevates the water levels and lifts up all boats. In similarity, that is what is happening with crypto, and not just Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana, which are the three biggest that I feel will do well over what is the upcoming bull run. And even though we are seeing a slight correction, now the trend is to buy the dips. And the crypto fear and greed indicator has brought the market back neutral. So we are really in a good position to watch the markets elevate in a way that may never happen again in our lifetime. And there are things like airdrops happening where people just utilizing, especially like Solana and the Cosmos ecosystems, different blockchains because they're so new, just utilizing those DeFi platforms, the NFT projects, whatever it may be, that people are being given free cryptocurrencies. And, so the benefit is, even if you don't have a lot of money, you can really still affect a positive change that could really affect and benefit your future if you are smart about studying it and making it work for you. And if you are interested, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that, but if you are interested and if you don't know and you want to know more, I do private consultations and that kind, in that regard, to help those of you, no matter where you may be, if you're just getting started, how to get started, or if you've been involved for a while and you are looking as far as indicators, trying to better understand the market, which again, I am no expert, but I have been studying with the crypto banter people, and I am part of the crypto sniper school put out by Sheldon, who himself, he's self-made millionaire just from trading crypto over the past few bull markets. And so I'm just saying that it can really benefit people. And why let the banks use your money to make money? Why don't you put your own purchasing power to work and let it benefit you? And so, all right, let us continue. And if I see any other questions, I'll get to them. I am going to be trying to monitor chat. And so if you do have questions, go ahead and put them there. Okay. Yes, put your questions in caps. And I just want to give a shout out. It's good to see you, Brick. True seeker in his service, Roman, make stupid people famous, flat earth, underground, artful misfit, everybody else. There was a follow-up question from John. Let me take a look at that. He asked the best way to buy crypto without dealing with 5 different entities. I've heard of a personal wallet instead of stuff like Coinbase and others. Yeah, there are personal wallets like MetaMask and Phantom, and it depends on what blockchain you're going to be interacting with and dealing with, because cryptos are particular. You have to send them and receive them on a certain wallet and a certain blockchain. And if you send them to the wrong one, they can easily get lost. And so that's why you have to really kind of study and get familiar with what you need to do, which that's been the hardest part of it. And for a lot of people that don't know what they're doing, it can be a problem. But I recommend, and I'm going to send out an email and start, this kind of crypto newsletter again. But start with Coinbase. It's the safest. They will hold custody for you. You don't have to have other wallets. All you have to do is hook up. You can start, with your email, start a Coinbase account. You can earn free cryptocurrency there, and you can dollar cost average in. So, and what I mean with dollar cost averaging is that you don't worry about the price. You just put, like, if you can afford to purchase $100 a month, just set it to purchase $100 a month. Bitcoin, Ethereum, or Solana. I have a personal preference for Solana right now, but I do think that Ethereum is poised to move because there is going to be an Ethereum ETF approved by May. And so right now the narrative is to move money out of some of the other alternative coins and also Bitcoin and to put it into the Ethereum layer 1 and layer 2 portions of the network. But again, if you are interested in learning more and wanting to know more, you can just reach out to me at my email address, zengarcia2010@gmail.com, and I'll try to help you as best I can. All right, let us continue. I try to give shout outs to everybody. Hello, Tammy. I appreciate all of you. Flat Earth Underground asked me, how's my health? I'm doing pretty good. I'm actually sleeping now, and have had some help with that. And thank you, Lisa, and others for helping out, and also for praying for me. Thank you, Sherry Pepin. I appreciate you, sister. Brian asks, and yes, for those of you, go ahead and put your questions. I will get to them. I'm trying to go through the scroll because there is a lot of interaction. Brian asks, will someone be allowed to access the Ark of the Covenant like Moshe? That's a really good question. And for those that may not know the history, do not understand the fullness of the story of the Ark of the Covenant, let me give you a bit of a background and a bit of a rundown on that, because it's my opinion that there are two arks of the covenant right now. And that one of them, the one that had originally been built by Solomon and housed in the temple of Solomon, and that was called Lady Zion. And you can find out more about this in the Ethiopic manuscript called the Glory of Kings, the Keber Nagas, which is one of my most favorite texts. It's an awesome read. We did it for the digital Readers Club. You can find all of those readings online under a playlist. But what happened is Solomon was visited by the Queen of Sheba. Makeda is her name. And she went there and was a virgin at the time, and Solomon had seduced her with one of his riddles, and she left with what was his firstborn son. And he was born, a time thereafter, and Solomon did not know anything about him. And his name was Menelik. He stayed in and around Sheba until he was of age to become king. And at that time, the nation Sheba had been run by queens, and they were a matriarchal system. But he wanted to go visit his father and to see, because he had heard that Solomon was the wisest man in all the land. And so he did exactly that. He went there, visited Solomon, and it was immediately seen that this was his son. And Solomon made an offering to his son and gave him as present all of the firstborn children of all of those people that were in counsel for him, and that played a role in helping him to run the country, the government, the religious, and the fullness of the nation of Israel. And he did that so that when Menelik returned home, he could in fact start up a form of government and a kingship in the same manner that reflected what he had witnessed in regard to his father's court. And so he did that. But the Holy Spirit had gone to him and told him to also take the Ark of the Covenant back to Ethiopia with him. That he was found to be worthy, and he was found to be wise, and that this was instructed. He was told to take the covenant with the ark with him, and so he did. And Solomon believed he had stole it and that his intent was malevolent, and he gave pursuit. He chased after Menelik, and he stopped him in his progress, and it was going to become a really bad scene. But then he realized that it was the will of the Father, and that the Holy Spirit had instructed Menelik to perform this pilfering. And so Solomon realized that there was nothing that he could do because the favor of the Most High had already left, and it had abandoned he and the nation. And so the Ark of the Covenant was taken down to Ethiopia, and the original is found there to this day. But Solomon made a pact with the rest of his people, and he decided not to tell anybody. They were going to make an exact copy and place it back into the Holy of Holies. And because only the high priest could go in there, it's not like anybody really even knew. And so they did make this other copy. And it was during the destruction of Solomon's temple, and when Nebuchadnezzar went in and the Babylonians destroyed, the angels opened up the gates of Jerusalem and allowed the invasion to happen. But Jeroboam was instructed at that time to take the holy artifacts and the Ark of the Covenant and to go toward the western gate. And he never made it outside, but he got near the western gate. And the Most High told him to bring all the items and to put it right there and the earth opened up and swallowed them. And this is where in Israel, the place that's called Jeremiah's grotto is located, and this is the place that Ron Wyatt had discovered. It was also connected to where the Messiah had been crucified. And there's a passage in the first book of Adam and Eve that speaks about there's a prophecy given by the word of the Lord to Adam that on the day that, the Genesis 3:15, that whole prophecy of the seed of the woman crushing the head of the serpent seed at the same time it nips at his heel, this would be fulfilled on that day. And there was a crack that went all the way from the cross to where the Ark of the Covenant was located beneath where Christ had been crucified, and his blood was carried through that crack and found its way to the Ark of the Covenant. And that blood was discovered, it was identified, it was tested, and it was found to be 24 chromosomes, 23 from a female earthly mother and 1 from a supernatural heavenly Father, and that the blood was still living. And this, of course, is the blood that atones for the sins of the world and of which we find life through, even in this day and age. And so this one is located still in Jeremiah's grotto. It was said that the Israelites had tried to remove it and were supernaturally struck down. But Ron Wyatt was told that there would be a time later where these items would come to perusement and that they would confirm the inerrancy of the gospel and the supernatural aspect of the scriptures and of those things that had occurred previously. We are almost to first break, so I'll get to this question by Sassy. Can you explain how Lot's wife turned to stone? I remember you telling us there was more to the story. I just can't remember. Yes, that's another really good question, and I will answer it in full when we return from break.
As a bookstore for truth seekers, it's our goal to make ancient manuscripts which were once held captive by secretive institutions available for public consideration. In our generation, where wisdom has increased, as Daniel the prophet foretold, we have access to many of the testimonies our early church brethren were persecuted for preserving. After being hidden for centuries, these manuscripts have been leaked from various sources throughout the earth, and it's our goal to gather these sources into printable form to make available for all who seek the ancient way. If you're looking to deepen your studies of the biblical narrative, find these ancient manuscripts and more at sacredwordpublishing.com. Your partnership with Sacred Word Publishing goes further than the publishing of ancient manuscripts and weekly video content.
You also make a huge impact across the earth in orphanages in Myanmar, India, Uganda, and Kenya.
Your support is crucial for the development of the ecclesia of real truth seekers.
We thank you for joining us in hosting Secrets Revealed, Momentary Zen, the Digital Readers Club, Ask Me Anything series, and other shows that have helped lead so many to the truth of salvation.
Become even more involved? Please visit patreon.com/sacredwordpublishing, where you can partake in exclusive, interactive, patron-only content and help us continue shining the light of love in this darkened world.
welcome back, everybody. And so, Sassy had a question, and I will be asking a question at the top of the next break, and we'll give out some books. Can you explain how Lot's wife turned to stone? I remember you telling us there was more to the story, but I can't remember. Yes. So I'm going to go into this with a little bit more detail. And I'm going to tell you where you can read for yourself to get further information about the details of which I'm going to expound upon. And the story you can find in the Legends of the Jews, the writings of Abraham, in the Targum, the Aramaic Palestinian Targum, and also the Perky Rabbi Eleazar. And so, in the story, in the canonical material, we are told of how the angels come to visit Lot. And they go to Abraham first, and Abraham is instructed on how they're going to bring judgment against these 5 cities in the plain of Shinar, of which Sodom and Gomorrah were 2. And Lot was living there in Sodom with the giants and the other hybrids that came about from Ham seeing the nakedness of his father, the Canaanites, his son Canaan, that was a result of his seeing the nakedness of his mother, who was Nama. Ham was the one that had seduced his mother, which Nama was his full-blood mother. And the result of that was a child that was predominantly serpent seed. And this was how the seed of Cain was allowed continuance through the flood. But what we are not told about the story, and when you read these other materials which I just referenced, you find out that it was the angel of the Lord, which was Yahushua, the Word, together with Gabriel and Michael, that had gone to see Abraham and to instruct him on what was to happen. And he had told them about how these Sodomites were, in that they would harass anybody that traveled through their town. Everybody was forbidden to give aid to any of these travelers. They would steal their merchandise and also allow them to starve and dehydrate, and also to be sexually abused by not just 1 or 2, high officials, but the entire town, the entire city would come out and engage in abomination and sexually engage these individuals and just destroy them. And so that's why when Lot had taken in these angels and asked them to come to his house, he was breaking a big rule to not harbor, to not give aid, to not take in any travelers, to not wash their feet, not provide them food or water or any kind of shelter. That was a big no-no. And so his wife, who was part of the elders of the city, when Lot took in these angels, she went immediately out, and she told Lot that she had to go out to get salt. And so she reported him. And when she reported him, that's when the men of the town, all of the people that wanted to harm and to sexually abuse these angels, they went to Lot. And you know, we're told that Lot then offered his daughters for their satisfaction, that if they would just leave the angel alone. But that's not the truth of the story. The truth of the story is that once Lot's wife goes out and this crowd comes back, they know exactly where the angels are. They come down to where Lot is harboring them, and they threaten Lot. They tell him that if you don't open the door and let us in and let us have our way with your guests, then we're going to do this to your 2 young virgin daughters. And, you know, Lot in the story actually stands up for his daughters. He's not offering them for their sexual pleasure, but he's trying to protect them. And the angels, you know, basically tell them, don't worry, Lot. This is why we're here, you know, because of these people and their depravity, we're going to destroy them. And so, one of the daughters was already living with another man there who was older. She was already married, one of his older daughters. And then the 2 youngest were living with him. And they told him to round up your people and to leave, that you only have a short time, and that you have to do a fast because they were wanting to destroy the city. And so Lot, you know, gathered what family would listen to him, and he began to leave. And he took his 2 youngest daughters, his eldest daughter and her husband. They stayed in the town. His wife left reluctantly, but kept looking back because all of her family ties and connections were in that city. And so, looking back, and because you reap what you sow, and because she had lied to Lot in order to tell on him, and had betrayed him, and did so by saying that she was going out for salt, that this was the reason why she was turned into a pillar of salt. And so that's the, oh, thank you, Sassy. She says, I'm so glad you're back for a second night in a row. And I do appreciate everybody praying for me because, you know, my voice is stronger. I have been feeling better. Yes, Rick. Right on, 444 every day. Let us always remember and honor our good brother, Rob Skiba. Oh, Malev, good to see you, brother. And Stephanie, always nice to have some of you here because you are so kind and you've been such great supporters of our ministry. Okay, next question from Danny. In your opinion, who and where are most of the Israelites today? It is my opinion that a large majority of the Israelites, the true Israelites, that they are part of the native indigenous peoples, the Native Americans, native other indigenous peoples all over the world. And I do believe that they had traveled even to America in ancient times. And that there's a story of the last Native American here in the Americas, and how they brought a linguistics person to try to speak to this individual, and they found out that he spoke Hebrew and he was able to communicate. And that the native peoples are without a doubt part of the lost tribes. And so I wish I could remember the name of the book. It's something Indri Speaks or something of that nature. And it's about the story of how they discovered this. But I would also recommend Chief Joseph Riverwind. I believe that's his full name, but he wrote a book called That's What the Old Ones Say. And he has also come to the discernment that the native peoples were instructed in the ancient rituals and worship of the Israelites, in that they also revered the Father, the Holy Spirit, the Mother, and the Son. And yes, they did know about the sun dance was not to the sun in the sky, but actually to the Son of the Father, the Messiah. And that part of their ghost dance and part of their restoring their nation back to their spirituality was in embracing these ancient teachings. And so that's another really cool part of the story. And then I'll mention one other portion, and it has to do with a book called He Walked the Americas. And this book was published by the daughter of a anthropologist who, having befriended the native peoples across America, he was familiar with their languages, their traditions. He had been invited in to make copies of their stories, to pass them down. But the most incredible thing that he brought forth in his work was about how Yahushua, Christ, they called him the Pale Healer, how he had walked across the Americas and had met with the tribes, the native tribes, and that the native tribes had been separated in the same way as the Israelites in ancient times, where you have the seed of the woman and the seed of the serpent being at enmity. That in similarity, there was a portion of the native peoples that worshiped the feathered serpent, and then there was a portion that worshiped, the Great Spirit, the everything that was created by the Most High, and that, again, there is a motherly earth symbolism. They call the sun grandfather. That all the spirits of all connected, and everything was sacred, everything was alive, everything was considered to be part of the fabric of the Creator, and that's what made it part of the creation. So I think the true Israelites are still spread all across the world. Okay, let's see. Make stupid people famous. Will Elijah use the rod of wonder to split waters above the firmament to bring forth the harvest of the wheat? Eliah cares and the new Jerusalem, where he will hand it over to Yahushua. I'm not positive. And the reason I say that is because in the story, and as I've covered it in the Vestures of Light and the Rod of Wonder book, that story ends, and the Rod of Wonder and the Garments of Power, they return with Messiah in Revelation 19. But there's not there's not any other part of the story where I see Elijah and Enoch, who are the two witnesses of Revelation 11. And there are numerous passages, numerous texts, ancient manuscripts, and sources which tell us that Enoch and Elijah will return at the end of days. They will be murdered in the streets of Jerusalem, and for 3.5 days their bodies will lay in the streets. All the people that wander after the beast, they will all celebrate, calling each other, high-fiving at the decimation of these two witnesses. But when they are resurrected and they are brought back to life, and they indicate that the Antichrist is he that which is ruling over the world and over the beast system at that time, there's no story which speaks about Elijah having the rod of wonder and his using it to split the waters above the firmament. So all of that would be speculation. But without a doubt, in Revelation 19:13, I believe it is, it speaks about the return of Messiah and how he would be wielding the rod, a rod of iron to rule over the nations, and how he will be wearing the vesture dipped in blood, which is simply the coat of many colors, which had been passed down, stolen by Ham, and then given to Cush, and then Cush to Nimrod. Nimrod was murdered by Esau. Esau took the staff and the rod back from him. Actually, just the garments of power, the vestures of light, because the rod was still in the possession of his father and had been given over to Jacob. And so that story, I know without a doubt, is connected to those items that were passed down. And if you want to know more, and if you want to learn more about this particular topic and this story, the vestures of light and the rod of wonder. And who knows, maybe I will give out Sherry Papin. I'll give out one of those books, but Sherry says, lovely, lovely story about Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. It is a beautiful, beautiful tale. And I people can check it out. Yeah, it is a beautiful, beautiful story. Just like the story of Joseph and the sinner. Wow, what a love story that one is. All right. Okay, Kingdom Truthers. Shalom, everybody. Where is this Solomon story from? I never heard of this before. As I made mention, you can find it in a book called the Kebra Nagas. Kebra space capital Nagast, which simply means the glory of kings. And it's about the bloodline rule that came up in Ethiopia and how that was connected to the Queen of Sheba bearing the firstborn son of Solomon, Menelik, and how he visited his father and then we returned. Back to Ethiopia with the ark. All right. We understand. Lisa and Noble, enjoy the work on the house. All right. Oh, good. Thank you, Adrian from Oz. She says that the calendar looks good and that we have Shabbat coming up on Thursday. I tried to take my time with it as much as I could. I did not want to make a mistake like we did last time. Kingdom Truther, where can we read the story of Solomon's firstborn son? Sounds interesting. It is absolutely interesting, mind-blowing, and you can read it in the Kebra Nagas. All right. Adam asks, didn't Runway find the ark? How can it be in Ethiopia? You must have came in after my explanation, but basically I told you about two arks. The first one was, as I said, when Menelik went to go visit his father Solomon, the Holy Spirit had instructed him to take the ark with him back to Ethiopia, because the Ethiopians would become part of the Christian peoples. And they have been a very ancient now empire of Christian peoples, and they follow the law, the Torah, in the way that Israel was supposed to. And so that ark being taken to Ethiopia, Solomon agreed with his advisors to recreate another ark and to place it into the Holy of Holies, and that this was a copy. It was the second ark, and it was this ark that was taken by Jeremiah from the temple. And the earth swallowed it up and kept it and placed it where Jeremiah's grotto is. And this is where Ron Wyatt discovered the Ark of the Covenant before his passing. And so, yeah, listen to the earlier part of the show to get the rest of the story. All right, we are almost at break. And so we'll return in about 3 minutes, and then I'll pick up the other questions, and I'll also think about a question to ask, and we'll give away a couple of books. All right, we'll be right back, everyone.
Hi, my name is Ella, and I'm 10 years old. I'm one of the millions of children born to parents suffering from the Shigella virus. Symptoms include the inability to think for oneself, the attention span of a goldfish, and a strong belief in government and the mainstream media. It is estimated that 1 out of every 2 children are being raised by parents infected with the Shigella virus. But there is a cure. For as little as 19 cents per day, you can become a TFR supporter and help children like me get their daily dose of truth. Together, we will make sure every child has protection from deception.
Who would have thought this could have happened? I'll tell you, here's the story. If it's bad, it'll be front page news in the newspapers. If it's great, they won't even touch it. Now, if it's bad, I say it's fake. It's not coming though, so it must be true. If it's good, I say.
As a bookstore for truth seekers, it's our goal to make ancient manuscripts which were once held captive by secretive institutions available for public consideration. In our generation, where wisdom has increased, as Daniel the prophet foretold, we have access to many of the testimonies our early church brethren were persecuted for preserving. After being hidden for centuries, these manuscripts have been leaked from various sources throughout the earth, and it's our goal to gather these sources into printable form to make available for all who seek the ancient way. If you're looking to deepen your studies of the biblical narrative, find these ancient manuscripts and more at sacredwordpublishing.com. Your partnership with Sacred Word Publishing goes further than the publishing of ancient manuscripts and weekly video content.
You also make a huge impact across the earth in orphanages in Myanmar, India, Uganda, and Kenya.
Your support is crucial for the development of the ecclesia of real truth seekers.
We thank you for joining us in hosting Secrets Revealed, Momentary Zen, the Digital Readers Club, Ask Me Anything series, and other shows that have helped lead so many to the truth of salvation.
Become even more involved? Please visit patreon.com/sacredwordpublishing, where you can partake in exclusive, interactive, patron-only content and help us continue shining the light of love in this darkened world.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Let me check the chat again. I'll try to find out where I am in the scroll. It's hard trying to keep up with everything. Things are moving so fast. Hopefully okay, I think we're just going to start here. Okay, let me think of a question that I want to ask y'all. And then what I'm going to do is, all right, what's a good question? What is a good question? Something simple. Okay, yeah, okay, this is the question. And I would like the people that answer this question to, well, I'll look in the chat room. I just don't want to mess up the questions that you are asking me. So I'm going to have you email it to me. That way I don't have to check the scroll and then go back to try to find my place with the questions and try to catch up, and because I am trying to get all of you in the, as far as when you ask them, and because it keeps scrolling, there's so much good interactions going on. It's tough to keep up with. So I'm going to just pick up with the next question that I see. But the question that I want you to answer is, when was and how was the book of Enoch rediscovered? And just tell me who the person was and what year that rediscovery took place. And email it to me in the first, let's do two. I'll give out one of the Keber Nagas and one of the Vesters of Light. So the first two people to email me with the correct answer, send me your address as well. My email address is zengarcia2010@gmail.com. Send me the correct answer and I will announce it on the next show, and I will send those books out to you promptly. And also, if you would, please do give us a thumbs up on the video and, subscribe, click the little bell. Even though this platform, they are really messing with us. We're having videos deleted every day, and so I'm gonna have to do something to move over the information. All right, so the question that is before me is from Debbie. She says, "Sorry, children of Eve, as she was the mother of all the living, right?" Okay, so the question I'm going to assume is that, is Eve the mother of all the living? And yes, she is. That's what Adam called her. Her name, Eve, in the English is in the Hebrew, Chava, Chava. And Chava means life giver. And it's only women that have the ability to bring forth children. And only a woman, which is a wombed man, for those that are confused with gender and how to identify gender. A woman is somebody that can carry a child, bring it to term, and birth it. A man is somebody that can't. A man does not have a womb, cannot carry a child. And so Eve, yes, she was the mother of all the living. She gave birth to the seed of the serpent, who was Cain. He was the firstborn of the wicked one, as it tells us in 1 John chapter 3, verse 12. Of the wicked one, that word of, meaning child of, son of, descendant of. And so it has everything to do with descendants. You are welcome, Sassy. Love you too, Sister Stephanie. Appreciate you very much. All right. Love you as well, Valerie, and everybody else in the chat. I appreciate all of you so very much. Love you too, Julio. Brothers, and thank you so much for your teaching to us, the Church of Jesus Christ. Yes, we are a family. We are a fellowship in Christ. Okay, Gail asks, do you believe we get the appearance of clowns from the Nephilim? That's I never really investigated that or looked into it, but I can see how clowns and the angels, just being sadistic, and how some of these clowns, especially that they depict in all these horror movies, there's something sick and twisted about that. And now there are also, the appearance of clowns who have sadistic behaviors and intent and are trying to harm others. They're being found just in the middle of the woods. There's some really weird things going on in the world, and clowns are definitely part of that which is happening. And so, even though I haven't researched it, it's my opinion that there would be connection. But I am going to look into that. All right. Sherry says Chief Joseph Riverwind and his wife Lauren have many interesting stories about the Native American heritage and history. Yes. Yes, they do. Okay. I think I'm catching up here. Dayton says that they went to Israel and sang in their tongue with some of the other Israelis. Joshua Aaron, I believe, was one of them. Wow, that's very interesting. Serene Yellow Eagle says, I did 8 years of Sundance at Rosebud. Yeah, the description of the Sundance in the, that's what the old ones say. It tells a story about how, was it Crazy Horse or one of the elders, I forget exactly which one, but having smallpox on the blankets and bundles of clothes, and this was, decimating the native peoples that did not have immunity for this sort of thing. And so one of the elders was instructed to do instruction on how to heal his people. And he describes that the Son of God, Yahushua, had come to him and then told him to heal. And I believe he said to heal in his name, if that was correct. It's been a little while since I've read that book, but it is really good. Okay, Shay asks, where did the offspring of the Nephilim get Nephesh? We know that men pre-existed in the loins of God before their birth, and that all animals have an appointed spirit. Yes, that is correct. But in similarity, before the rebellion of the angels, before iniquity was found within Lucifer, before the war in heaven, all of us had been created, and that we were all spiritual entities we had pre-be. Before all this happened, before the
Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 1. In the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth was without form and void. Darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Ruach Elohim moved upon the face of the waters. And Elohim said,
Let there be light.
and there was light. And Elohim saw the light, that it was good. And Elohim divided the light from the darkness. And Elohim called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. And Elohim said,
Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters.
And Elohim made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And Elohim called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day. And Elohim said,
Let the waters under the heavens be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear.
And it was so. And Elohim called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of said,
Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth.
And it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the third day. And Elohim said,
Let there be lights in the firmament of heavens, to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for appointed feasts, and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heavens, to give light upon the earth.
And it was so. And Elohim made two great lights, greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And Elohim set them in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And Elohim saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. And Elohim said,
Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that has life, and them may fly above earth in the open firmament of heaven.
And Elohim created great sea monsters, and every living creature that moves, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. And Elohim blessed them, saying,
Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas, and let fowl multiply in the earth.
And the evening and the morning were the fifth day. And Elohim said,
Let the earth bring forth the living creatures after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind.
And it was so. And Elohim made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creeps upon the earth after his kind. And Elohim saw that
after our likeness, let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth.
So Elohim created man in his own image. In the image of Elohim created he him. Male and female created he them. And Elohim blessed them. And Elohim said unto them,
Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth.
And Elohim said,
Behold, I have given you every herb-bearing seed which is upon the face of all the earth. A tree, in which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed, to you it shall be for food. And to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creeps upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for food.
And it was so. And Elohim saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 2. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day, Elohim ended his work which he had made. And he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And Elohim blessed the seventh day, and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which Elohim created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and of the earth, when they were created, in the day that Yahweh Elohim made the earth and the heavens. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For Yahweh Elohim had not caused it to rain on it, and there was not a man to till the ground. But there went up a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. And Yahweh Elohim formed the man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. And the man became a living soul. And Yahweh Elohim planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made Yahweh Elohim to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted, and became into four heads. The name of the first is Pishon, that is, which compasses the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold. And the gold of that land is good. There is Delim, and the onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gihon. The same is it that compasses the whole land of Cush. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel, that is, which goes toward the east of Ashur. And the fourth river is Perath. Yahweh Elohim took the man, and put him into the garden of Eden to dress it and to guard it. And Yahweh Elohim commanded he man, saying,
Of every tree of the garden you may freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat of it. For in the day that you eat thereof you shall surely die.
And Yahweh Elohim said,
It is not good that man should be alone. I will make a helpmeet
every fowl of the air, and brought them unto to the man to see what he would call them. And whatsoever the man called every living creature, that was the name thereof. And the man gave names to all the cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for the man there was not found a helpmeet for him. And Yahweh Elohim caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man, and he slept. And he took one of his ribs, and closed up the flesh instead thereof. And the rib which Yahweh Elohim had taken from man, made he a woman, and brought her unto the man. And the man said,
This is now bone of my bones, and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man.
Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his woman, and they shall be one flesh. And they were both naked, the man and his woman, and were not ashamed. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 3. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which Yahweh Elohim had made. And he said unto the woman,
Yea, has Elohim said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden?
And the woman said unto the serpent,
We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, Elohim has said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die.
And the serpent said unto the woman,
Ye shall not surely die, for Elohim knows that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as Elohim, knowing good and evil.
And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her man with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of both of them were opened, and they knew that they were naked. And they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. And they heard the voice of Yahweh Elohim walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And the man and his woman hid themselves from the presence of Yahweh Elohim amongst the trees of the garden. And Yahweh Elohim called unto Adam and said unto him,
Where are you?
And he said,
I heard your voice in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself.
And he said,
Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten tree whereof I commanded you that you should not eat?
And the man said,
The woman whom you gave to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat.
And Yahweh Elohim said unto the woman,
What is this that you have done?
And the woman said,
The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat.
And Yahweh Elohim said unto the serpent,
Because you have done this, you are cursed above all cattle and above every beast of the field. Upon your belly shall you go, and dust shall you eat all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. It shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel.
Unto the woman he said,
I will greatly multiply your sorrow and your conception. In sorrow you shall bring forth children, and your desire shall be to your man, and he shall rule over you.
And unto Adam he said,
Because you have hearkened unto the voice of your woman, and have eaten of the tree of which I commanded you, say, You shall not eat of it. Cursed is the ground for your sake. In sorrow you shall eat of it all the days of your life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to you, and you shall eat the herb of the field. In the sweat of your face shall you eat bread, till you return unto the ground. For out of it were you taken, for dust you are, and unto.
And Adam called his woman's name Hua, because she was the mother of all living. Unto Adam also, and to his woman did Yahweh Elohim make coats of skins, and clothed them. And Yahweh Elohim said,
Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. Take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever.
Therefore Yahweh Elohim sent him forth from the Garden of Eden, to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubim, and a flaming sword which turned every way, to guard the way of the tree of life. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 4. And Adam knew Hua his woman, and she conceived, and bore Cain, and said,
I have gotten a man from Yahuwah.
And she again bore his brother Habil. And Habil was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in process of time it came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of his flock, and of the fat thereof. And Yahweh had respect unto Habil, and unto his offering, but unto Cain, and to his offering, he had not respect. And Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. And Yahweh said unto Cain,
Why are you wroth? And why is your countenance fallen? If you do well, shall you not be accepted? And if you do not well, sin lies at the door, and unto you shall
his brother. And it came to pass, when they were in the field, and Cain rose up against Habil his brother, and slew him. And Yahweh said unto Cain,
Where is Havel, your brother?
And he said,
I know not. Am I to guard my brother?
And he said,
What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries unto me from the ground, and now cursed from the earth, which has opened her mouth to receive your brother's blood from your hand. When you till the ground, it shall not henceforth yield unto you your strength. A fugitive and a vagabond shall you be in the earth.
And Cain said unto Yahweh,
My punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, and I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it shall come to pass that every one that finds me shall slay me.
And Yahweh said unto him,
Therefore, whoever slays Cain, vengeance shall be taken on him sevenfold.
And Yahweh set a mark upon Cain, lest any finding him should kill him. And Cain went out from the presence of Yahweh, and dwelt in the land of Nod, on the east of Eden. And Cain knew his woman, and she conceived, and bore Hanok. And he built a city, and called the name of the city after the name of his son, Hanok. And unto Hanok was born Irad, and Irad begot Mehujael, and Mehujael begot Methushael, and Methushael begot Lamech. And Lamech took unto him two women. The name of the one was Ada, and the name of the other Tillah. And Ada bore Yabal. He was the father of such as dwell in tents, and of such as have cattle. And his brother's name was Yubal. He was the father of all such as handle the harp and organ. And Silla, she also bore Tubal-Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron. And the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. And Lamech said unto his woman,
Ada and Zillah, hear my voice, ye women of Lamech, hearken unto my speech. For I have slain a man to my wounding, and a young man to my hurt. If Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 70 and sevenfold.
And Adam knew,
if Cain shall be avenged sevenfold, truly Lamech 70 and sevenfold.
And Adam knew his woman again, and she bore a son, and called his name Seth.
For Elohim,
said she,
has appointed me another seed, instead of Havel, whom Cain slew.
And to Seth, to him also were born a son, and called his name Enosh. Then began men to call upon the name of Yahweh. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 5. This is the sefer of the generations of Adam. In the day that Elohim created man, In the likeness of Elohim made he him. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam, in the day when they were created. And Adam lived 130 years, and begat a son in his own likeness, after his image, and called his name Seth. The days of Adam after he had begotten Seth were 800 years, and he begat sons and daughters. And all the days that Adam lived, and begat Enosh. And Seth lived 7 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. And Enosh lived 90 years, and begat Canaan. And Enosh lived after he begot Canaan 815 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Enosh were 905 years, and he died. And Canaan lived 70 years, and begot Mahalalel. And Canaan lived after he begot Mahalalel 840 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Canaan were 910 years, and he died. And Mahalalel lived 65 years, and begot Yered. And Mahalalel lived after he begot Yered 830 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Mahalalel were 895 years, and he died. And Yered lived 162 years, and he begat Hanok. And Yered lived after he begat Hanok 800 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Yered were 962 years, and he died. And Hanok lived 65 years, and begot Methuselah. And Hanok walked with Elohim after he begot Methuselah 300 years and 5 years. And Hanok walked with Elohim, and he was not, for Elohim took him. And Methuselah lived 187 years, and begat Lamech. And Methuselah lived after he begot Lamech 782 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Methuselah were 969 years, and he died. And Lamech lived 182 years, and begat a son, and he called his name Noah, saying,
This same shall comfort us concerning our work and toil of our hands, because of the ground which Yahuwah has cursed.
And Lamech lived after he begot Noah 595 years, and begat sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years, and he died. And Noah was 500 years old, and Noah begat Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 6. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them women of all which they chose. And Yahweh said,
My Ruach shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh. Yet his days shall be 120 years.
There were Nephilim in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of Elohim came in unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them, the same became giants, which were of ancient times, men of infamy. And Yahweh saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And Yahweh repented that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And Yahweh said,
I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowls of the air, for I repent that I have made them.
But Noah found grace in the sight of Yahweh. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man, and perfect in his generations, and Noah walked with Elohim. And Noah begot 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before Elohim, and the earth was filled with violence. And Elohim looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And Elohim said unto Noah,
The end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make you an ark of gopher wood. Rooms shall you make in the ark, and shall pitch it within and without with pitch. And this is the fashion which you shall make it of. The length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of it 50 cubits, and the height of it 30 cubits. A window shall you make to the ark, and in a cubit shall you finish it above. And the door of the ark shall you set in the side thereof, with lower, second, and third stories shall you make it. And behold, I, even I, do bring a flood of waters upon the earth, to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breath of life from under heaven, and everything that is in the earth shall die. But with you will I establish my covenant, and you shall come into the ark, you and your sons, and your woman, and your sons' women with you. And of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shall you bring into the ark, to keep them alive with you. They shall be male and female, of fowls after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, of every creeping thing of the earth after his kind. 2 of every sort shall come unto you, to keep them alive. And take unto you of all food that is eaten, and you shall gather it to you, and it shall be for food for you, and for them.
Thus did Noah according to all that Elohim commanded him. So did he. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 7. And Yahweh said unto Noah,
Come, you and all your house into the ark, for you have I seen righteous before me in this generation. Of every clean beast you shall take to you by sevens, the male and his female, and of beasts that are not clean by 2, the male and his female. Of fowls also of the air by sevens, the male and the female, to keep seed alive upon the face of all the earth. For yet 7 days, and I will cause it to rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. And every living substance that I have made will I destroy from off the face of the earth.
And Noah did according unto all that Yahweh commanded him. And Noah was 600 years old when the flood of waters was upon the earth. And Noah went in, and his sons, and his woman, and his sons' women with him, into the ark because of the waters of the flood. Of clean beasts, and of beasts that are not clean, and of fowls, and of everything that creeps upon the earth. There went in 2 and 2 unto Noah into the ark, the male and the female, as Elohim had commanded Noah. And it came to pass after 7 days that the waters of the flood were upon the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. And the rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. In the selfsame day entered Noah, Shem, and Ham, and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's women, and the 3 women of his sons with them into the ark. They and every beast after his kind, and all the cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth after his kind, and every fowl after his kind, of every bird of every sort. And they went in unto Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. And they that went in male and female of all flesh, as Elohim had commanded him. And Yahweh shut him in. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased, and bore up the ark, and it was lifted up above the earth. And the waters prevailed, and were increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark went upon the face of the waters. And the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high hills that were under the whole heaven were covered 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl, and of cattle, and of beast, and of every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, and every man, all in whose nostrils was the breath of life, of all that was in the dry land, died. And every living substance was destroyed which was upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle, and the creeping things, and the fowl of the heavens, and they were destroyed from the earth. And Noah only remained alive, and they that were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 8. And Elohim remembered Noah, and every living thing, and all the cattle that was with him in the ark. And Elohim made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters assuaged. The fountains also of the deep, and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained, and the waters returned from off the earth continually. And after the end of the 150 days, the waters were abated. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Ararat. And the waters were decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. And it came to pass, at the end of 40 days, that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made, and he sent forth a raven which went forth to and fro until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Also he sent forth a dove from him to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot, and she returned unto him into the ark, for the waters were on the face of the whole earth. Then he put forth his hand and took her, and pulled her in unto him into the ark. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came into him in the evening, and lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf, plucked off. So Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which returned not again unto him any more. And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the 1st month, the 1st day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth. And Noah removed the covering of the ark, and looked, and behold, the face of the ground was dry. And in the 2nd month, on the 7th and 20th day of the month, the earth was dried. And Elohim spoke unto Noah, saying,
Go forth of the ark, you and your woman, and your sons women with you. Bring forth with you every living thing that is with you, of all flesh, both of fowl and of cattle, and of every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, that they may breed abundantly in the earth, and be fruitful, and multiply upon the earth.
And Noah went forth, and his sons, and his woman, and his sons' women with him, every beast, every creeping thing, and every fowl, and whatsoever creeps upon the earth after their kinds, went forth out of the ark. And Noah built an altar unto Yahweh, and took of every clean beast, and of every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And Yahweh smelled a sweet savor. And Yahweh said in his heart,
I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake. For the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more everything living, as I have done. While the earth remains, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease.
Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 9. And Elohim blessed Noah and his sons, and said unto them,
Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth. And the fear of you and the dread of you shall be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moves upon the earth, and upon all the fish of the sea. Into your hand are they delivered. Every moving thing that lives shall be meat for you. Even as the green herb have I given you all things. But the flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall ye not eat. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it. And at the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Whoso sheds man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of Elohim made he man. And you, be ye fruitful, and multiply. Bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply therein.
And Elohim spoke unto Noah, and to his sons with him, saying,
And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you, of the fowl, of the cattle, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that go out of the ark, to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you. Neither shall all flesh be cut off any more by the waters of a flood. Neither shall there any more be a flood to destroy the earth.
And Elohim said,
This is the sign of the covenant which I make between me and you, and every living creature that is with you, for perpetual generations. I do set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be for a sign of a covenant between me and the earth. And it shall come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow shall be seen in the cloud. And I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you, and every living creature of all flesh. And the waters shall no more become a flood to destroy all flesh. And the bow shall be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between Elohim and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth.
And Elohim said unto Noah,
This is the sign of the covenant which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth.
And the sons of Noah that went forth of the ark were Shem, and Ham, and Japheth. And Ham is the father of Canaan. These are the three sons of Noah, and of them was the whole earth overspread. And Noah began to be a husbandman, and he planted a vineyard. And he drank of the wine, and was drunken, and he was uncovered within his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and told his two brethren without. And Shem and Japheth took a garment, and laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backward, and covered the nakedness of their father. And their faces were backward, and they saw not their father's nakedness. And Noah awoke from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said,
Cursed be Canaan, a seventh of seventh shall he be unto his brethren.
And he said,
Blessed be Yahweh Elohai of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. Elohim shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant.
And Noah lived after the flood 350 years, and all the days of Noah were 950 years, and he died. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 10. Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were sons born after the flood. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, and Magog, and Madai, and Yaban, and Tubal, and Meshech, and Tirak. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Togarma. The sons of Yavan, Elisha, and Tarshish, and Kittim, and Dodanim. By these were the isles of the other nations divided in their lands, everyone after his tongue, and after their families, in their nations. And the sons of Ham, Cush, and Mitzrayim, and Put, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Seba, and Havilah, and Kavta, and Raamah, and Kavteka. And the sons of Raamah, Sheba, and Dedan. And Cush begat Nimrod. he began to be a giant and a hunter in the earth. He was a giant and a hunter before Yahweh. Wherefore it is said, even as Nimrod, the giant hunter before Yahweh. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. Out of that land went forth Ashur, and built Nineveh, and the city Rehoboth, and Kelach, and Reset between Nineveh and Kelach. The same is a great city. And Mitzrayim begat Lodim, and Anamim, and Lechavim, and the Naphtuchim, and the Pathrusim, and the Kasluchim, out of whom came Pelishtim, and the Kaptorim. And Canaan begot Sidon, his firstborn, and Heth, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgashite, and the Hivite, and the Arkite, and the Hinite, and the Arvadite, and the Tzemarite, and the Hamathite. And afterward were the families of the Canaanim spread abroad. And the border of the Canaanim was from Sidon, as you come to Gerar, unto Gaza, as you go unto Sodom, and Amorah, and Admah, and Zeboim, even unto Lasha. These are the sons of Ham, after their families, after their tongues, in their countries, and in their nations. And unto Shem also, the father of all the children of Eber, the brother of Japheth, the elder, even to him were children born. And the children of Shem, Elam, and Ashur, and Arphaxad, and Lud, and Aram. And the children of Aram, Uz, and Hul, and Gether, and Mash. And Arphaxad begot Shelach, and Shelach begot Eber. And unto Eber were born two sons. The name of one was Peleg, for in his days was the earth divided. And his brother's name was Yoktan. And Yoktan begot Almodad, and Shelef, and Chatzar-Maveth, and Yerach, and Hadoram, and Uzal, and Dikla, and Obal, and Abimael, and Sheba, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Yobab. All these were the sons of Yoktan. And their dwelling was from Misha, as you go unto Sephar, a mountain of the east. These are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues, in their lands, after their nations. These are the families of the sons of Noah, after their generations, in their nations, and by these were the nations divided in the earth after the flood. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 11. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said one to another,
Go to, let us make brick and burn them thoroughly.
And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said,
Go to, let us build a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto the heavens, and let us make a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth.
And Yahweh came down to see the city, and the tower, which the children of men built. And Yahweh said,
Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language, and this they begin to do, and now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech.
So Yahweh scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Therefore is the name of it called Babel, because Yahweh did there confound the language of all the earth. And from thence did Yahweh scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth. These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old, and begot Arphaxad 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after he begot Arphaxad 500 years, and begat sons and daughters. And Arphaxad lived 35 years, and begot Shelach. And Arphaxad lived after he begot Shelah 403 years and begat sons and daughters. And Shelah lived 30 years and begat Eber. And Shelah lived after he begot Eber 403 years and begat sons and daughters. And Eber lived 430 years and begot Peleg. And Eber lived after he begot Peleg 430 years and begot sons and daughters. Peleg lived 30 years and begat Reu. And Peleg lived after he begot Reu 209 years and begot sons and daughters. And Reu lived 230 years and begot Serug. And Reu lived after he begot Serug 207 years and begot sons and daughters. And Serug lived 30 years and begot Nahor. And Serug lived after he begot Nahor 200 years and begot sons and daughters. And Nahor lived 29 years and begot Terach. And Nahor lived after he begot Terach 119 years and begot sons and daughters. And Terach lived 70 years and begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Now these are the generations of Terach. Terach begot Abram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran begot Lot. And Haran died before his father Terach in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Kasdim. And Abram and Nahor took them women. The name of Abram's woman was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's woman, Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah, and the father of Yizkah. But Sarai was barren; she had no child. And Terach took Abram his son, and Lot, the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sarai, his daughter-in-law, his son Abram's woman. And they went forth with them from Ur of the Kasdim to go into the land of Canaan. And they came unto Haran and dwelt there. And the days of Terach were 205 years, and Terach died in Haran. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 12. Now Yahweh had said unto Abram,
Get you out of your country, and from your kindred, and from your father's house, unto a land that I will show you. And I will make of you a great nation, and I will bless you, and make your name great, and you shall be a blessing. And I will bless them that bless you, and curse him that curses you. And in you shall all families of the earth be blessed.
So Abram departed as Yahweh had spoken unto him, and Lot went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed out of Haran. And Abram took Sarai his woman, and Lot his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. And they went forth to go into the land of Canaan. And into the land of Canaan they came. And Abram passed through the land unto the place of Shechem, unto the plain of Moreh, and the Canaanite was in the land. And Yahweh appeared unto Abram and said,
Unto your seed will I give this land.
And there built he an altar unto Yahweh, who appeared unto him. And he removed from thence unto a mountain on the east of Beit El, and pitched his tent, having Beit El on the west, and Ai on the east. And there he built an altar unto Yahweh, and called upon the name of Yahweh. And Abram journeyed, going on still towards the Negev. And there was a famine in the land. And Abram went down into Mitzrayim to sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass, when he was come near to enter into Mitzrayim, that he said unto Sarai his woman,
Behold now, I know that you are a fair woman to look upon. Therefore it shall come to pass when the Mitzrayim shall see you, that they shall say, This is his woman, and they will kill me, but they will save you alive. Say, I pray you, you are my sister, that it may be well with me for your sake, and my soul shall live because of you.
And it came to pass, that when Abram was come into Mitzrayim, the Mitzrayim beheld the woman, that she was very fair. The princes also of Pharaoh saw her, and commended her before Pharaoh. And the woman was taken into Pharaoh's house. And he entreated Abram well for her sake. And he had sheep and oxen, and he asses, and men servants, and maid servants, and she asses, and camels. And Yahweh plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abram's woman. And Pharaoh called Abram and said,
What is this that you have done unto me? Why did you not tell me that she was your woman? Why said you, she is my sister, so I might have taken her to be my woman? Now therefore, behold, your woman, take her, and go your way.
And Pharaoh commanded his men concerning him, and they sent him away, and his woman, and all that he had. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 13. And Abram went up out of Mitzrayim, he, and his woman, and all that he had, and Lot with him, into the Negev. And Abram was very rich in cattle, in silver, and in gold. And he went on his journeys from the Negev even to Beit El, unto the place where his tent had been at the beginning, between Beit El and Ai, unto the place of the altar which he had made there at the first. And there Abraham called on the name of Yahweh. And Lot also, which went with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents, and the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for their substance was great, so that they could not dwell together. And there was a strife between the herdsmen of Abram's cattle and the herdsmen of Lot's cattle. And the Canaanite and the Perizzite dwelled then in the land. And Abram said unto Lot,
Let there be no strife, I pray you, between me and you, and between my herdsmen and your herdsmen, for we be brethren. Is not the whole land before you? Separate yourself, I pray you, from me. If you will take the left hand, then I will go to the right. Or if you depart to the right hand, then I will go to the left.
And Lot lifted up his eyes, and beheld all the circle of the Yarden, that it was well watered everywhere, before Yahweh destroyed Sodom and Amorah, even as the garden of Yahweh, like the land of Mitzrayim, as ye come unto Zoar. Then Lot chose him all the circle of the Yarden, and Lot journeyed east, and they separated themselves, the one from the other. And Abram dwelt in the land of Canaan, and Lot dwelt in the cities of the circle of the Yarden, and pitched his tent toward Sodom. But the men of Sodom were wicked and sinners before Yahweh exceedingly. And Yahweh said unto Abram, after that Lot was separated from him,
Lift up now your eyes, and look from the place where you are, northward and southward, and eastward and westward. For all the land which you see, to you will I give it, and to your seed forever. And I will make your seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall your seed also be numbered. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it and in the breadth of it, for I will give it unto you.
Then Abram removed his tent, and came and dwelt in the plain of Mamre, which is in Hebron, and built there an altar unto Yahweh. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 14. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elakar, Kedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of nations, that these made war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Birsha, king of Amorah, Shinav, king of Admah, and Shem-Eber, king of Tseboim, and the king of Bela, which is Zoar. All these were joined together in the valley of Siddim, which is the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Kedorlaomer, and in the 13th year they rebelled. And in the 14th year came Kedorlaomer, and the kings that were with him, and smote the Rephaim in Ashtaroth Karnaim, and the Zuzim in Ham, and the Emim in Shaveh Kiriathaim, and the Chorim in their Mount Seir, unto Il Paran, which is by the wilderness. And they returned and came to En Mishpat, which is Kadesh, and smote all the country of the Amalekim, and also the Amorim that dwelt in Hatzron Tamar. And there went out the king of Sodom, and the king of Amorah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zeboim, and the king of Bela, the same as Zoar, and they joined battle with them in the valley of Siddim, with Keder-Laomer, the king of Elam, and with Tidal, king of nations, and Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Elakar, 4 kings with 5. And the valley of Siddim was full of slime pits, and the kings of Sodom and Amorah fled, and fell there, and they that remained fled to the mountain. And they took all the goods of Sodom and Amorah, and all their victuals, and went their way. And they took Lot, Abram's brother, who dwelt in Sodom, and his goods, and departed. And there came one that had escaped, and told Abram the Ivri, for he dwelt in the plain of Mamre, the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, and brother of Aner, and these were confederate with Abram. And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his house, 318, and pursued them unto Dan. And he divided himself against them, he and his servants, by night, and smote them, and pursued them unto Hobah, which is on the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, and also brought again his brother Lot, and his goods, and the women also, and the people. And the king of Sodom went out to meet him after his return from the slaughter of Keder-Laomer, and of the kings that were with him, at the valley of Shaveh, which is in the king's valley. And Malchizedek, king of Shalem, brought forth bread and wine, and he was the priest of El Elyon. And he blessed him and said,
Blessed be Avram of El Elyon, possessor of heaven and earth. And blessed be El Elyon, which has delivered your enemies into your hand.
And he gave him tithes of all. And the king of Sodom said unto El Abram,
Give me the persons, and take the goods for yourself.
And Abram said to the king of Sodom,
I have lifted up my hand unto El Yahuwah, El Elyon, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will not take from a thread even to a shoe latchet, and that I will not take anything that is yours, lest you should say, I have made Avram rich, save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men which went with me, Aner, Eshcol, and Mamre. Let them take their portion.
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 15. After these things, the word of Yahweh came unto El Abram in a vision, saying,
Fear not, Avram. I am your shield, and your exceeding great reward.
And Abram said,
Adonai, Yahuwah, what will you give me, seeing I go childless, and the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus?
And Abram said,
Behold, to me you have given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is my heir.
And behold, the word of Yahweh came unto him, saying,
This shall not be your heir, but he that shall come forth out of your own generation shall be your heir.
And he brought him forth abroad and said,
Look now towards the heavens, and count the stars, if you be able to number them.
And he said unto him,
So shall your seed be.
And he believed in Yahweh, and he counted it to him for righteousness. And he said unto him,
I am Yahweh, that brought you out of Ur of the Kasdim, to give you this land to inherit it.
And he said,
Adonai, Yahuwah, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it?
And he said unto him,
Take me a heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon.
And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against another, but the birds he divided not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and lo, a horror of great darkness fell upon him. And he said unto Abram,
Know of a surety that your seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterward they shall come out with great substance, and you shall go to your fathers in peace. You shall be buried in a good old age. But in the fourth generation they shall come hither again, for the iniquity of the Amorim is not yet full.
And it came to pass that when the sun went down, and it was dark, behold, a smoking furnace, and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. And the same day Yahweh cut a covenant with Abram, saying,
Unto your seed have I given this land, from the river of Mitzrayim unto the great river, the river Parath, the Canaanite, and the Kenazim, and the Kadmonim, and the Hittim, and the Perizim, and the Rephaim, and the Amorim, and the Kenainim, and the Girgashim, and the Yebusim.
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 16. Now Sarai, Abram's woman, bore him no children, and she had a handmaid, a Mitzrayim, whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said unto Abram,
Behold now, Yahuwah has restrained me from bearing. I pray you, go in unto my maid. It may be that I may obtain children by her.
And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai. And Sarai, Abram's woman, took Hagar, her maid, the Mitzrayim, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her man Abram to be his woman. And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. And Sarai said unto Abram,
My wrong be upon you. I have given my maid into your bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. Yahuwah judge between me and you.
But Abram said unto Sarai,
Behold, your maid is in your hand. Do to her as it pleases you.
And when Sarai dealt hardly with her, she fled from her face. And the angel of Yahweh found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain in the way to Shur. And he said,
Hagar, Sarai's maid, whence came you, and whither will you go?
And she said,
I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai.
And the angel of Yahweh said unto her,
Return to your mistress, and submit yourself under her hands.
And the angel of Yahweh said unto her,
I will multiply your seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude.
And the angel of Yahweh said unto her,
Behold, you are with child, and shall bear a son, and shall call his name Yishmael, because Yahuwah has heard your affliction. And he will be a wild man. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren.
And she called the name of Yahweh that spoke unto her,
Uel, see me.
For she said,
Have I also here looked after him that sees me?
Wherefore the well was called Be'er Lahai Roi. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram called his son's name which Hagar bore Ishmael. And Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore Ishmael to Abram. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 17. And when Abram was 90 years old and 9, Yahweh appeared to Abram and said unto him,
I am El Shaddai. Walk before me and be perfect. And I will make my covenant between me and you, and will multiply you exceedingly.
And Abram fell on his face, and Elohim talked with him, saying,
As for me, behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be a father of many nations. Neither shall your name any more be called Avram, but your name shall be Abraham. For a father of many nations have I made you, and I will make you exceeding fruitful, and I will make nations of you, and kings shall come out of you. And I will establish my covenant between me and you, and your seed after you, in their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be Elohim unto you, and to your seed after you. And I will give unto you, and to your seed after you, the land wherein you are a stranger, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession, and I will be their Elohim.
And Elohim said unto Abraham,
You shall guard my covenant, therefore, you and your seed after you in their generations. This is my covenant, which ye shall guard, between me and you and your seed after you. Every male child among you shall be circumcised, and ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a sign of the covenant betwixt me and you. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every male child in your generations, he that is born in the house, or bought with money of any stranger, which is not of your seed, he that is born in your house, and he that is bought with your money, must need to be circumcised. And my covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised male child, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant.
And Elohim said unto Abraham,
As for Sarai, your woman, you shall not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall her name be. And I will bless her, and give you a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be of her.
Then Abraham fell upon his face and laughed, and said in his heart,
Shall a child be born unto him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah, that is 90 years old, bear?
And Abraham said unto Elohim,
Oh, that Ishmael might live before you.
And Elohim said,
Sarah your woman shall bear you a son indeed, and you shall call his name Yitzhak. And I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will I establish with Yitzhak, which Sarah shall bear unto you at this set time in the next year.
And he left off talking with him, and Elohim went up from Abraham. And Abraham took Ishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and all that were bought with his money, every male among the men of Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin in the selfsame day, as Elohim had said unto him. And Abraham was 90 years old and 9 when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And Ishmael his son was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And the selfsame day was Abraham circumcised, and Ishmael his son. And all the men of his house, born in the house, and bought with money of the stranger, were circumcised with him. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 18. And Yahweh appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat in a tent door in the heat of the day. And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself toward the ground, and said,
My Adonai, if now I have found favor in your sight, pass not away, I pray you, from your servant. Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort ye your hearts. After that ye shall pass on, for therefore are ye come to your servant.
And they said,
So do, as you have said.
And Abraham hasted into the tent unto El Serah, and said,
Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the hearth.
And Abraham ran unto the herd, and fetched a calf tender and good, and gave it unto a young man, and he hastened to dress it. And he took butter and milk, and the calf which he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. And they said unto him,
Where is Sarah, your woman?
And he said,
Behold, in the tent.
And he said,
I will certainly return unto you according to the time of life, and lo, Sarah your woman shall have a son.
And Sarah heard it in the tent door, which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying,
After I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also?
And Yahweh said unto El Abraham,
Wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I of a surety bear a child, which am old? Is anything too hard for Yahuwah? At the time appointed, I will return unto you, according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son.
Then Sarah denied, saying,
I laughed not.
For she was afraid. And he said,
Nay, but you did laugh.
And the men rose up from thence, and looked toward Sodom. And Abraham went with them to bring them on the way. Yahweh said,
Shall I hide from Abraham that thing which I do? Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, that they shall guard the way of Yahuwah, to do justice and judgment, that Yahuwah may bring upon Abraham that which he has spoken of him.
And Yahweh said,
Because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now, and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come unto me, and if not, I will know.
And the men turned their faces from thence, and went toward Sodom. But Abraham stood yet before Yahweh. And Abraham drew near, and said,
Will you also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Perchance there be 50 righteous within the city. Will you also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein? That be far from you to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked. That be far from you. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right?
And Yahweh said,
If I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sakes.
And Abraham answered and said,
Behold now, I have taken it upon me to speak unto Adonai, which am but dust and ashes. Perchance there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous. Will you destroy all the city for lack of 5?
And he said,
If I find there 40 and 5, I will not destroy it.
And he spoke unto him yet again and said,
Perchance there will be 40 found there.
And he said,
I will not do it for 40's sake.
And he said unto him,
Oh, let not Adonai be angry, and I will speak. Perchance there shall be 30 found there.
And he said,
I will not do it if I find 30 there.
And he said,
Behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto Adonai. Perchance there shall be 20 found there.
And he said,
I will not destroy it for 20's sake.
And he said,
Oh, let not Adonai be angry, and I will speak yet but this once. Perchance 10 shall be found there.
And he said,
I will not destroy it for 10's sake.
And Yahweh went his way as soon as he had left communing with Abraham. And Abraham returned unto his place. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 19. And there came 2 angels to Sodom at evening, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them, and he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And he said,
Behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet, and ye shall rise up early, and go on your ways.
And they said,
Nay, but we will abide in the street all night.
And he pressed upon them greatly. And they turned in unto him, and entered into the house. And he made them a feast, and did bake matzah, and they did eat. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. And they called unto Lot, and said unto him,
Where are the men which came into you this night? Bring them out unto us,
that we may know them.
And Lot went out at the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said,
I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold now, I have 2 daughters, which have not known man. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing, for therefore came they under the shadow of my roof.
And they said,
Stay back.
And they said again,
This one fellow came into sojourn, and he will need to be a judge. Now we will deal worse with you than with them.
And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. But the men put forth their hand, and pulled Lot into the house to them, and shut the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. And the men said unto Lot,
Have you here any besides son-in-law, and your sons, and your daughters, and whatsoever you have in the city, bring them out of this place, for we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of Yahuwah, and Yahuwah has sent us to destroy it.
And Lot went out, and spoke unto his sons-in-law, which married his daughters, and said,
Up, get you out of this place, for Yahuwah will destroy this city.
But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law. And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying,
Arise, take your woman and your 2 daughters which are here, lest you be consumed in the iniquity of the city.
And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his woman, and upon the hand of his 2 daughters, Yahweh being merciful unto him. And they brought him forth, and set him without the city. And it came to pass, when they had brought them forth abroad, that he said,
Escape for your life, look not behind you, neither stay in all the circle of the Yarden. Escape to the mountain, lest you be consumed.
And Lot said unto them,
Oh, not so, my Adonai. Behold, now your servant has found grace in your sight. and you have magnified your mercy, which you have showed unto me in saving my life. I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil take me, and I die. Behold now, this city is near to flee unto, and it is a little one. Oh, let me escape hither. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live.
And he said unto him,
See, I have accepted you concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city for which you have spoken. Make haste, escape hither, for I cannot do anything till you are come hither.
Therefore, the name of the city was called Zoar. The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered into Zoar. Then Yahweh rained upon Sodom and upon Amorah brimstone and fire from Yahweh out of the heavens. And he overthrew those cities, and all the circle of the Yarden, and all the inhabitants of those cities, and that which grew upon the ground. But his woman looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. And Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before Yahweh, and he looked toward Sodom and Amorah, and toward all the land of the circle of the Yarden, and beheld, and lo, the smoke of the country went up as the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when Elohim destroyed the cities of the circle of the Yarden, that Elohim remembered Abraham, and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in which Lot dwelt. And Lot went up out of Zoar, and dwelt in the mountain, and his 2 daughters with him, for he feared to dwell in Zoar, and he dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. And the firstborn said unto the younger,
Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father.
And they made their father drink wine that night. And the firstborn went in, and lay with her father. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. And it came to pass on the morrow, that the firstborn said unto the younger,
Behold, I lay yesternight with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go in and lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father.
And they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger arose and lay with him. And he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their father. And the firstborn bore a son, and called his name Moab. The same is the father of the Moabim unto this day. And the younger, she also bore a son, and called his name Ben-Ammi. The same is the father of the children of Ammon unto this day. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 20. And Abraham journeyed from thence toward the country of the Negev, and dwelt between Kadesh and Shur, and sojourned in Gerar. And Abraham said of El-Sarah his woman,
She is my sister.
And Abimelech king of Gerar sent, and took Sarah. But Elohim came to Abimelech in a dream by night, and said to him,
Behold, you are but a dead man, for the woman which you have taken, for she is a man's woman.
But Abimelech had not come near her. And he said,
Adonai, will you slay also a righteous nation? Said he not unto me, She is my sister? And she, even she herself said, He is my brother? In the integrity of my heart and innocence of my hands have I done this.
And Elohim said unto him in a dream,
Yea, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart. For I also withheld you from sinning against me. Therefore suffered I you not to touch her. Now therefore restore the man his woman, for he is a prophet, and he shall pray for you, and you shall live. And if you restore her not, know you that you shall surely die, you and all that are yours.
Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning, and called all his servants, and told all these things in their ears. And the men were sore afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham and said unto him,
What have you done unto us, and what have I offended you, that you have brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin? You have done deeds unto me that ought not to be done.
And Abimelech said unto Abraham,
What saw you that you have done this thing?
And Abraham said,
Because I thought surely the fear of Elohim is not in this place, and they will slay me for my woman's sake. And yet indeed she is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my woman. And it came to pass, when Elohim caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said unto her, This is your kindness which you shall show unto me. At every place whither we shall come, say of me, He is my brother.
And Abimelech took sheep, and oxen, and men servants, and women servants, and gave them unto Abraham, and restored him Sarah his woman. And Abimelech said,
Behold, my land is before you. Dwell where it pleases you.
And unto Sarah he said,
Behold, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, he is to you a covering of the eyes unto all that are with you, and with all other.
Thus she was reproved. So Abraham prayed unto Elohim, and Elohim healed Abimelech, and his woman, and his maidservants, and they bore children. For Yahweh had fast closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech, because of Sarah, Abraham's woman. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 21. And Yahweh visited Sarah as he had said, and Yahweh did unto Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived and bore Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time of which Elohim had spoken to him. And Abraham called the name of his son that was born unto him, whom Sarah bore unto him, Yitzchak. And Abraham circumcised his son Yitzchak, being 8 days old, as Elohim had commanded him. And Abraham was 100 years old, when his son Yitzchak was born unto him. And Sarah said,
Elohim has made me to laugh, so that all that hear will laugh with me.
And she said,
Who would have said unto Abraham that Sarah should have given children suck? For I have borne him a son in his old age.
And the child grew, and was weaned. And Abraham made a great feast, the same day that Yitzchak was weaned. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar, the Mitzrayim, which she had borne unto Abraham, mocking. Wherefore she said unto Abraham,
Cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with Yitzhak.
And the thing was very grievous in Abraham's sight because of his son. And Elohim said unto Abraham,
Let it not be grievous in your sight because of the lad, and because of your bondwoman. In all that Sarah has said unto you, hearken unto her voice. For in Yitzhak shall your seed be called. And also the son of the bondwoman will I make a nation, because he is your seed.
And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and took bread and a bottle of water, and gave it unto Hagar, putting it on her shoulder, and the child, and sent her away. And she departed, and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. And the water was spent in the bottle, and she cast the child under one of the shrubs. And she went, and sat her down over against him a good way off, as it were a bow shot. For she said,
Let me not see the death of the child.
And she sat over against him, and lifted up her voice, and wept. And Elohim heard the voice of the lad. And the angel of Elohim called unto Hagar out of the heavens, and said unto her,
What ails you, Hagar? Fear not, for Elohim has heard the voice of the lad where he is. Arise, lift up the lad, and hold him in your hand, for I will make him a great nation.
And Elohim opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. And she went, and filled the bottle with water, and gave the lad drink. And Elohim was with the lad, and he grew, and dwelt in the wilderness, and became an archer. And he dwelt in the wilderness of Haran, and his mother took him a woman out of the land of Mizraim. And it came to pass at that time, that Abimelech and Pichol, the chief captain of his host, spoke unto Abraham, saying,
Elohim is with you in all that you do. Now therefore swear unto me here by Elohim, that you will not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son, but according to the kindness that I have done unto you, you shall do unto me, and to the land wherein you have sojourned.
And Abraham said,
I will swear.
And Abraham reproved Abimelech because of a well of water, which Abimelech's servants had violently taken away. And Abimelech said,
I know not who has done these things, neither did you tell me, neither yet heard I of it, but today.
And Abraham took sheep and oxen and gave them unto Abimelech, and both of them cut a covenant. And Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said unto Abraham,
What mean these 7 ewe lambs which you have set by themselves?
And he said,
For these 7 ewe lambs shall you take off my hand, that they may be a witness unto me, that I have dug this well.
Wherefore he called that place Beersheba, because there they swore both of them. Thus they cut a covenant at Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up, and Pichol, the chief captain of his host, and they returned into the land of the Palestine. And Abraham planted a grove at Beersheba, and called thereon the name of Yahweh, El Olam. And Abraham sojourned in the Palestine's land many days. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 22. And it came to pass after these things, that Elohim did try Abraham, and said unto him,
Abraham.
And he said,
Behold, here I am.
And he said,
Take now your son, your Yahid, Yitzhak, whom you love, and get you into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains, which I will tell you of.
And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and saddled his ass, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Yitzhak his son, and clave the wood for the burnt offering, and rose up, and went unto the place of which Elohim had told him. Then on the 3rd day Abraham lifted up his eyes, and saw the place afar off. And Abraham said unto his young men,
Abide ye here with the ass, and I and the lad will go yonder, and worship, and come again to you.
And Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering, and laid it upon Yitzhak his son. And he took the fire in his hand, and a knife, and they went both of them together. And Yitzhak spoke unto Abraham his father, and said,
My father.
And he said,
Here am I, my son.
And he said,
Behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering?
And Abraham said,
My son, Elohim will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering.
So they went both of them together. And they came to the place which Elohim had told him of. And Abraham built an altar there, and laid the wood in order, and bound Yitzhak his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand, and took the knife to slay his son. And the angel of Yahweh called unto him out of the heavens, and said,
Abraham, Abraham.
And he said,
Here am I.
And he said,
Lay not your hand upon the lad, neither do you anything unto him. For now I know that you fear Elohim, seeing you have not withheld your son, your Yahid, from me.
And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in a thicket by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram, and offered him up for a burnt offering in the stead of his son. And Abraham called the name of that place Yahweh Yireh, as it is said to this day. in the mount of Yahweh it shall be seen. And the angel of Yahweh called unto Abraham out of the heavens the second time, and said,
By myself have I sworn, says Yahuwah, for because you have done this thing, and have not withheld your son, your Yahid, that in blessing I will bless you, and in multiplying I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and as the sand which is upon the seashore, and your seed shall possess the gate of his enemies. And in your seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because you have obeyed my voice.
So Abraham returned unto his young men, and they rose up and went together to Beersheba. And Abraham dwelt at Beersheba. And it came to pass after these things that it was told Abraham, saying,
Behold, Milcah, she has also borne children unto your brother Nahor, Uz his firstborn, and Buz his brother, and Kemuel the father of Aram, and Kesed, and Hazo, and Pildash, and Yidlaf, and Bethuel.
And Bethuel begat Rivkah. These 8 Milcah did bear to Nahor, Abraham's brother, and his concubine, whose name was Reumah. She bore also Teva, and Gaham, and Tahash, and Maacah. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 23. And Sarah was 127 years old. These were the years of the life of Sarah. And Sarah died in Kiryat Arba, the same is in Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah, and to weep for her. And Abraham stood up from before his dead, and spoke unto the sons of Heth, saying,
I am a stranger and a sojourner with you. Give me a possession of a burying place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight.
And the children of Heth answered Abraham, saying unto him,
Hear us, my lord. You are a mighty prince among us. In the choice of our sepulchres bury your dead. None of us shall withhold from you his sepulchre, but that you may bury your dead.
And Abraham stood up, and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the children of Heth. And he communed with them, saying,
If it be your mind that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me, and entreat from me to Ephron, the son of Zohar, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he has, which is in the end of his field. For as much money as it is worth he shall give it me, for a possession of a burying place amongst you.
And Ephron dwelt among the children of Heth. And Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the audience of the children of Heth, even all that went in the gate of his city, saying,
Nay, my lord, hear me. The field I give you, and the cave that is therein I give it you. In the presence of the sons of my people give I it you. Bury your dead.
And Abraham bowed down himself before the people of the land. And he spoke unto Ephron in the audience of the people of the land, saying,
But if you will give it, I pray you, hear me. I will give you money for the field. Take it of me, and I will bury my dead there.
And Ephron answered Abraham, saying unto him,
My lord, hearken unto me. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. What is that betwixt me and you? Bury therefore your dead.
And Abraham hearkened unto Ephron. And Abraham weighed to Ephron the silver, which he had named in the audience of the sons of Heth, 400 shekels of silver, current money with the merchant. And the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field and the cave which was therein, and all the trees that were in the field, that were in all the borders round about, were made sure unto Abraham for a possession in the presence of the children of Heth, before all that went in at the gate of his city. And after this, Abraham buried Sarah his woman in the cave of the field of Machpelah, before Mamre, the same as Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And the field and the cave that is therein were made sure unto Abraham for a possession of a burying place by the sons of Heth. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 24. And Abraham was old and well stricken in age, and Yahweh had blessed Abraham in all things. And Abraham said unto his eldest servant of his house, that ruled over all that he had,
Put, I pray you, your hand under my thigh, and I will make you swear by Yahweh, the Elohai of heaven and the Elohai of the earth, that you shall not take a woman unto my son of the daughters of the Canaanim, among whom I dwell. But you shall go unto my country and to my kindred, and take a woman unto my son Yitzhak.
And the servant said unto him,
Perchance the woman will not be willing to follow me unto this land. Must I needs bring your son again unto the land from whence you came?
And Abraham said unto him,
Beware that you bring not my son thither again. Yahuwah Elohai of heaven, which took me from my father's house, and from the land of my kindred, and which spoke unto me, and that swore unto me, saying, Unto your seed will I give this land. He shall send his angel before you, and you shall take a woman unto my son from thence. And if the woman will not be willing to follow you, then you shall be clear from this my oath. Only bring not my son thither again.
And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham his master, and swore to him concerning that matter. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master, and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hand. And he arose, and went to Aram Naharaim, unto the city of Nahor. And he made his camels to kneel down without the city by a well of water, at the time of the evening, even the time that women go out to draw water. And he said,
O Yahuwah Elohai of my master Abraham, I pray you, send me good speed this day, and show kindness unto my master Abraham. Behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city come out to draw water. And let it come to pass, that the damsel to whom I shall say, Let down your pitcher, I pray you, that I may drink. And she shall say, Drink, and I will give your camels drink also. Let the same be she that you have appointed for your servant Yitzhak. And thereby shall I know that you have showed kindness unto my master.
And it came to pass, before he had done speaking, that behold, Ribkah came out, who was born to Bethuel, son of Milcah, the woman of Nahor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder. And the damsel was very fair to look upon, a virgin, neither had any man known her. And she went down to the well and filled her pitcher, and came up. And the servant ran to meet her and said,
Let me, I pray you, drink a little water of your pitcher.
And she said,
Drink, my lord.
And she hastened, and let down her pitcher upon her hand, and gave him drink. And when she had done giving him drink, she said,
I will draw water for your camels also, until they have done drinking.
And she hastened, and emptied her pitcher into the trough, and ran again unto the well to draw water, and drew for all his camels. And the man, wondering at her, held his peace, to wit whether Yahweh had made his journey prosperous or not. And it came to pass, as the camels had done drinking, that the man took a golden earring of half a shekel weight, and 2 bracelets for her hands of 10 shekels weight of gold, and said,
Whose daughter are you? Tell me, I pray you, is there room in your father's house for us to lodge in?
And she said unto him,
I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, which she bore unto Nahor.
And she said moreover unto him,
We have both straw and provender enough, and room to lodge in.
And the man bowed down his head and worshipped Yahweh. And he said,
Blessed be Yahuwah Elohai of my master Abraham, who has not left destitute my master of his mercy and his truth. I, being in the way, Yahuwah led me to the house of my master's brother.
And the damsel ran and told them of her mother's house of these things. And Ribkah had a brother, and his name was Laban. And Laban ran unto the man, unto the well. And it came to pass, when he saw the earring and the bracelets upon his sister's hands, and when he heard the words of Ribkah his sister, saying,
Thus spoke the man unto me,
that he came unto the man, And behold, he stood by the camels at the well. And he said,
Come in, you blessed of Yahuwah. Wherefore stand you without? For I have prepared the house and room for the camels.
And the man came into the house, and he ungirded his camels, and gave straw and provender for the camels, and water to wash his feet, and the men's feet that were with him. And there was set meat before him to eat, but he said,
I will not eat until I have told my errand.
And he said,
Speak on.
And he said,
I am Abraham's servant, and Yahuwah has blessed my master greatly, and he has become great. And he has given him flocks and herds, and silver and gold, and menservants and maidservants, and camels and asses. And Sarah, my master's woman, bore a son to my master when she was old, and unto him has he given all that he has. And my master made me swear, saying, You shall not take a woman to my son of the daughters of the Canaanim, in whose land I dwell, but you shall go unto my father's house, and to my kindred, and take a woman unto my son. And I said unto my master, Perchance the woman will not follow me. And he said unto me, Yahuwah, before whom I walk, will send his angel with you, and prosper your way. And you shall take a woman for my son of my kindred, and of my father's house. Then shall you be clear from this my oath, when you come to my kindred, and if they give not you one, you shall be clear from my oath. And I came this day unto the well, and said, O Yahuwah Elohai, of my master Abraham, if now you do prosper my way which I go, behold, I stand by the well of water. And it shall come to pass, that when the virgin comes forth to draw water, and I say to her, Give me, I pray you, a little water of your pitcher to drink. And she say to me, Both drink you, and I will also draw for your camels. Let the same be the woman whom Yahuwah has appointed out for my master's son. And before I had done speaking in my heart, behold, Rivkah came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder. And she went down unto the well, and drew water. And I said unto her, Let me drink, I pray you. And she made haste, and let down her pitcher from her shoulder, and said, Drink, and I will give your camels drink also. So I drank, and she made the camels drink also. And I asked her and said, Whose daughter are you? And she said, The daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bore unto him. And I put the earring upon her face, and the bracelets upon her hands. And I bowed down my head and worshipped Yahuwah, and blessed Yahuwah Elohai of my master Abraham, which had led me in the right way to take my master's brother's daughter unto his son. And now, if you will deal kindly and truly with my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left.
Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said,
The thing proceeds from Yahuwah. We cannot speak unto you bad or good.
Behold, Rivkah is before you. Take her and go, and let her be your master's son's woman, as Yahuwah has spoken.
And it came to pass that when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped Yahweh, bowing himself to the earth. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold and raiment, and gave them to Rivkah. And he gave also to her brother and to her mother precious things. And they did eat and drink, and the men that were with him, and tarried all night. And they rose up in the morning, and he said,
Send me away unto my master.
And her brother and her mother said,
Let the damsel abide with us a few days, at the least 10.
After that she shall go.
And he said unto them,
Hinder me not, seeing Yahuwah has prospered my way. Send me away, that I may go to my master.
And they said,
We will call the damsel, and inquire at her mouth.
And they called Rivkah, and said unto her,
Will you go with this man?
And she said,
I will go.
And they sent away Rivkah their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant, and his men. And they blessed Rivkah, and said unto her,
You are our sister. be the mother of thousands of millions, and let your seed possess the gate of those which hate them.
And Ribkah arose, and her damsels, and they rode upon the camels, and followed the man. And the servant took Ribkah, and went his way. And Yitzhak came from the way of the well of Beer Lachairoi, for he dwelt in the country of the Negeb. And Yitzhak went out to meditate in the field in the evening, and he lifted up his eyes and saw, and behold, the camels were coming. And Ribkah lifted her eyes, and when she saw Yitzhak, she lighted off the camel. For she had said unto the servant,
What man is this that walks in the field to meet us?
And the servant had said,
It is my master.
Therefore she took a veil and covered herself. And the servant told Yitzhak all the things that he had done. And Yitzhak brought her into his mother Sarah's tent, and took Ribkah, and she became his woman, and he loved her. And Yitzhak was comforted after his mother's death. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 25. And again Abraham took a woman, and her name was Keturah. And she bore him Zimran, and Yokshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Yishbak, and Shuach. And Yokshan begat Sheba, and Dedan. And the sons of Dedan were Ashurim, and Letushim, and Leumim. And the sons of Midian, Ephah, and Epher, and Chanok, and Abidah, and Eldaah. These were the children of Keturah. And Abraham gave all that he had unto Yitzhak, but unto the sons of the concubines which Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts, and sent them away from Yitzhak his son, while he yet lived, eastward into the east country. And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life which he lived, 160 years. Then Abraham gave up his ruach, and died in a good old age, an old man and full of years, and was gathered to his people. And his sons, Yitzhak and Ishmael, buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar, the Hittite, which is before Mamre, the field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Heth. There was Abraham buried, and Sarah his woman. And it came to pass, after the death of Abraham, that Elohim blessed his son Yitzhak, and Yitzhak dwelt by the well Be'er Lachairoi. Now these are the generations of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar, the Mitzrayim, Sarah's handmaid, bore unto Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Ishmael, by their names, according to their generations. The firstborn of Ishmael, Nebaioth, and Kedar, and Adbeel, and Mibsam, and Mishma, and Duma, and Masaah, Hadar, and Tima, Yetur, Naphish, and Kedema. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names, by their towns and by their castles, 12 princes according to their nations. And these are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years. And he gave up his ruach and died, and was gathered unto his people. And they dwelt from Havilah unto Shur, that is before Mitzrayim, as you go toward Ashura. And he died in the presence of all his brethren. And these are the generations of Yitzhak, Abraham's son. Abraham begat Yitzhak, and Yitzhak was 40 years old when he took Ribkah to be his woman, the daughter of Bethuel, the Aramite, of Padan Aram, the sister unto Laban, the Aramite. And Yitzhak entreated Yahweh for his woman, because she was barren, and Yahweh was entreated of him. And Ribkah his woman conceived. And the children struggled together within her. And she said,
If it be so, why am I thus?
And she went to inquire of Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto her,
2 nations are in your womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from your generation. And the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger.
And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red all over like a hairy garment, and they called his name Esau. And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel, and his name was called Yaakov. And Yitzhak was 80 years old when she bore them. And the boys grew, And Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field. And Jacob was an upright man, dwelling in tents. And Yitzchak loved Esau, because he did eat of his venison. But Rivkah loved Jacob. And Jacob sought pottage, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Jacob,
Feed me, I pray you, with that same red pottage, for I am faint.
Therefore was his name called Edom. And Jacob said,
Sell me this day your birthright.
And Esau said,
Behold, I am at the point to die, and what profit shall this birthright do to me?
And Jacob said,
Swear to me this day.
And he swore unto him. And he sold his birthright unto Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils, and he did eat and drink, and rose up and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 26. And there was a famine in the land, beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Yitzchak went unto Abimelech, king of the Philistine, unto Gerar. And Yahweh appeared unto him and said,
Go not down into Mitzrayim. Dwell in the land which I shall tell you of. Sojourn in this land, and I will be with you, and will bless you. For unto you and unto your seed I will give you all these countries, and I will perform the oath which I swore unto Abraham your father. And I will make your seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, and will give unto your seed all these countries, and in your seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. Because that Abraham obeyed my voice, and did guard my watch, my commandments, my statutes, and my Torah.
And Yitzchak dwelt in Gerar. And the men of the place asked him of his woman, and he said,
She is my sister.
For he feared to say, She is my woman, lest, said he,
the men of the place should kill me for Rivkah, because she was fair to look upon.
And it came to pass, when he had been there a long time, that Abimelech, king of the Philistine, looked out at a window and saw, and behold, Yitzchak was sporting with Rivkah his woman. And Abimelech called Yitzchak and said,
Behold, of a surety she is your woman. And how said you, She is my sister?
And Yitzchak said unto him,
Because I said, lest I die for her.
And Abimelech said,
What is this you have done unto us? One of the people might lightly have lain with your woman, and you should have brought guiltiness upon us.
And Abimelech charged all his people, saying,
He that touches this man or his woman shall surely be put to death.
Then Yitzchak sowed in that land, and received in the same year 100-fold, and Yahweh blessed him. And the man waxed great, and went forward, and grew until he became very great, for he had possessions of flocks, and possessions of herds, and great store of servants. And the Philistine envied him. For all the wells which his father's servant had dug in the days of Abraham his father, the Philistine had stopped them, and filled them with earth. And Abimelech said unto Yitzchak,
Go from us, for you are much mightier than we.
And Yitzchak departed thence, and pitched his tent in the valley of Gerar, and dwelt there. And Yitzchak dug again the wells of water, which they had dug in the days of Abraham his father. For the Philistine had stopped them up after the death of Abraham. And he called their names after the names by which his father had called them. And Yitzchak's servants dug in the valley, and found there a well of springing water. And the herdsmen of Gerar did strive with Yitzchak's herdsmen, saying,
The water is ours.
And he called the name of the well Esek, because they strove with him. And they dug another well, and strove for that also. And he called the name of it Sitnah. And he removed from thence, and dug another well. And for that they strove not. And he called the name of it Rehoboth. And he said,
For now Yahuwah has made room for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land.
And he went up from thence to Beer-sheba. And Yahweh appeared unto him that same night, and said,
I am the Elohai of Abraham your father. Fear not, for I am with you, and will bless you, and multiply your seed, for my servant Abraham's sake.
And he built an altar there, and and called upon the name of Yahweh, and pitched his tent there, and there Yitzchak's servants dug a well. Then Abimelech went to him from Gerar, and Achuzat, one of his friends, and Pichol, the chief captain of his army. And Yitzchak said unto them,
Wherefore come ye to me, seeing ye hate me, and have sent me away from you?
And they said,
We saw certainly that Yahweh was with you, and we said, Let there be now an oath betwixt us, even betwixt us and you, and let us cut a covenant with you.
That you will do us no hurt, as we have not touched you, and as we have done unto you nothing but good, and have sent you away in peace. You are now the blessed of Yahuwah.
And he made them a feast, and they did eat and drink. And they rose up early in the morning, and swore one to another. And Yitzchak sent them away, and they departed from him in peace. And it came to pass the same day that Yitzchak's servants came, and told him concerning the well which they had dug, and said unto him,
We have found water.
And he called it Sheba. Therefore the name of the city is Be'er Sheba unto this day. And Esau was 40 years old when he took to be his woman Yahudit, the daughter of Beeri the Hittite, and Basemat, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, which were a grief of mind unto Yitzchak and to Rivkah. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 27. And it came to pass that when Yitzchak was old, and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see, he called Esau his eldest son, and said unto him,
My son.
And he said unto him,
Behold, here I am.
And he said,
Behold now, I am old. I know not the day of my death. Now therefore take, I pray you, your weapons, your quiver and your bow, and go out to the field, and take me some venison, and make me savory meat such as I love, and bring it to me, that I may eat, that my soul may bless you before I die.
And Rivkah heard when Yitzchak spoke to Esau his son. And Esau went to the field to hunt for venison, and to bring it. And Rivkah spoke unto Jacob her son, saying,
Behold, I heard your father speak unto Esau your brother, saying, Bring me venison, and make me savory meat, that I may eat, and bless you before Yahuwah, before my death. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice, according to that which I command you. Go now to the flock, and fetch me from thence 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make them savory meat for your father, such as he loves. And you shall bring it to your father, that he may eat, and that he may bless you before his death.
And Jacob said to Rivkah his mother,
Behold, Esau my brother is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. My father perchance will fill me, and I shall seem to him as a deceiver, and I shall bring a curse upon me, and not a blessing.
And his mother said unto him,
Upon me be your curse, my son. Only obey my voice, and go fetch me them.
And he went and fetched, and brought them to his mother. And his mother made savory meat, such as his father loved. And Rivkah took goodly raiment of her eldest son Esau, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Jacob her younger son. And she put the skins of the kids of the goats upon his hands, and upon the smooth of his neck. And she gave the savory meat, and the bread, which she had prepared, into the hand of her son Jacob. And he came unto his father, and said,
My father.
And he said,
Here I am. Who are you, my son?
And Jacob said unto his father,
I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done according as you bade me. Arise, I pray you, sit and eat of my venison, that your soul may bless me.
And Yitzchak said unto his son,
How is it that you have found it so quickly, my son?
And he said,
Because Yahuwah Elohika brought it to me.
And Yitzchak said unto Jacob,
Come near, I pray you, that I may fill you, my son, whether you be my very son Esau or not.
And Jacob went near unto Yitzchak his father, and he felt him, and said,
The voice is Yaakov's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau.
And he discerned him not, because his hands were hairy, as his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him. And he said,
Are you my very son Esau?
And he said,
I am.
And he said,
Bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless you.
And he brought it near to him, and he did eat. And he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father Yitzchak said unto him,
Come near now, and kiss me, my son.
And he came near and kissed him. And he smelled the smell of his raiment, and blessed him, and said,
See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field, which Yahuwah has blessed. Therefore Elohim give you of the dew of heaven, and of the fatness of the earth, and plenty of grain and wine. Let people serve you, and nations bow down to you. Be Lord over your brethren, and let your mother's sons bow down to you. Cursed be every one that curses you, and blessed be he that blesses you.
And it came to pass, as soon as Yitzchak had made an end of blessing Yaakov, and Yaakov was yet scarce gone out from the presence of Yitzchak his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting, and he also had made savory meat, and brought it unto his father, and said unto his father,
Let my father arise, and eat of his son's venison, that your soul may bless me.
And Yitzchak his father said unto him,
Who are you?
And he said,
I am your son, your firstborn, Esau.
And Yitzchak trembled very exceedingly, and said,
Where is he that has taken venison, and brought it to me? And I have eaten of all before you came, and have blessed him. Yea, he shall be blessed.
And when Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry, and said unto his father,
Bless me, even me also, O my father.
And he said,
Your brother has come with subtlety, and has taken away your blessing.
And he said,
Is he not rightly named Yaakov? For he has supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he has taken away my blessing.
And he said,
Have you not reserved a blessing for me?
And Yitzchak answered and said unto Esau,
Behold, I have made him your lord, and all his brethren have I given to him for servants, and with grain and wine have I sustained him. And what shall I do now unto you, my son?
And Esau said unto his father,
Have you but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father.
And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Yitzchak his father answered and said unto him,
Behold, your dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above. And by your sword shall you live, and shall serve your brother. And it shall come to pass, when you shall have the dominion, that you shall break his yoke from off your neck.
And Esau hated Yaakov because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him. And Esau said in his heart,
The days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then I will slay my brother Yaakov.
And these words of Esau, her elder son, were told to Ribkah. And she sent and called Yaakov, her younger son, and said unto him,
Behold, your brother Esau, as touching you, comforts himself, purposing to kill you. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice, and arise, flee to Lavan my brother, to Haran, and tarry with him a few days, until your brother's fury turn away, until your brother's anger turn away from you, and he forget that which you have done to him. Then I will send and fetch you from thence. Why should I be deprived also of you both in one day?
And Ribkah said to Yitzchak,
I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Yaakov take a woman of the daughters of Heth, such as these which are of the daughters of the land, what good shall my life do me?
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 28. And Yitzchak called Yaakov, and blessed him, and charged him, and said unto him,
You shall not take a woman of the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Padan Aram, to the house of Bethuel, your mother's father, and take you a woman from thence of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother, and El Shaddai bless you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, that you may be a multitude of people, and give you the blessing of Abraham to you, and to your seed with you, that you may inherit the land wherein you are a stranger, which Elohim gave unto Abraham.
And Yitzchak sent away Jacob, and he went to Padan Aram unto Laban, son of Bethuel, the Aramite, the brother of Ribkah, Jacob's and Esau's mother. When Esau saw that Yitzchak had blessed Jacob, and sent him away to Padan Aram, to take him a woman from thence, and that as he blessed him, he gave him a charge, saying,
You shall not take a woman of the daughters of Canaan.
And that Jacob obeyed his father and his mother, and was gone to Padan Aram. And Esau, seeing that the daughters of Canaan pleased not Yitzchak his father, then went Esau unto El Ishmael, and he took unto the woman which he had, Mahalat, the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's son, the sister of Nebaioth, to be his woman. And Jacob went out from Beersheba, and went toward Haran. And he lighted upon a certain place, and tarried there all night, because the sun was set. He took of the stones of that place, and put them for his pillows, and lay down in that place to sleep. And he dreamed, and behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of Elohim ascending and descending on it. And behold, Yahweh stood above it, and said,
I am Yahuwah Elohai, of Abraham your father, and the Elohai of Yitzhak. The land whereon you lie, to you will I give it, and to your seed. And your seed shall be as the dust of the earth, and you shall spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south. And in you, and in your seed, shall all the families of the earth be blessed. And behold, I am with you, and will guard you in all the places whither you go, and will bring you again into this land. For I will not leave you until I have done that which I have spoken to you of.
And Yaakov awoke out of his sleep, and he said,
Surely Yahuwah is in this place, and I knew it not.
And he was afraid, and said,
How dreadful is this place! This is none other but the house of Elohim, and this is the gate of heaven.
And Jacob arose up early in the morning, and took the stone that he had put for his pillows, and set it up for a pillar, and poured oil upon the top of it. And he called the name of that place Beit El, but the name of that city was called Luz at the first. And Jacob vowed a vow, saying,
If Elohim will be with me, and will guard me in this way that I go, and will give me bread to eat, and raiment to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then shall Yahuwah be my Elohim, and this stone which I have set for a pillar shall be Elohim's house, and of all that you shall give me, I will surely give the 10th unto you.
Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 29. Then Jacob went on his journey, and came into the land of the people of the east. And he looked, and behold, a well in the field, and lo, there were 3 flocks of sheep lying by it. For out of that well they watered the flocks, and a great stone was upon the well's mouth. And thither there were all the flocks gathered, and they rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the sheep, and put the stone again upon the well's mouth in its place. And Jacob said unto them,
My brethren, whence be ye?
And they said,
Of Haran are we.
And he said unto them,
Know ye Lavan, the son of Nahor?
And they said,
We know him.
And he said unto them,
Is he well?
And they said,
He is well, and behold, Rachel his daughter comes with the sheep.
And he said,
Lo, it is yet high day, neither is it time that the cattle should be gathered together.
water ye the sheep, and go and feed them.
And they said,
We cannot, until all the flocks be gathered together, until they roll the stone from the well's mouth. Then we water the sheep.
And while he yet spoke with him, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she kept them. And it came to pass, when Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, that Jacob went near, and rolled the stone from the well's mouth, and watered the flock of Laban, his mother's brother. And Jacob kissed Rachel, and lifted up his voice, and wept. And Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's brother, and that he was Ribka's son. And she ran and told her father. And it came to pass, when Laban heard the tidings of Jacob his sister's son, that he ran to meet him, and embraced him, and kissed him, and brought him to his house. And he told Laban all these things. And Laban said to him,
Surely you are my bone and my flesh.
And he abode with him the space of a month. And Laban said unto Jacob,
Because you are my brother, should you therefore serve me for naught? Tell me, what shall your wages be?
And Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah was tender-eyed, but Rachel was beautiful and well-favored. And Jacob loved Rachel, and said,
I will serve you 7 years for Rachel, your younger daughter.
And Laban said,
It is better that I give her to you, than that I should give her to another man. Abide with me.
And Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed unto him but a few days, for the love he had to her. And Jacob said unto Laban,
Give me my woman, for my days are fulfilled, that I may go in unto her.
And Laban gathered together all the men of that place, and made a feast. And it came to pass in the evening, that he took Leah his daughter, and brought her to him, and he went in unto her. And Laban gave unto his daughter Leah Zilpah, his maid, for a handmaid. And it came to pass, that in the morning, behold, it was Leah. And he said to Laban,
What is this that you have done unto me? Did I not serve with you for Rachel? Wherefore then have you beguiled me?
And Laban said,
It must not be so done in our country, to give the younger before the firstborn. Fulfill her week, and we will give you this also for the service which you shall serve with me yet 7 other years.
And Jacob did so, and fulfilled her week. And he gave him Rachel his daughter to be his woman also. And Laban gave to Rachel his daughter Bilhah his handmaid to be her maid. And he went in also unto Rachel, and he loved also Rachel more than Leah, and served with him yet 7 other years. And when Yahweh saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. And Leah conceived, and bore a son, and she called his name Reuben. For she said,
Surely Yahuwah has looked upon my affliction. Now therefore my man will love me.
And she conceived again, and bore a son, and said,
Because Yahuwah has heard that I was hated, he has therefore given me this son also.
And she called his name Shimon. And she conceived again, and bore a son, and said,
Now this time will my man be joined unto me, because I have borne him 3 sons.
Therefore was his name called Levi. And she conceived again, and bore a son, and she said,
Now I will praise Yahuwah.
Therefore she called his name Yehudah, and left bearing. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 30. And when Rachel saw that she bore Jacob no children, Rachel envied her sister, and said unto Jacob,
Give me children, or else I die.
And Jacob's anger was kindled against Rachel, and he said,
Am I in Elohim's stead, who has withheld from you the fruit of the womb?
And she said,
Behold, my maid Bilhah, go in unto her, and she shall bear upon my knees, that I may also have children by her.
And she gave him Bilhah her handmaid to be his woman. And Jacob went in unto her. And Bilhah conceived, and bore Jacob a son. And Rachel said,
Elohim has judged me, and has also heard my voice, and has given me a son.
Therefore called she his name Dan. And Bilhah, Rachel's maid, conceived again, and bore Jacob a second son. And Rachel said,
With great wrestlings have I wrestled with my sister, and I have prevailed.
And she called his name Naphtali. And when Leah saw that she had left bearing, she took Zilpah her maid, and gave her Jacob to be his woman. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bore Jacob a son. And Leah said,
A troop comes.
And she called his name Gad. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bore Jacob a second son. And Leah said,
Happy am I, for the daughters will call me blessed.
And she called his name Asher. And Reuben went in the days of the wheat harvest, and found mandrakes in the field, and brought them unto his mother, Leah. Then Rachel said to Leah,
Give me, I pray you, of your son's mandrakes.
And she said unto her,
Is it a small matter that you have taken my man? And will you take away my son's mandrakes also?
And Rachel said,
Therefore he shall lie with you tonight for your son's mandrakes.
And Jacob came out of the field in the evening, and Leah went out to meet him, and said,
You must come in unto me, for surely I have hired you with my son's mandrakes.
And he lay with her that night. And Elohim hearkened unto Leah, and she conceived, and bore Jacob the fifth son. And Leah said,
Elohim has given me my hire, because I have given my maiden to my man.
And she called his name Issachar. And Leah conceived again, and bore Jacob the sixth son. And Leah said,
Elohim has endued me with a good dowry. Now will my man dwell with me, because I have borne him 6 sons.
And she called his name Zebulun. And afterwards she bore a daughter, and called her name Dinah. And Elohim remembered Rachel, and Elohim hearkened to her, and opened her womb. And she conceived and bore a son, and said,
Elohim has taken away my reproach.
And she called his name Joseph, and said,
Yahuwah shall add to me another son.
And it came to pass, when Rachel had borne Joseph, that Jacob said unto Laban,
Send me away, that I may go into my own place, and to my country. Give me my women and my children, for whom I have served you. Let me go, for you know my service which I have done you.
And Laban said unto him,
I pray you, if I have found favor in your eyes, tarry. For I have learned by experience that Yahuwah has blessed me for your sake.
And he said,
Appoint me your wages, and I will give it.
And he said unto him,
You know how I have served you, and how your cattle was with me. For it was little which you had before I came, and it is now increased unto a multitude. And Yahuwah has blessed you since my coming. And now, when shall I provide for my own house also?
And he said,
What shall I give you?
And Jacob said,
You shall not give me anything. If you will do this thing for me, I will again feed and guard your flock. I will pass through all your flock today, removing from thence all the speckled and spotted cattle, and all the brown cattle among the sheep, and the spotted and speckled among the goats, and of such shall be my hire. So shall my righteousness answer for me in time to come, when it shall come for my hire before your face. Every one that is not speckled and spotted among the goats, and brown among the sheep, that shall be counted stolen with me.
And Laban said,
Behold, I would it might be according to your word.
And he removed that day the he-goats that were ring-streaked and spotted, and all the she-goats that were speckled and spotted, and every one that had some white in it, and all the brown among the sheep, and gave them into the hands of his sons. And he set 3 days' journey betwixt himself and Jacob, and Jacob fed the rest of Laban's flocks. And Jacob took him rods of green poplar, and of the hazel and chestnut tree, and pilled white strakes in them, and made the white appear which was in the rods. And he set the rods which he had pilled before the flocks in the gutters, in the watering troughs, when the flocks came to drink, that they should conceive when they came to drink. And the flocks conceived before the rods, and brought forth cattle, ring-streaked, speckled, and spotted. And Jacob did separate the lambs, and set the faces of the flocks toward the ring-streaked, and all the brown in the flock of Laban. And he put his own flocks by themselves, and put them not unto Laban's cattle. And it came to pass, whensoever the stronger cattle did conceive, that Jacob laid the rods before the eyes of the cattle in the gutters, that they might conceive among the rods. But when the cattle were feeble, he put them not in. So the feebler were Laban's, and the stronger Jacob's. And the man increased exceedingly, and had much cattle, and maidservants, and menservants, and camels, and asses. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 31. And he heard the words of Laban's son, saying,
Yaakov has taken away all that was our father's, and of that which was our father's has he gotten all his glory.
And Yaakov beheld the countenance of Laban, and behold, it was not towards him as before. And Yahweh said unto Yaakov,
Return unto the land of your fathers, and to your kindred, and I will be with you.
And Yaakov sent and called Rachel and Leah to the fields unto his flock, and said unto them,
I see your father's countenance, that it is not towards me as before, but the Elohim of my father has been with me. And ye know that with all my power I have served your father. And your father has deceived me and changed my wages 10 times, but Elohim suffered him not to hurt me. If he said thus, the speckled shall be your wages, then all the cattle bore speckled. And if he said thus, the ring-straked shall be your hire, then bore all the cattle ring-straked. Thus Elohim has taken away the cattle of your father, and given them to me. And it came to pass at the time that the cattle conceived, that I lifted up my eyes, and I saw in a dream, and behold, the rams which leaped upon the cattle were ring-straked, speckled, and grizzled. And the angel of Elohim spoke unto me in a dream, saying, Yaakov. And I said, Here I am. And he said, Lift up now your eyes, and see, all the rams which leapt upon the cattle are ring-straked, speckled, and grizzled. For I have seen all that Laban does unto you. I am the Elohim of Bethel, where you anointed the pillar, and where you vowed a vow unto me. Now arise, get you out of this land, and return unto the land of your kindred.
And Rachel and Leah answered and said unto him,
Is there yet any portion or inheritance for us in our father's house?
Are we not counted of him strangers? For he has sold us, and has quite devoured also our money.
For all the riches which Elohim has taken from our father, that is ours, and our children's. Now then, whatsoever Elohim has said unto you, do.
Then Yaakov rose up, and set his sons and his women upon camels, and carried away all his cattle, and all his goods which he had gotten, the cattle of his getting, which he had gotten in Padan Aram, for to go to Yitzchak his father in the land of Canaan. And Laban went to shear his sheep, and Rachel had stolen the teraphim that were her father's. And Yaakov stole away unawares to Laban the Aramite, in that he told him not that he fled. So he fled with all that he had, and he rose up, and passed over the river, and set his face toward the Mount Gilead. And it was told Laban on the 3rd day that Yaakov was fled. And he took his brethren with him, and pursued after him 7 days' journey, and they overtook him in the Mount Gilead. And Elohim came to Laban the Aramite in a dream by night, and said unto him,
Take heed that you speak not to Yaakov, either good or bad.
Then Laban overtook Yaakov. Now Yaakov had pitched his tent in the mount, and Laban with his brethren pitched in the Mount Gilead. And Laban said to Yaakov,
What have you done, that you have stolen away unawares to me, and carried away my daughters as captives, taken with the sword? Wherefore did you flee away secretly, and steal away from me, and did not tell me, that I might have sent you away with mirth, and with songs, with tabret, and with harp? And have not suffered me to kiss my sons and daughters? You have now done foolishly in so doing. It is in the power of my hand to do you hurt. But the Elohim of your father spoke unto me yesternight, saying, Take heed that you speak not to Yaakov, either good or bad. And now, though you would needs be gone, because you so longed after your father's house, yet wherefore have you stolen my Elohim?
And Yaakov answered and said to Laban,
Because I was afraid. For I said, Perchance you would take by force your daughters from me. With whomsoever you find your Elohim, let him not live, before our brethren discern what is yours with me, and take it to you.
For Yaakov knew not that Rachel had stolen them. And Laban went into Yaakov's tent, and into Leah's tent, and into the 2 maidservants' tents, but he found them not. Then he went out of Leah's tent, and entered into Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the teraphim, and put them in the camel's furniture, and sat upon them. And Laban searched all the tent, but found them not. And she said to her father,
Let it not displease my lord that I cannot rise up before you, for the custom of women is upon me.
And he searched, but found not the teraphim. And Jacob was wroth, and chode with Laban. And Jacob answered and said to Laban,
What is my transgression? What is my sin, that you have so hotly pursued after me? Whereas you have searched all my stuff, what have you found of all your household stuff? Set it here before my brethren and your brethren, that they may judge betwixt us both. This 20 years have I been with you. Your ewes and your she-goats have not cast their young, and the rams of your flock have I not eaten. That which was torn of beasts I brought not unto you. I bore the loss of it. Of my hand did you require it, whether stolen by day or stolen by night. Thus I was in the day the drought consumed me, and the frost by night, and my sleep departed from my eyes. Thus have I been 20 years in your house. I served you 14 years for your 2 daughters, and 6 years for your cattle. And you have changed my wages 10 times. Except the Elohai of my father, the Elohai of Abraham, and the fear of Yitzhak had been with me, surely you had sent me away now empty. Elohim has seen my affliction, and the labor of my hands, and rebuked you yesternight.
And Laban answered and said unto Jacob,
These daughters are my daughters, and these children are my children, and these cattle are my cattle, and all that you see is mine. And what can I do this day unto these my daughters, or unto their children which they have borne? Now therefore come, let us cut a covenant, I and you, and let it be for a witness between me and you.
And Jacob took a stone, and set it up for a pillar. And Jacob said unto his brethren,
Gather stones.
And they took stones, and made a heap, and they did eat there upon the heap. And Laban called it Yegar Sahaduta, but Jacob called it Galid. And Laban said,
This heap is a witness between me and you this day.
Therefore was the name of it called Galed. And Mitzvah, for he said,
Yahuwah watch between me and you, when we are absent from one another. If you shall afflict my daughters, or if you shall take other women beside my daughters, no man is with us. See, Elohim is witness betwixt me and you.
And Laban said to Jacob,
Behold this heap, and behold this pillar, which I have cast betwixt me and you. This heap be witness, and this pillar be witness, that I will not pass over this heap to you, and that you shall not pass over this heap and this pillar unto me for harm. The Elohai of Abraham and the Elohai of Nahor, the Elohai of their father, judge betwixt us.
And Jacob swore by the fear of his father Yitzchak. Then Jacob offered sacrifice upon the mount, and called his brethren to eat bread. And they did eat bread, and tarried all night in the mount. And early in the morning Laban rose up, and kissed his sons and his daughters, and blessed them. And Laban departed, and returned unto his place. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 32. And Jacob went on his way, and the angels of Elohim met him. And when Jacob saw them, he said,
This is Elohim's host.
And he called the name of that place Machanaim. And Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau his brother, unto the land of Seir, the country of Edom. And he commanded them, saying,
Thus shall ye speak unto my lord Esau. Your servant Jacob says thus, I have sojourned with Laban, and stayed there until now. And I have oxen and asses, flocks and men servants, and women servants. And I have sent to tell my lord, that I may find grace in your sight.
And the messengers returned to Jacob, saying,
We came to your brother Esau, and also he comes to meet you, and 400 men with him.
Then Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided the people that was with him, and the flocks, and the herds, and the camels into 2 bands, and said,
If Esau come to the one company, and smite it, then the other company which is left shall escape.
And Jacob said,
O Elohai of my father Abraham, and Elohai of my father Yitzhak, Yahuwah which said unto me, Return unto your country and to your kindred, and I will deal well with you. I am not worthy of the least of all the mercies and of all the truth which you have showed unto your servant. For with my staff I passed over this Yarden, and now I am become two bands. Deliver me, I pray you, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I fear him, lest he will come and smite me, and the mother with the children. And you said, I will surely do you good, and make your seed as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude.
And he lodged there that same night, and took of that which came to his hand a present for Esau his brother, 200 she-goats, and 20 he-goats, 200 ewes, and 20 rams, 30 milch camels with their colts, 40 kine, and 10 bulls, 20 she-asses, and 10 foals. And he delivered them into the hands of his servants, every drove by themselves, and said unto his servants,
Pass over before me, and put a space betwixt drove and drove.
And he commanded the foremost, saying,
When Esau my brother meets you, and asks you, saying, Whose are you, and where go you, and whose are these before you? Then you shall say, They be your servant Jacob's. It is a present sent unto my lord Esau, and behold, also, he is behind us.
And so commanded he the second, and the third, and all that followed the drove, saying,
On this manner shall you speak unto Esau when you find him, and say ye moreover, Behold, your servant Jacob is behind us.
For he said,
I will appease him with the present that goes before me, and afterward I will see his face. Perchance he will accept of me.
So went the present over before him, and himself lodged that night in the company. And he rose up that night, and took his 2 women, and his 2 women servants, and his 11 sons, and passed over the ford Jabbok. And he took them, and sent them over the brook, and sent over that he had. And Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. And when he saw that he prevailed not against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint, as he wrestled with him. And he said,
Let me go, for the day breaks.
And he said,
I will not let you go, except you bless me.
And he said unto him,
What is your name?
And he said,
Yaakov.
And he said,
Your name shall be called no more Yaakov, but Yasharel. For as a prince have you power with Elohim and with men, and have prevailed.
And Jacob asked him and said,
Tell me, I pray you, your name.
And he said,
Wherefore is it that you do ask after my name?
And he blessed them there. And Jacob called the name of the place Penuel.
For I have seen Elohim face to face, and my life is preserved.
And as he passed over Penuel, the sun rose upon him, and he halted upon his thigh. Therefore the children of Yasharel eat not the sinew which shrank, which is upon the hollow of the thigh unto this day, because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh in the sinew that shrank. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 33. And Jacob lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men. And he divided the children unto Leah, and unto Rachel, and unto the 2 handmaids. And he put the handmaids and their children foremost, and Leah and her children after, and Rachel and Joseph hindermost. And he passed over before them, and bowed himself to the ground 7 times, until he came near to his brother. And Esau ran to meet him, and embraced him, and fell on his neck, and kissed him, and they wept. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw the women and the children, and said,
Who are those with you?
And he said,
The children which Elohim has graciously given your servant.
Then the handmaidens came near, they and their children, and they bowed themselves. And Leah also with her children came near, and bowed themselves. And after came Joseph near, and Rachel, and they bowed themselves. And he said,
What do you mean by all this drove which I met?
And he said,
These are to find grace in the sight of my master.
And Esau said,
I have enough. My brother, keep what you have unto yourself.
And Jacob said,
Nay, I pray you, if now I have found grace in your sight, then receive my present at my hand. For therefore I have seen your face, as though I had seen the face of Elohim, and you were pleased with me. Take, I pray you, my blessing that is brought to you, because Elohim has dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough.
And he urged him, and he took it, and said,
Let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before you.
And he said unto him,
My Lord knows that the children are tender, and the flocks and herds with the young are with me. And if men should overdrive them one day, all the flock will die. Let my Lord, I pray you, pass over before his servant, and I will lead on softly, according as the cattle that goes before me, and the children be able to endure, until I come unto my Lord, unto Seir.
And Esau said,
Let me now leave you with some of the folk that are with me.
And he said,
What needs it? Let me find grace in the sight of my master.
So Esau returned that day on his way unto Seir. And Jacob journeyed to Sukkot, and built him a house, and made Sukkot for his cattle. Therefore the name of the place is called Sukkot. And Jacob came to Shalem, a city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Padan Aram, and pitched his tent before the city. And he bought a parcel of a field, where he had spread his tent at the hand of the children of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of money. And he erected there an altar, and called it El Elohai Yasharel. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 34. And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, which she bore unto Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor, the Hivite, prince of the country, saw her, he took her, and lay with her, and defiled her. And his soul clave unto Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, and he loved the damsel, and spoke kindly unto the damsel. And Shechem spoke unto his father Hamor, saying,
Get me this damsel to be my woman.
And Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field, and Jacob held his peace until they were come. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out unto El Jacob to commune with him. And the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it, and the men were grieved, and they were very wroth, because he had wrought folly in Yashrael, in lying with Jacob's daughter, which thing ought not to be done. And Hamor communed with them, saying,
The soul of my son Shechem longs for your daughter. I pray you, give her him to be his woman. And make ye marriages with us, and give your daughters unto us, and take our daughters unto you. And ye shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you. Dwell and trade ye therein, and get you possessions therein.
And Shechem said unto her father, and unto her brethren,
Let me find grace in your eyes, and what ye shall say unto me I will give. Ask me never so much dowry and gift, and I will give according as ye shall say unto me. But give me the damsel to be my woman.
The sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor his father deceitfully, and said, because he had defiled Dinah their sister. And they said unto them,
We cannot do this thing, to give our sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that were a reproach unto us. But in this we will consent unto you, if ye will be as we be, that every male of you be circumcised. Then will we give our daughters unto you, and we will take your daughters unto us, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. But if ye will not hearken unto us to be circumcised, then we will take our daughter, and we will be gone.
And their words pleased Hamor and Shechem, Hamor's son. And the young man deferred not to do the thing, because he had delight in Jacob's daughter, and he was more honorable than all his father's house. And Hamor and Shechem his son came unto the gate of their city, and communed with the men of their city, saying,
These men are peaceable with us, therefore let them dwell in the land, and trade therein. For the land, behold, it is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters to us for women, and let us give them our daughters.
Only herein will the men consent unto us, for to dwell with us, to be one people, if every male among us be circumcised as they are circumcised.
Shall not their cattle and their substance and every beast of theirs be ours? Only let us consent unto them, and they will dwell with us.
And unto Hamor and unto Shechem his son hearkened all that went out of the gate of his city, and every male was circumcised, all that went out of the gate of his city. And it came to pass on the third day, when they were sore, that the two sons of Jacob, Shimon and Levi, Dinah's brethren, took each man his sword, and came upon the city boldly, and slew all the males. And they slew Hamor, and Shechem his son with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house, and went out. The sons of Jacob came upon the slain, and spoiled the city, because they had defiled their sister. They took their sheep, and their oxen, and their asses, and that which was in the city, and that which was in the field, and all their wealth, and all their little ones, and their women they took captive, and spoiled even all that was in the house. And Jacob said to Shimon and Levi,
Ye have troubled me to make me to stink among the inhabitants of the land, among the Canaanim and the Perazim, and I being few in number, they shall gather themselves together against me, and slay me, and I shall be destroyed, I and my house.
And they said,
Should he deal with our sister as with a harlot?
Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 35. And Elohim said unto Jacob,
Arise, go up to Bethel, and dwell there, and make there an altar unto Elohim, that appeared unto you when you fled from the face of Esau your brother.
Then Jacob said unto his household, and to all that were with him,
Put away the strange Elohai that are among you, and be clean, and change your garments, and let us arise, and go up to Bethel, and I will make there an altar unto Elohim, who answered me in the day of my distress, and was with me in the way which I went.
And they gave unto Jacob all the strange Elohai which were in their hand, and all their earrings which were in their ears. And Jacob hid them under the oak which was by Shechem. And they journeyed, and the terror of Elohim was upon the cities that were round about them. And they did not pursue after the sons of Jacob. So Jacob came to Luz, which is in the land of Canaan, that is, Beit El, he and all the people that were with him. And he built there an altar, and called the place Beit El, because there Elohim appeared unto him, when he fled from the face of his brother. But Deborah, Ribkah's nurse, died, and she was buried beneath Beit El under an oak, and the name of it was called Alon Bakut. And Elohim appeared unto Jacob again, when he came out of Padan Aram, and blessed him. And Elohim said unto him,
Your name is Yaakov. Your name shall not be called any more Yaakov, but Yasharel shall be your name.
And he called his name Yasharel. And Elohim said unto him,
I am El Shaddai. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be of you, and kings shall come out of your loins. And the land which I gave Abraham and Yitzhak, to you I will give it, and to your seed after you will I give the land.
And Elohim went up from him in the place where he talked with him. And Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he talked with him, even a pillar of stone. And he poured a drink offering thereon, and he poured oil thereon. And Jacob called the name of the place where Elohim spoke with him, Beit El. And they journeyed from Beit El, and there was but a little way to come to Ephrathah. And Rachel travailed, and she had hard labor. And it came to pass, when she was in hard labor, that the midwife said unto her,
Fear not, you shall have this son also.
And it came to pass, as her soul was in departing, for she died, that she called his name Ben-Oni. But his father called him Benjamin. And Rachel died, and was buried in the way to Ephrathah, which is Beit Lechem. And Jacob set a pillar upon her grave, that is the pillar of Rachel's grave unto this day. And Yasharel journeyed, and spread his tent beyond Migdal Eder. And it came to pass, when Yasharel dwelt in that land, that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah his father's concubine, and Yasharel heard it. Now the sons of Jacob were 12, the sons of Leah, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and Shimon, and Levi, and Yehudah, and Issachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel, Yosef, and Benjamin. And the sons of Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid, Dan, and Naphtali. And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, Gad, and Asher. These are the sons of Jacob, which were born to him in Padan Aram. And Yaakov came unto Yitzchak his father unto Mamre, unto Kiriath Arba, which is Hebron, where Abraham and Yitzchak sojourned. And the days of Yitzchak were 180 years. And Yitzchak gave up his ruach and died, and was gathered unto his people, being old and full of days. and his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 36. Now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom. Esau took his woman of the daughters of Canaan, Ada, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Aholibama, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zibon the Hittite, and Basema, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebaioth. And Ada bore to Esau Eliphaz, and Basmat bore Reuel, and Aholibama bore Yaish, and Yaalam, and Korach. These are the sons of Esau, which were born unto him in the land of Canaan. And Esau took his women, and his sons, and his daughters, and all the persons of his house, and his cattle, and all his beasts, and all his substance, which he had got in the land of Canaan, and went into the country from the face of his brother Jacob. For their riches were more than they might dwell together, and the land wherein they were strangers could not bear them because of their cattle. Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. And these are the generations of Esau, the father of the Edomim, in Mount Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Ada, the woman of Esau; Reuel, the son of Basemat, the woman of Esau. And the sons of Eliphaz were Timan, Omar, Zepho, Gatam, and Kenaz. And Timnah was the concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bore to Eliphaz Amalek. These are the sons of Ada, Esau's woman. And these are the sons of Reuel, Nahat, and Zerach, Shammah, and Mizah. These are the sons of Basemat, Esau's woman. And these were the sons of Aholibama, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zibon, Esau's woman. And she bore to Esau Yaish, and Yaalam, and Korach. These were the dukes of the sons of Esau. The sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn son of Esau: Duke Timan, Duke Omar, Duke Zepho, and Duke Kenaz, Duke Korach, Duke Gatam, and Duke Amalek. These are the dukes that came of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Ada. And these are the sons of Reuel, Esau's son: Duke Nahat, Duke Zerach, Duke Shammah, Duke Mizah. These are the dukes that came of Reuel in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Basemat, Esau's woman. And these are the sons of Aholibama, Esau's woman: Duke Yaish, Duke Yaalam, Duke Korach. These are the dukes that came of Aholibama, the daughter of Anna, Esau's woman. These are the sons of Esau, who is Edom, and these are their dukes. These are the sons of Seir, the Horite, who inhabited the land: Lotan, and Shobal, and Sibon, and Anna, and Dishon, and Etzer, and Dishan. These are the dukes of the Horim, the children of Seir, in the land of Edom. And the children of Lotan were Horai and Hemam. And Lotan's sister was Timnah. And the children of Shobal were these: Alyan, and Manachat, and Ebal, and Shiphi, and Onam. And these are the children of Zibon, both Ayah and Anah. This was that Anah that found the mules in the wilderness, as he fed the asses of Zibon his father. And the children of Anah were these: Dishon, and Aholibama, the daughter of Anna. And these are the children of Dishon: Hemdan, and Eshban, and Yithron, and Cheran. The children of Etzer are these: Bilhan, and Zaavan, and Akan. The children of Dishon are these: Uts, and Aran. These are the dukes that came of the Horim: Duke Lotan, Duke Shobal, Duke Zibon, and Duke Anna, Duke Dishon, Duke Etzer, Duke Dishan. These are the dukes that came of the Horite, among their dukes in the land of Seir. And these are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom, before there reigned any king over the children of Yasharel. And Bela, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Dinhaba. And Bela died, and Yobab, the son of Zerach of Botzra, reigned in his stead. And Yobab died, and Husham of the land of the Timani reigned in his stead. And Husham died, and Hadad, the son of Bedad, who smote Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his stead. And the name of his city was Abit. And Hadad died, and Samlah of Masrekah reigned in his stead. And Samlah died, and Shaul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his stead. And Shaul died, and Baal-Hanan, the son of Akbor, reigned in his stead. And Baal-Hanan, the son of Akbor, died, and Hadar reigned in his stead. And the name of his city was Pau. And his woman's name was Mehetabel, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Me-Zahab. And these are the names of the dukes that came of Esau, according to their families, after their places, by their names: Duke Timnah, Duke Alia, Duke Yechet, duk Oholibama, duk Ela, duk Pinon, duk Kenaz, duk Timan, duk Mitzbar, duk Magdiel, duk Iram. These be the dukes of Edom, according to their habitations, in the land of their possession. He is Esau, the father of the Edomim. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 37. And Jacob dwelt in the land wherein his father was a stranger, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph, being 17 years old, was feeding the flock with his brethren, and the lad was with the sons of Bilhah, and the sons of Zilpah, his father's women. And Joseph brought unto his father their evil report. Now Yashrael loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a coat of many colors. And when his brethren saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, they hated him, and could not speak peaceably unto him. And Joseph dreamed a dream, and he told it to his brethren, and they hated him yet the more. And he said unto them,
Hear, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamt. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf arose, and stood upright, and behold, your sheaves stood round about, and made obeisance to my sheaf.
And his brethren said unto him,
Shall you indeed reign over us, or shall you indeed have dominion over us?
And they hated him yet the more for his dreams and for his words. And he dreamed yet another dream, and told it his brethren, and said,
Behold, I have dreamed a dream more. And behold, the sun and the moon and the 11 stars made obeisance to me.
And he told it to his father and to his brethren. And his father rebuked him, and said unto him,
What is this dream that you have dreamed? Shall I and your mother and your brethren indeed come to bow down ourselves to you, to the earth?
And his brethren envied him. But his father observed the saying. And his brethren went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Yashrael said unto El Yosef,
Do not your brethren feed the flock in Shechem? Come, and I will send you unto them.
And he said to him,
Here am I.
And he said to him,
Go, I pray you, and see whether it be well with your brethren, and well with the flocks, and bring me word again.
So he sent him out to the valley of Hebron, and he came to Shechem. And a certain man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying,
What do you seek?
And he said,
I seek my brethren. Tell me, I pray you, where they feed their flocks.
And the man said,
They are departed hence, for I heard them say, Let us go to Dothan.
And Joseph went after his brethren, and found them in Dothan. And when they saw him afar off, even before he came near unto them, they conspired against him to slay him. And they said one to another,
Behold, this dreamer comes. Come now, therefore, and let us slay him, and cast him into some pit, and we will say, Some evil beast has devoured him, and we shall see what will become of his dreams.
And Reuben heard it, and he delivered him out of their hands, and said,
Let us not kill him.
And Reuben said unto them,
Shed no blood, but cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness, and lay no hand upon him,
that he might rid him out of their hands, to deliver him to his father again. And it came to pass, when Joseph was come unto his brethren, that they stripped Joseph out of his coat of many colors that was on him. And they took him, cast him into a pit, and the pit was empty. There was no water in it, and they sat down to eat bread. And they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a company of Ishmaelim came from Gilead, with their camels bearing spicery and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Mitzrayim. And Yehudah said unto his brethren,
What profit is it if we slay our brother, and conceal his blood? Come, let us sell him to the Ishmaelim, and let not our hands be upon him, for he is our brother and our flesh.
And his brethren were content. Then there passed by Midianim merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelim for 20 pieces of silver. And they brought Joseph into Mitzrayim. And Reuben returned into the pit, and behold, Joseph was not in the pit, and he rent his clothes. And he returned to his brethren and said,
The child is not, and I, whither shall I go?
And they took Joseph's coat, and killed a kid of the goats, and dipped the coat in the blood. And they set the coat of many colors. And they brought it to their father, and said,
This we have found. Know whether it be your son's coat or no.
And he knew it, and said,
It is my son's coat. An evil beast has devoured him. Joseph is without doubt rent in pieces.
And Jacob rent his clothes, and put sackcloth upon his loins, and mourned for his son many days. And all his sons and all his daughters rose up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. And he said,
For I will go down into Sheol unto my son, mourning.
Thus his father wept for him. And the Midianim sold him into Mitzrayim unto Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh's and a captain of the guard. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 38. And it came to pass at that time that Yehudah went down from his brethren and turned into a certain Adullamite, whose name was Chira. And Yehudah saw there a daughter of a certain Canaanite, whose name was Shuach, and he took her and went in unto her. And she conceived and bore a son, and he called his name And she conceived again and bore a son, and called his name Onan. And she yet again conceived and bore a son, and called his name Shelach. And he was at Keziv when she bore him. And Yehudah took a woman for his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. And Yehudah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of Yahweh, and Yahweh slew him. And Yehudah said unto Onan,
Go into your brother's woman, and marry her, and raise up seed to your brother.
And Onan knew that the seed should not be his, and it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's woman, that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother. And the thing which he did displeased Yahweh, wherefore he slew him also. Then said Yehudah to Tamar his daughter-in-law,
Remain a widow at your father's house, till Shelach my son be grown.
For he said,
Lest, perchance, he die also, as his brethren did.
And Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in process of time, the daughter of Shuach, Yehudah's woman, died. And Yehudah was comforted, and went up unto his sheep shearers, to Timnathah, and his friend Chira, the Adullamite. And it was told Tamar, saying,
Behold, your father-in-law goes up to Timnah to shear his sheep.
And she put her widow's garments off from her, and covered her with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place, which is by the way to Timnah. For she saw that Shelach was grown, and she was not given unto him to be his woman. When Yehudah saw her, he thought her to be a harlot, because she had covered her face. And he turned unto her by the way, and said,
Go to, I pray you, let me come in unto you.
For he knew not that she was his daughter-in-law. And she said,
What will you give me, that you may come in unto me?
And he said,
I will send you a kid from the flock.
And she said,
Will you give me a pledge till you send it?
And he said,
What pledge shall I give you?
And she said,
Your signet, your bracelets, and your staff that is in your hand.
And he gave it her, and came in unto her, and she conceived by him. And she arose and went away, and laid by her veil from her, and put on the garments of her widowhood. And Yehudah sent the kid by the hand of his friend the Adullamite to receive his pledge from the woman's hand, but he found her not. Then he asked the men of that place, saying,
Where is the harlot that was openly by the wayside?
And they said,
There was no harlot in this place.
And he returned to El Yehudah and said,
I cannot find her. And also the men of that place said that there was no harlot in this place.
And Yehudah said,
Let her take it to her, lest we be shamed. Behold, I sent this kid, and you have not found her.
And it came to pass, about 3 months after, that it was told Yehudah, saying,
Tamar, your daughter-in-law, has played the harlot, and also, behold, she is with child by whoredom.
And Yehudah said,
Bring her forth, and let her be burnt.
When she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying,
By the man whose these are, am I with child.
And she said,
Discern, I pray you, whose are these, the signet, and bracelets, and staff?
And Yehudah acknowledged them. And he said,
She is more righteous than I, because that I gave her not to Shelach my son.
And he knew her again no more. And it came to pass in the time of her travail that, behold, twins were in her womb. And it came to pass when she travailed that the one put out his hand, and a midwife took and bound upon his hand a scarlet thread, saying,
This came out first.
And it came to pass, as he drew back his hand, that, behold, his brother came out. And she said,
How have you broken forth? This breach be upon you.
Therefore his name was called Peretz. And afterward came out his brother, that had the scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Zerach. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 39. And Joseph was brought down to Mitzrayim, and Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, captain of the guard of Mitzrayim, brought him of the hands of the Ishmaelim, which had brought him down thither. And Yahweh was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man, and he was in the house of his master, the Mitzrite. And his master saw that Yahweh was with him, and that Yahweh made all that he did to prosper in his hand. And Joseph found grace in his sight, and he served him, and he made him overseer of his house, and all that he had he put into his hand. And it came to pass, from the time that he had made him overseer in his house, and over all that he had, that Yahweh blessed the Mitzrite's house for Joseph's sake. And the blessing of Yahweh was upon all that he had in the house and in the field. And he left all that he had in Joseph's hand, and he knew not aught he had, save the bread which he did eat. And Joseph was a goodly person and well favored. And it came to pass after these things, that his master's woman cast her eyes upon Joseph. And she said,
Lie with me.
But he refused, and said unto his master's woman,
Behold, my master knows not what is with me in the house, and he has committed all that he has to my hand. There is none greater in this house than I, neither has he kept back anything from me but you, because you are his woman. How then can I do this great wickedness and sin against Elohim?
And it came to pass, as she spoke to Joseph day by day, that he hearkened not unto her, to lie by her, or to be with her. And it came to pass about this time that Joseph went into the house to do his business, and there was none of the men of the house there within. And she caught him by his garment, saying,
Lie with me.
And he left his garment in her hand, and fled, and got him out. And it came to pass, when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand, and was fled forth, that she called unto the men of her house, and spoke unto them, saying,
See, he has brought in an Ephraim unto us to mock us. He came in unto me to lie with me, and I cried with a loud voice. And it came to pass, when he heard that I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me, and fled, and got him out.
And she laid up his garment by her, until his master came home. And she spoke unto him according to these words, saying,
The Ephraim servant which you have brought unto us came in unto me to mock me. And it came to pass, as I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me and fled out.
And it came to pass, when his master heard the words of his woman, which she spoke unto him, saying,
After this did your servant to me.
That his wrath was kindled. And Joseph's master took him, and put him into the prison, a place where the king's prisoners were bound. And he was there in prison. But Yahweh was with Joseph, and showed him mercy, and gave him favor in the sight of the keeper of the prison. And the keeper of the prison committed to Joseph's hand all the prisoners that were in the prison. And whatsoever they did there, he was the doer of it. The keeper of the prison looked not to anything that was under his hand, because Yahweh was with him. And that which he did, Yahweh made it to prosper. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 40. And it came to pass after these things, that the butler of the king of Mitzrayim and his baker had offended their master, the king of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh was wroth against his two officers, against the chief of the butlers, and against the chief of the bakers. And he put them in ward in the house of the captain of the guard, into the prison, the place where Joseph was bound. And the captain of the guard charged Joseph with them, and he served them, and they continued a season in ward. And they dreamed a dream, both of them, each man his dream in one night, each man according to the interpretations of his dream, the butler and the baker of the king of Mitzrayim, which were bound in the prison. And Joseph came in unto them in the morning, and looked upon them, and behold, they were sad. And he asked Pharaoh's officers that were with him in the ward of his master's house, saying,
Wherefore look ye so sadly today?
And they said unto him,
We have dreamed a dream, and there is no interpreter of it.
And Joseph said unto them,
Do not interpretations belong to Elohim? Tell me them, I pray you.
And the chief butler told his dream to Joseph, and said to him,
In my dream, behold, a vine was before me, and in the vine were 3 branches, and it was as though it budded. And her blossoms shot forth, and the clusters thereof brought forth ripe grapes. And Pharaoh's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes, and pressed them into Pharaoh's cup, and I gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand.
And Joseph said unto him,
This is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up your head, and restore you unto your place, and you shall deliver Pharaoh's cup into his hand, after the former manner when you were his butler. But think on me when it shall be well with you, and show kindness, I pray you, unto me, and make mention of me unto Pharaoh, and bring me out of this house. For indeed I was stolen out of the land of the Ephraim, and here also have I done nothing that they should put me into the dungeon.
When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said unto El-Yosef,
I was also in my dream, and behold, I had 3 white baskets on my head, and in the uppermost basket there was of all manner of baked meats for Pharaoh, and the birds did eat them out of the basket upon my head.
And Joseph answered and said,
This is the interpretation thereof. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Yet within 3 days shall Pharaoh lift up your head from off you, and shall hang you on a tree, and the birds shall eat your flesh from off you.
And it came to pass on the 3rd day, which was Pharaoh's birthday, that he made a feast unto all his servants, and he lifted up the head of the chief butler and of the chief baker among his servants. And he restored the chief butler unto his butlership again, and he gave the cup into Pharaoh's hand. But he hanged the chief baker, as Joseph had interpreted to them. Yet did not the chief butler remember Joseph, but forgot him. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 41. And it came to pass at the end of 2 full years, that Pharaoh dreamed, and behold, he stood by the river. And behold, there came up out of the river 7 well-favored kine, and fat-fleshed, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them out of the river, ill-favored and lean-fleshed, and stood by the other kine upon the brink of the river. And the ill-favored and the lean-fleshed kine did eat up the 7 well-favored and fat kine. So Pharaoh awoke, and he slept, and dreamed the 2nd time. And behold, 7 ears of grain came up upon one stalk, rank and good. And behold, 7 thin ears, and blasted with the east wind, sprung up after them. And the 7 thin ears devoured the 7 rank and full ears. And Pharaoh awoke, and behold, it was a dream. And it came to pass in the morning that his ruach was troubled, and he sent and called for all the magicians of Mitzrayim, and all the wise men thereof. And Pharaoh told them his dream, but there was none that could interpret them unto Pharaoh. Then spoke the chief butler unto Pharaoh, saying,
I do remember my faults this day. Pharaoh was wroth with his servants, and put me in ward in the captain of the guard's house, both me and the chief baker. And we dreamed a dream in one night, I and he. And we dreamed each man according to the interpretation of his dream. And there was there with us a young man, an Ivri, servant to the captain of the guard. And we told him, and he interpreted to us our dreams. To each man according to his dream he did interpret. And it came to pass as he interpreted to us, so it was. Me he restored unto my office, and him he hanged.
Then Pharaoh sent and called Joseph, and he brought him hastily out of the dungeon. And he shaved himself, and changed his raiment, and came in unto Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto El-Yosef,
I have a dream, and there is none that can interpret it. And I have heard say of you, that you can understand a dream to interpret it.
And Joseph answered Pharaoh, saying,
It is not in me. Elohim shall give Pharaoh an answer of peace.
And Pharaoh said unto El-Yosef,
In my dream, behold, I stood upon the bank of the river, and behold, there came up out of the river 7 kine, fat-fleshed and well-favored, and they fed in a meadow. And behold, 7 other kine came up after them, poor and ill-favored, and lean-fleshed, such as I never saw in all the land of Mizraim for badness. And the lean and the ill-favored kine did eat up the first 7 fat kine. And when they had eaten them up, it could not be known that they had eaten them, but they were still ill-favored, as at the beginning. So I awoke. And I saw in my dream, and behold, 7 ears came up on one stalk, full and good. And behold, 7 ears withered thin, and blasted with the east wind, and sprung up after them. And the thin ears devoured the 7 good ears. And I told this unto the magicians, but there was none that could declare it to me.
And Joseph said unto Pharaoh,
The dream of Pharaoh is one. Elohim has showed Pharaoh what he is about to do. The 7 good kine are 7 years, and the 7 good ears are 7 years. The dream is one. And the 7 thin and ill-favored kine that came up after them are 7 years, and the 7 empty years blasted with the east wind shall be 7 years of famine. This is the thing which I have spoken unto Pharaoh. What Elohim is about to do, he shows unto Pharaoh.
Behold, there come 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And there shall arise after them 7 years of famine, and all the plenty shall be forgotten in the land of Mitzrayim, and the famine shall consume the land. And the plenty shall not be known in the land by reason of that famine following, for it shall be very grievous. And for that the dream was doubled unto Pharaoh twice. It is because the thing is established by Elohim, and Elohim will shortly bring it to pass. Now therefore let Pharaoh look out a man discreet and wise, and set him over the land of Mitzrayim. Let Pharaoh do this, and let him appoint officers over the land, and take up the 5th part of the land of Mitzrayim in the 7 plenteous years, and let them gather all the food of those good years that come, and lay up grain under the hand of Pharaoh, and let them guard food in the cities. And that food shall be forestored to the land against the 7 years of famine, which shall be in the land of Mitzrayim, that the land perish not through the famine.
And the thing was good in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of all his servants. And Pharaoh said unto his servants,
Can we find such as one as this, a man in whom the Ruach Elohim is?
And Pharaoh said unto Yosef,
For as much as Elohim has showed you all this, there is none so discreet and wise as you are. You shall be over my house, and according to your word shall all my people be ruled. Only in the throne will I be greater than you.
And Pharaoh said unto Yosef,
See, I have set you over all the land of Mitzrayim.
And Pharaoh took off his ring from his hand, and put it upon Yosef's hand, and arrayed him in vestures of fine linen, and put a gold chain about his neck. And he made him to ride in the 2nd chariot which he had. And they cried before him, Bow the knee! And he made him ruler over all the land of Mitzrayim. And Pharaoh said unto Yosef,
I am Pharaoh, and without you shall no man lift up his hand, or his foot in all the land of Mitzrayim.
And Pharaoh called Yosef's name Zophnath Paneach. And he gave him to be his woman Asenath, the daughter of Potipherah, priest of On. And Yosef went out over all the land of Mitzrayim. And Yosef was 30 years old when he stood before Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim. And Yosef went out from the presence of Pharaoh, and went throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And in the 7 plenteous years the earth brought forth by handfuls. And he gathered up all the food of the 7 years, which were in the land of Mitzrayim, and laid up the food in the cities. The food of the field, which was round about every city, he laid up in the same. And Yosef gathered grain as the sand of the sea very much, until he left numbering, for it was without number. And unto Yosef were born 2 sons before the years of famine, which Asenath, the daughter of Potipherah, priest of On, bore unto him. And Yosef called the name of the firstborn Manasseh.
For Elohim,
said he,
has made me forget all my toil and all my father's house.
And the name of the second called he Ephraim.
For Elohim has caused me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction.
And the 7 years of plenteousness that was in the land of Mitzrayim were ended. And the 7 years of famine began to come, according as Yosef had said, and the famine was in all the lands. But in all the land of Mitzrayim there was bread. And when all the land of Mitzrayim was famished, the people cried to Pharaoh for bread. And Pharaoh said unto all the Mitzrayim,
Go unto Yosef, what he says to you, do.
And the famine was over all the face of the earth. And Yosef opened all the storehouses, and sold unto the Mitzrayim. And the famine waxed sore in the land of Mitzrayim. And all the countries came into Mitzrayim to Yosef for to buy grain, because that the famine was so sore in all the lands. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 42. Now, when Yaakov saw that there was grain in Mitzrayim, Yaakov said unto his sons,
Why do ye look one upon another?
And he said,
Behold, I have heard that there is grain in Mitzrayim. Get you down thither, and buy for us from thence, that we may live and not die.
And Joseph's 10 brethren went down to buy grain in Mitzrayim. But Benjamin, Joseph's brother, Yaakov, sent not with his brethren, for he said,
Lest perchance mischief befall him.
And the sons of Yashrael came to buy grain among those that came, for the famine was in the land of Canaan. And Joseph was the governor over the land. And he it was that sold to all the people of the land. And Joseph's brethren came and bowed down themselves before him with their faces to the earth. And Joseph saw his brethren, and he knew them, but he made himself strange unto them, and spoke roughly unto them. And he said unto them,
Whence come ye?
And they said,
From the land of Canaan, to buy food.
And Joseph knew his brethren, but they knew not him. And Joseph remembered the dreams which he dreamed of them, and said unto them,
Ye are spies, to see the nakedness of the land ye are come.
And they said unto him,
Nay, my lord, but to buy food are your servants come. We are all one man's sons. We are true men. Your servants are no spies.
And he said unto them,
Nay, but to see the nakedness of the land ye are come.
And they said,
Your servants are 12 brethren, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. And behold, the youngest is this day with our father, and one is not.
And Joseph said unto them,
That is that I spoke unto you, saying, Ye are spies. Hereby ye shall be proved. By the life of Pharaoh ye shall not go forth hence, except your youngest brother come hither. Send one of you, and let him fetch your brother. And ye shall be kept in prison, that your words may be proved, whether there be any truth in you. Or else by the life of Pharaoh surely ye are spies.
And he put them all together into ward 3 days. And Joseph said unto them the third day,
This do and live, for I fear Elohim. If ye be true men, let one of your brethren be bound in the house of your prison. Go ye, carry grain for the famine of your houses, but bring your youngest brother unto me. So shall your words be verified, and ye shall not die.
And they did so. And they said one to another,
We are truly guilty concerning our brother, in that we saw the anguish of his soul when he besought us, and we would not hear. Therefore is this distress come upon us.
And Reuben answered them, saying,
Spoke I not unto you, saying, Do not sin against the child, and ye would not hear? Therefore, behold, also his blood is required.
And they knew not that Joseph understood them, for he spoke unto them by an interpreter. And he turned himself about from them, and wept, and returned to them again, and communed with them, and took from them Shimon, and bound him before their eyes. Then Joseph commanded to fill their sacks with grain, and to restore every man's money into a sack, and to give them provision for the way. And thus he did unto them. And he laded their asses with grain, and departed thence. And as one of them opened his sack to give his ass provender in the inn, he espied his money, for, behold, it was in the sack's mouth. And he said unto his brethren,
My money is restored, and lo, it is even in my sack.
And their heart failed them. And they were afraid, saying one to another,
What is this that Elohim has done unto us?
And they came unto Jacob their father, unto the land of Canaan, and told him all that befell unto them, saying,
The man who is the Lord of the land spoke roughly to us, and took us for spies of the country. And we said unto him, We are true men, we are no spies. We be 12 brethren, sons of our father. One is not, and the youngest is this day with our father in the land of Canaan. And the man, the Lord of the country, said unto us, Hereby shall I know that ye are true men. Leave one of your brethren here with me, and take food for the famine of your households, and be gone. And bring your youngest brother unto me. Then shall I know that ye are no spies, but that ye are true men. So will I deliver you and your brother, and ye shall traffic in the land.
And it came to pass, as they emptied their sacks, that behold, every man's bundle of money was in his sack. And when both they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were afraid. And Yaakov their father said unto them,
Me have you bereaved of my children. Joseph is not, and Shimon is not, and ye will take Benjamin away. All these things are against me.
And Reuben spoke unto his father, saying,
Slay my 2 sons, if I bring him not to you. Deliver him into my hand, and I will bring him to you again.
And he said,
My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he is left alone. If mischief befall him by the way in which ye go, then ye shall bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to Sheol.
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 43. And the famine was sore in the land. And it came to pass, when they had eaten up the grain which they had brought out of Mitzrayim, their father said unto them,
Go again, buy us a little food.
And Yehuda spoke unto him, saying,
The man did solemnly protest unto us, saying, Ye shall not see my face, except your brother be with you. If you will send our brother with us, we will go down and buy you food. But if you will not send him, we will not go down. For the men said unto us, Ye shall not see my face, except your brother be with you.
And Yashrael said,
Wherefore dealt ye so ill with me, as to tell the man whether ye had yet a brother?
And they said,
The man asked us straightly of our state and of our kindred, saying, Is your father yet alive? Have ye another brother? We told him according to the tenor of these words. Could we certainly know that he would say, Bring your brother down?
And Yehuda said unto Yashrael his father,
Send the lad with me, and we will arise and go, that we may live and not die. Both we and you, and also our little ones. I will be surety for him. Of my hand shall you require him. If I bring him not unto you, and set him before you, then let me bear the blame forever. For except we had lingered, surely now we had returned this second time.
And their father Yashrael said unto them,
If it must be so now, do this, take of the best fruits of the land in your vessels, and carry down the man a present, a little balm and a little honey, spices and myrrh, nuts and almonds, and take double money in your hand. And the money that was brought again in the mouth of your sacks, carry it again in your hand. Perchance it was an oversight. Take also your brother, and arise, go again unto the man. And El Shaddai give you mercy before the man, that he may send away your brother and Benjamin. If I be bereaved of my children, I am bereaved.
And the men took that present, and they took double money in their hand, and Benjamin, and rose up, and went down to Mitzrayim, and stood before Yosef. And when Yosef saw Benjamin with them, he said to the ruler of his house,
Bring these men home, and slay, and make ready, for these men shall dine with me at noon.
And the man did as Yosef bade, and the man brought the men into Yosef's house. And the men were afraid, because they were brought into Yosef's house. And they said,
Because of the money that was returned in our sacks at the first time are we brought in, that he may seek occasion against us, and fall upon us, and take us for bondmen and our asses.
And they came near to the steward of Yosef's house, and they communed with him at the door of the house, and said,
O sir, we came indeed down at the first time to buy food, and it came to pass when we came to the inn, that we opened our sacks, and behold, every man's money was in the mouth of his sack, our money in full weight, and we have brought it again in our hand. And other money have we brought down in our hands to buy food. We cannot tell who put our money in our sacks.
And he said,
Peace be to you. Fear not, your Elohim and the Elohim of your father has given you treasure in your sacks. I had your money.
And he brought Shimon out unto them. And the man brought the men into Joseph's house, and gave them water, and they washed their feet, and he gave their asses provender. And they made ready the present against Joseph came at noon, for they heard that they should eat bread there. And when Joseph came home, they brought him the present which was in their hand into the house, and bowed themselves to him to the earth. And he asked them of their welfare, and said,
Is your father well? The old man of whom ye spoke, is he yet alive?
And they answered,
Your servant's father is in good health. He is yet alive.
And they bowed down their heads, and made obeisance. And he lifted up his eyes, and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son, and said,
Is this your younger brother, of whom ye spoke unto me?
And he said,
Elohim be gracious unto you, my son.
And Joseph made haste, for his heart did yearn upon his brother. And he sought where to weep. And he entered into his chamber, and wept there. And he washed his face, and went out, and refrained himself, and said,
Set on bread.
And they set on for him by himself, and for them by themselves, and for the Mitzrayim which did eat with him by themselves, because the Mitzrayim might not eat bread with the Ivrim, for that is an abomination unto the Mitzrayim. And they sat before him, the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. And the men marveled one at another. And he took and sent messes unto them from before him. But Benjamin's mess was 5 times so much as any of theirs. And they drank and were merry with him. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 44. And he commanded the steward of his house, saying,
Fill these men's sacks with food as much as they can carry, and put every man's money in his sack's mouth, and put my cup, the silver cup, in the sack's mouth of the youngest, and his grain money.
And he did according to the word that Joseph had spoken. As soon as the morning was light, the men were sent away, and their asses. And when they were gone out of the city, and not yet afar off, Joseph said unto his steward,
Up, follow after the men, and when you do overtake them, say unto them, Wherefore have you rewarded evil for good? Is not this which my Lord drinks, and whereby indeed he divines? Ye have done evil in so doing.
And he overtook them, and he spoke unto them these same words. And they said unto him,
Wherefore says my Lord these words? Far be it from your servants should do according to this thing. Behold, the money which we found in our sack's mouth, we brought again unto you out of the land of Canaan. How then should we steal out of your Lord's house silver or gold? With whomsoever your servant it be found, let him die, and we also will be my Lord's bondmen.
And he said,
Now also let it be according to your words. He with whom it is found shall be my servant, and ye shall be blameless.
Then they speedily took down every man his sack to the ground, and opened every man his sack. And he searched, and began at the eldest, and left the youngest. And the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. Then they rent their clothes, and laded every man his ass, and returned to the city. And Yehudah and his brethren came to Joseph's house, for he was yet there. And they fell before him on the ground. And Joseph said unto them,
What deed is this that ye have done? Know ye not that such a man as I can certainly divine?
And Yehudah said,
What shall we say unto my Lord? What shall we speak? Or how shall we clear ourselves? Elohim has found out the iniquity of your servants. Behold, we are my Lord's servants, both we and he also with whom the cup is found.
And he said,
Far be it that I should do so, but the man in whose hand the cup is found, he shall be my servant. And as for you, get you up in peace unto your father.
Then Yehudah came near unto him and said,
O my Lord, let your servant, I pray you, speak a word in my Lord's ears, and let not your anger burn against your servant, for you are even as Pharaoh, my Lord, asked his servant, saying, Have ye a father or a brother? And we said unto my Lord, We have a father, an old man, and a child of his old age, a little one, and his brother is dead, and he alone is left of his mother, and his father loves him. And you said unto your servants, Bring him down unto me, that I may set my eyes upon him. And we said unto my Lord, The lad cannot leave his father, for if he should leave his father would die. And you said unto your servants, Except your youngest brother come down with you, ye shall see my face no more. And it came to pass, when we came up unto your servant my father, we told him the words of my Lord. And our father said, Go again and buy us a little food. And we said, We cannot go down. If our youngest brother be with us, then will we go down, for we may not see the man's face, except our youngest brother be with us. And your servant my father said unto us, Ye know that my woman bore me 2 sons, and the one went out from me. And I said, Surely he is torn in pieces, and I saw him not since. And if ye take this also from me, and mischief befall him, ye shall bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to Sheol. Now therefore, when I come to your servant my father, and the lad be not with us, seeing that his life is bound up in the lad's life, it shall come to pass, when he sees that the lad is not with us, that he will die. And your servant shall bring down the gray hairs of your servant our father with sorrow to Sheol. For your servant became surety for the lad unto my father, saying, If I bring him not unto you, then I shall bear the blame to my father forever. Now therefore I pray you, let your servant abide instead of the lad, a bondman to my Lord, and let the lad go up with his brethren. For how shall I go up to my father, and the lad be not with me, lest perchance I see the evil that shall come on my father?
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 45. Then Joseph could not refrain himself before all them that stood by him, and he cried,
Cause every man to go out from me.
And there stood no man with him, while Joseph made himself known unto his brethren. And he wept aloud, and the Mitzrayim in the house of Pharaoh heard. And Joseph said unto his brethren,
I am Joseph. Does my father yet live?
And his brethren could not answer him, for they were troubled at his presence. And Joseph said unto his brethren,
Come near to me, I pray you.
And they came near. And he said,
I am Joseph your brother, whom ye sold into Mitzrayim. Now therefore be not grieved, nor angry with yourselves, that ye sold me hither, for Elohim did send me before you to preserve life. For these 2 years has the famine been in the land, and yet there are 5 years in which there shall neither be earing or harvest. And Elohim sent me before you to preserve you a posterity in the earth, and to save your lives by a great deliverance. So now it was not you that sent me hither, but Elohim. And he has made me a father to Pharaoh, and lord of all his house, a ruler throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. Haste ye, and go up to my father, and say unto him, Thus says your son, Joseph, Elohim has made me lord of all Mitzrayim. Come down unto me, tarry not, and you shall dwell in the land of Goshen, and you shall be near unto me, you and your children, and your children's children, and your flocks, and your herds, and all that you have. And there will I nourish you, for yet there are 5 years of famine, lest you and your household, and all that you have, come to poverty. And behold, your eyes see, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin, that it is my mouth that speaks unto you. And ye shall tell my father all my glory in Mitzrayim, and all that ye have seen, and ye shall haste and bring down my father hither.
And he fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck, and wept. And Benjamin wept upon his neck. Moreover, he kissed all his brethren, and wept upon them. And after that, his brethren talked with him. And the fame thereof was heard in Pharaoh's house, saying,
Joseph's brethren are come.
And it pleased Pharaoh well, and his servants. And Pharaoh said unto Joseph,
Say unto your brethren, This do ye, lade your beasts, and go, get you unto the land of Canaan, and take your father and your households, and come unto me, and I will give you the good of the land of Mitzrayim, and ye shall eat the fat of the land. Now you are commanded, this do ye, take you wagons out of the land of Mitzrayim for your little ones, and for your women, and bring your father, and come. Also regard not your stuff, for the good of all the land of Mitzrayim is yours.
And the children of Yashrael did so. And Joseph gave them wagons, according to the commandment of Pharaoh, and gave them provision for the way. To all of them he gave each man changes of raiment. But to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver, and 5 changes of raiment. And to his father he sent after this manner, 10 asses laden with the good things of Mitzrayim, and 10 she-asses laden with grain and bread and meat for his father by the way. So he sent his brethren away, and they departed. And he said unto them,
See that ye fall not out by the way.
And they went up out of Mitzrayim, and came into the land of Canaan unto Jacob their father, and told him, saying,
Joseph is yet alive, and he is governor over all the land of Mitzrayim.
And Jacob's heart fainted, for he believed them not. And they told him all the words of Joseph which he had said unto them. And when he saw the wagons which Joseph had sent to carry him, the ruach of Jacob their father revived. And Yashrael said,
It is enough. Joseph my son is yet alive. I will go and see him before I die.
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 46. And Yashrael took his journey with all that he had, and came to Beersheba, and offered sacrifices unto the Elohim of his father Yitzchak. And Elohim spoke unto Yashrael in the visions of the night, and said,
Yaakov, Yaakov.
And he said,
Here am I.
And he said,
I am El.
the Elohai of your father. Fear not to go down into Mitzrayim, for I will there make of you a great nation. I will go down with you into Mitzrayim, and I will also surely bring you up again. And Yosef shall put his hand upon your eyes.
And Yaakov rose up from Beersheba, and the sons of Yasharel carried Yaakov their father, and their little ones, and their women, in the wagons which Pharaoh had sent to carry him. And they took their cattle and their goods which they had gotten in the land of Canaan, and came in unto Mitzrayim, Yaakov and all his seed with him, his sons and his sons' sons with him, his daughters and his sons' daughters, and all his seed brought he with him into Mitzrayim. And these are the names of the children of Yasharel, which came into Mitzrayim: Yaakov and his sons, Reuben, Yaakov's firstborn, and the sons of Reuben, Chanok, and Palu, and Chetzron, and Carmi, and the sons of Shimon, Yemuel, and Yamin, and Ohad, and Yakin, and Sochar, and Shaul, the son of the Canaanite woman, and the sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari, and the sons of Yehudah, and Onan, and Shelach, and Peretz, and Zerach. But and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Peretz were Chetzron, and Hamul. And the sons of Yisachar, Tola, and Pua, and Yob, and Shimron. And the sons of Zebulun, Sered, Elon, and Yachleel. These be the sons of Leah, which she bore unto Yaakov in Padan Aram, with his daughter Dinah. All the souls of his sons and his daughters were 33. And the sons of Gad, Tzifon, and Haggai, Shunai, and Etzbon, and Eri, and Arodai, and Arelai. And the sons of Asher, Yimna, Yishva, Yishbai, Beria, and Serach their sister. And the sons of Beria, Heber, Malkiel. These are the sons of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to Leah his daughter. And these she bore unto Yaakov, even 16 souls. The sons of Rachel, Yaakov's woman, Yosef, and Benjamin. And unto Yosef in the land of Mitzrayim were born Manasseh and Ephraim, which Asenath, the daughter of Potipherah, priest of On, bore unto him. And the sons of Benjamin were Bela, and Becher, and Ashbel, and Gera, and Naaman, and Echai, and Rosh, and Mupim, and Hupim, and Ard. These are the sons of Rachel, which were born unto Yaakov. All the souls were 14. And the sons of Dan, Hushi. And the sons of Naphtali, Yachzeel, Gunai, Yetzer, and Shilem. These are the sons of Bilhah, which Laban gave unto Rachel his daughter. And she bore these unto Yaakov. All the souls were 7. All the souls that came with Yaakov into Mitzrayim, which came out of his loins, besides Yaakov's sons' women, all the souls were 66. And the sons of Yosef, which were born him in Mitzrayim, were 2 souls. All the souls of the house of Yaakov, which came into Mitzrayim, were 70. And he sent Yehudah before him unto El Yosef, to direct his face unto Goshen. And they came into the land of Goshen. And Yosef made ready his chariot, and went up to meet Yasharel his father, to Goshen, and presented himself unto him. And he fell on his neck, and wept on his neck a good while. And Yasharel said unto El Yosef,
Now let me die, since I have seen your face, because you are yet alive.
And Yosef said unto his brethren, and unto his father's house,
I will go up and show Pharaoh, and say unto him, My brethren and my father's house, which were in the land of Canaan, are come unto me, and the men are shepherds. For their trade has been to feed cattle, and they have brought their flocks and their herds, and all that they have. And it shall come to pass, when Pharaoh shall call you, and say, What is your occupation? That ye shall say, Your servant's trade has been about cattle from our youth, even until now, both we and also our fathers, that ye may dwell in the land of Goshen, for every shepherd is an abomination unto the Mitzrayim.
Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 47. Then Joseph came and told Pharaoh and said,
My father and my brethren, and their flocks, and their herds, and all that they have, are come out of the land of Canaan. And behold, they are in the land of Goshen.
And he took some of his brethren, even 5 men, and presented them unto Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto his brethren,
What is your occupation?
And they said unto Pharaoh,
Your servants are shepherds, both we and also our fathers.
They said moreover unto Pharaoh,
For to sojourn in the land are we come. For your servants have no pasture for their flocks, for the famine is sore in the land of Canaan. Now therefore we pray you, let your servants dwell in the land of Goshen.
And Pharaoh spoke unto Elioseph, saying,
Your father and your brethren are come unto you. The land of Mitzrayim is before you. In the best of the land make your father and your brethren to dwell. In the land of Goshen let them dwell. And if you know any men of activity among them, then make them rulers over my cattle.
And Joseph brought in Yaakov his father, and set him before Pharaoh. And Yaakov blessed Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto Yaakov,
How old are you?
And Yaakov said unto Pharaoh,
The days of the years of my pilgrimage are 130 years. Few and evil have the days of the years of my life been, and have not attained unto the days of the years of the life of my fathers, in the days of their pilgrimage.
And Yaakov blessed Pharaoh, and went out from before Pharaoh. And Joseph placed his father and his brethren, and gave them a possession in the land of Mitzrayim, in the best of the land, in the land of Ramesses, as Pharaoh had commanded. And Joseph nourished his father and his brethren, and all his father's household, with bread according to their families. And there was no bread in all the land, for the famine was very sore, so that the land of Mitzrayim and all the land of Canaan fainted by reason of the famine. And Joseph gathered up all the money that was found in the land of Mitzrayim and in the land of Canaan, for the grain which they bought. And Joseph brought the money into Pharaoh's house. And when the money failed in the land of Mitzrayim and in the land of Canaan, all the Mitzrayim came unto Elioseph and said,
Give us bread, for why should we die in your presence? For the money fails.
And Joseph said,
Give your cattle, and I will give you for your cattle, if money fail.
And they brought their cattle unto Elioseph. And Joseph gave them bread in exchange for horses, and for the flocks, and for the cattle of the herds, and for the asses. And he fed them with bread for all their cattle for that year. When that year was ended, they came unto him the second year, and said unto him,
We will not hide it from my lord, how that our money is spent. My lord also has our herds of cattle. There is not aught left in the sight of my lord, but our bodies and our lands. Wherefore shall we die before your eyes, both we and our land? Buy us and our land for bread, and we and our land will be servants unto Pharaoh. And give us seed, that we may live and not die, and the land be not desolate.
And Joseph bought all the land of Mitzrayim for Pharaoh. For the Mitzrayim sold every man his field, because the famine prevailed over them. So the land became Pharaoh's. And as for the people, he removed them to cities from the one end of the borders of Mitzrayim even to the other end thereof. Only the land of the priests bought he not, for the priests had a portion assigned them of Pharaoh, and did eat their portion which Pharaoh gave them. Wherefore they sold not their lands. Then Joseph said unto the people,
Behold, I have bought you this day in your land for Pharaoh. Lo, here is seed for you, and ye shall sow the land. And it shall come to pass in the increase that ye shall give the 5th part unto Pharaoh, and 4 parts shall be your own, for seed of the field, and for your food, and for them of your household, and for food of your little ones.
And they said,
You have saved our lives. Let us find grace in the sight of my lord, and we will be Pharaoh's servants.
And Joseph made it a law over the land of Mitzrayim unto this day, that Pharaoh should have the 5th part, except the land of the priests only, which became not Pharaoh's. And Yasharel dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim, in the country of Goshen, and they had possessions therein, and grew, and multiplied exceedingly. And Yaakov lived in the land of Mitzrayim 17 years. So the whole age of Yaakov was 147 years. And the time drew nigh that Yasharel must die. And he called his son Joseph, and said unto him,
If now I have found grace in your sight, put, I pray you, your hand under my thigh, and deal kindly and truly with me. Bury me not, I pray you, in Mitzrayim. But I will lie with my fathers, and you shall carry me out of Mitzrayim, and bury me in their burying place.
And he said,
I will do as you have said.
And he said,
Swear unto me.
And he swore unto him. And Yasharel bowed himself upon the bed's head. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 48. And it came to pass, after these things, that one told Joseph,
Behold, your father is sick.
and he took with him his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. And one told Jacob and said,
Behold, your son Joseph comes unto you.
And Yasharel strengthened himself, and sat upon the bed. And Jacob said unto Joseph,
El Shaddai appeared unto me at Luz, in the land of Canaan, and blessed me, and said unto me, Behold, I will make you fruitful and multiply you, and will make you a multitude of people, and will give you this land to your seed after you for an everlasting possession. And now your 2 sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, which were born unto you in the land of Mitzrayim, before I came unto you in Mitzrayim, are mine. As Reuben and Shimon, they shall be mine, and your issue, which you beget after them, shall be yours, and shall be called after the name of their brethren in their inheritance. And as for me, when I came from Padan Aram, Rachel died by me in the land of Canaan in the way, when yet there was but a little way to come unto Ephratah, and I buried her there in the way of Ephratah. The same is Bethlehem.
And Yasharel beheld Joseph's sons, and said,
Who are these?
And Joseph said unto his father,
They are my sons, whom Elohim has given me in this place.
And he said,
Bring them, I pray you, unto me, and I will bless them.
Now the eyes of Yasharel were dim for age, so that he could not see. And he brought them near unto him, and he kissed them, and embraced them. And Yasharel said unto Joseph,
I had thought not to see your face, and lo, Elohim has showed me also your seed.
And Joseph brought them out from between his knees, and he bowed himself with his face to the earth. And Joseph took them both, Ephraim in his right hand toward Yasharel's left hand, and Manasseh in his left hand toward Yasharel's right hand, and brought them near unto him. And Yasharel stretched out his right hand, and laid it upon Ephraim's head, who was the younger, and his left hand upon Manasseh's head, guiding his hands wittingly, for Manasseh was the firstborn. And he blessed Joseph, and said,
Elohim, before whom my fathers Abraham and Yitzhak did walk, the Elohim which fed me all my life long unto this day, the angel which redeemed me from all evil, bless the lads, and let my name be named on them, and the name of my fathers Abraham and Yitzhak, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth.
And when Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand upon the head of Ephraim, it displeased him. And he held up his father's hand to remove it from Ephraim's head unto Manasseh's head. And Joseph said unto his father,
Not so, my father, this is the firstborn. Put your right hand upon his head.
And his father refused, and said,
I know it, my son, I know it. He also shall become a people, and he also shall be great. But truly his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his seed shall become a multitude of nations.
And he blessed them that day, saying,
In you shall Yasharel bless, saying, Elohim make you as Ephraim and as Manasseh.
And he set Ephraim before Manasseh. And Yasharel said unto Joseph,
Behold, I die, but Elohim shall be with you, and bring you again unto the land of your fathers. Moreover, I have given to you one portion above your brethren, which I took out of the hand of the Amorite, with my sword and with my bow.
Bereshit, Genesis chapter 49. And Jacob called unto his sons, and said,
Gather yourselves together, that I may tell you that which shall befall you in the last days. Gather yourselves together, and hear, ye sons of Yaakov, and hearken unto El Yasharel, your father. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might, and the beginning of my strength, the excellency of dignity, and the excellency of power. Unstable as water, you shall not excel, because you went up to your father's bed, then defiled it. You went up to my couch. Shimon and Levi are brethren. Instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. O my soul, come not into their secret. Unto their assembly my honor be not united. For in their anger they slew a man, and in their self-will they dug down a wall. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. I will divide them in Yaakov, and scatter them in Yasharel. Yehuda, you are he whom your brethren shall praise. Your hand shall be in the neck of your enemies. Your father's children shall bow down before you. Yehuda is a lion's whelp from the prey. My son, you are gone up. He stooped down. He couched as a lion, and as an old lion, who shall rouse him up? The scepter shall not depart from Yehuda, nor a Torah giver from between his feet, until Shiloh come. And unto him shall the gathering of the people be, binding his foal into the vine, and his ass's colt unto the choice vine. He washed his garments in wine, and his clothes in the blood of grapes. His eyes shall be red with wine, and his teeth white with milk. Zebulun shall dwell at the haven of the sea. He shall be for a haven of ships, and his border shall be unto Sidon. Issachar is a strong ass, couching down between two burdens. And he saw that the rest was good, and the land that it was pleasant, and bowed his shoulder to bear, and became a servant unto tribute. Dan shall judge his people, as one of the tribes of Yasharel. Dan shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path, that bites the horse heels, so that his rider shall fall backward. I have waited for your Yeshua, O Yahuwah. Gad, a troop shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last. Out of Asher his bread shall be fat, and he shall yield royal dainties. Naphtali is a hind let loose. He gives goodly words. Joseph is a fruitful bough, even a fruitful bough by a well, whose branches run over the wall. The archers have sorely grieved him, and shot at him, and hated him. But his bow abode in strength, and the arms of his hands were made strong, by the hands of the mighty Elohim of Yaakov. Even by the Elohim of your father, who shall help you, and by El Shaddai, who shall bless you, with blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lie under, blessings of the breast and of the womb. The blessings of your father have prevailed above the blessings of my progenitors, unto the utmost bound of the everlasting hills. They shall be on the head of Joseph, and on the crown of the head of him that was separated from his brethren. Benjamin shall raven as a wolf. In the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoil.
All these are the 12 tribes of Yasharel, and this is it that their father spoke unto them, and blessed them. Every one according to his blessing he blessed them. And he charged them, and said unto them,
I am to be gathered unto my people. Bury me with my fathers, in the cave that is in the field of Ephron the Hittite, in the cave that is in the field of Machpelah, which is before Mamre, in the land of Canaan, which Abraham bought with the field of Ephron the Hittite, for a possession of a burying place. There they buried Abraham, and Sarah his woman. There they buried Yitzhak, and Rivkah his woman. And there I buried Leah. The purchase of the field, and of the cave that is therein, was from the children of Heth.
And when Yaakov had made an end of commanding his sons, he gathered up his feet into the bed, and yielded up his ruach, and was gathered unto his people. Bereshit, Genesis chapter 50. And Joseph fell upon his father's face, and wept upon him, and kissed him. And Joseph commanded his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father, and the physicians embalmed Yasharel. And 40 days were fulfilled for him, for so are fulfilled the days of those which are embalmed. And the Mitzrayim mourned for him 60 days. And when the days of his mourning were past, Joseph spoke unto the house of Pharaoh, saying,
If now I have found grace in your eyes, speak, I pray you, in the ears of Pharaoh, saying, My father made me swear, saying, Lo, I die. In my grave, which I have dug for me in the land of Canaan, there shall you bury me. Now therefore let me go up, I pray you, and bury my father, and I will come again.
And Pharaoh said,
Go up, bury your father, according as he made you swear.
And Joseph went up to bury his father, and with him went up all the servants of Pharaoh, the elders of his house, and all the elders of the land of Mitzrayim, and all the house of Joseph and his brethren, and his father's house. Only their little ones, and their flocks, and their herds, they left in the land of Goshen. And there went up with him both chariots and horsemen, and it was a very great company. And they came to the threshing floor of Atad, which is beyond the Yarden. And there they mourned with a great and very sore lamentation. And he made a mourning for his father 7 days. And when the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanim, saw the mourning in the floor of Atad, they said,
This is a grievous mourning to the Mitzrayim.
Wherefore, the name of it was called Abel Mitzrayim, which is beyond the Yarden. And his sons did unto him according as he commanded them. For his sons carried him into the land of Canaan, and buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah, which Abraham bought with the field for a possession of a burying place of Ephron the Hittite, before Mamre. And Joseph returned into Mitzrayim, he and his brethren, and all that went up with him to bury his father after he had buried his father. And when Joseph's brethren saw that their father was dead, they said,
Joseph will perchance hate us, and will certainly requite us all the evil which we did unto him.
And they sent a messenger unto Joseph, saying,
Your father did command before he died, saying, So shall ye say unto Joseph, Forgive, I pray you now, the transgression of your brethren, and their sin, for they did unto you evil. And now we pray you, forgive the transgression of the servants of the Elohai of your father.
And Joseph wept when they spoke unto him. And his brethren also went and fell down before his face, and they said,
Behold, we be your servants.
And Joseph said unto them,
Fear not, for am I in the place of Elohim? But as for you, ye thought evil against me, but Elohim meant it unto good, to bring to pass, as it is this day, to save much people alive. Now therefore fear ye not, I will nourish you, and your little ones.
And he comforted them, and spoke kindly unto them. And Joseph dwelt in Mitzrayim, he and his father's house. And Joseph lived 110 years. And Joseph saw Ephraim's children of the third generation. The children also of Machir the son of Manasseh were brought up upon Joseph's knees. And Joseph said unto his brethren,
I die, and Elohim will surely visit you, and bring you out of this land unto the land which he swore to Abraham, to Yitzhak, and to Yaakov.
And Joseph took an oath of the children of Yashrael, saying,
Elohim will surely visit you, and ye shall carry up my bones from hence.
So Joseph died, being 110 years old, and they embalmed him, and he was put in a coffin in Mitzrayim. The Book of Shemot, Exodus, chapter 1. Now these are the names of the children of Yashrael, which came into Mitzrayim. Every man and his household came with Jacob, Reuben, Shimon, Levi, Yehudah, Issachar, Zebulun, and Benjamin, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. And all the souls that came out of the loins of Jacob were 70 souls, for Joseph was in Mitzrayim already. And Joseph died, and all his brethren, and all that generation. And the children of Yashrael were fruitful, and increased abundantly, and multiplied, and waxed exceeding mighty, and the land was filled with them. Now there arose up a new king over Mitzrayim, which knew not Joseph. And he said unto his people,
Behold, the people of the children of Yasharel are more and mightier than we. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass, that when there falls out any war, they join also unto our enemies, and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land.
Therefore they did set over them taskmasters, to afflict them with their burdens. And they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramesses. But the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and grew, and they were grieved because of the children of Yashrael. And the Mitzrayim made the children of Yashrael to serve with rigor, and they made their lives bitter with hard bondage, in mortar, and in brick, and in all manner of service in the field. All their service, wherein they made them to serve, was with rigor. And the king of Mitzrayim spoke to the Ivri midwives, of which the name of the one was Shiphrah, and the name of the other Puah. And he said,
When ye do the office of a midwife to the Ivrith woman, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live.
But the midwives feared Elohim, and did not as the king of Mitzrayim commanded them, but saved the men children alive. And the king of Mitzrayim called for the midwives, and said unto them,
Why have you done this thing, and have saved the men children alive?
And the midwives said unto Pharaoh,
Because the Ivrith women are not as the Mitzrith women, for they are lively, and are delivered ere the midwives come in unto them.
Therefore Elohim dealt well with the midwives, and the people multiplied and waxed very mighty. And it came to pass, because the midwives feared Elohim, that he made them houses. And Pharaoh charged all his people, saying,
Every son that is born ye shall cast into the river, and every daughter ye shall save alive.
Shemot, Exodus, chapter 2. And there went a man of the house of Levi, and took to be his woman a daughter of Levi. And the woman conceived, and bore a son. And when she saw him that he was a goodly child, she hid him 3 months. And when she could no longer hide him, she took for him an ark of bulrushes, and daubed it with slime and with pitch, and put the child therein, and she laid it in the reeds by the river's brink. And his sister stood afar off, to wit what would be done to him. And the daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself at the river, and her maidens walked along by the river's side. And when she saw the ark among the reeds, she sent her maid to fetch it. And when she had opened it, she saw the child, and behold, the babe wept. And she had compassion on him, and said,
This is one of the Ephraim children.
Then said his sister to Pharaoh's daughter,
Shall I go and call to you a nurse of the Ephraim woman, that she may nurse the child for you?
And Pharaoh's daughter said to her,
Go.
And the maid went, and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her,
Take this child away and nurse it for me, and I will give you your wages.
And the woman took the child, and nursed it. And the child grew, and she brought him unto Pharaoh's daughter, and became her son. And she called his name Moshe. And she said,
Because I drew him out of the water.
And it came to pass in those days, when Moshe was grown, that he went out unto his brethren, and looked on their burdens. And he spied a Mitzri smiting an Ephraim, one of his brethren. And he looked this way, and that way. And when he saw that there was no man, he slew the Mitzri, and hid him in the sand. And when he went out the second day, behold, 2 men of the Ephraim strove together. And he said to him that did the wrong, Wherefore do you smite your fellow? And he said,
Who made you a prince and a judge over us? Intend you to kill me as you killed the Mitzri?
And Moshe feared and said, Surely this thing is known. Now when Pharaoh heard this thing, he sought to slay Moshe. But Moshe fled from the face of Pharaoh, and dwelt in the land of Midian, and he sat down by a well. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came and drew water, and filled the troughs to water their father's flock. And the shepherds came and drove them away. But Moshe stood up and helped them, and watered their flock. And when they came to Reuel their father, he said,
How is it that ye are come so soon today?
And they said,
A Mitzri delivered us out of the hand of the shepherds, and also drew water enough for us, and watered the flock.
And he said unto his daughters,
And where is he? Why is it that ye have left the man? Call him that he may eat bread.
And Moshe was content to dwell with the man. And he gave Moshe Zipporah his daughter, and she bore to him a son. And he called his name Gershom, for he said, I have been a stranger in a strange land. And it came to pass in the process of time that the king of Mitzrayim died. And the children of Yasharel sighed by reason of the bondage, and they cried. And their cry came up unto Elohim by reason of the bondage. And Elohim heard their groaning. And Elohim remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Yitzchak, and with Yaakov. And Elohim looked upon the children of Yasharel, and Elohim had respect unto them. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 3. Now Moshe kept the flock of Yitro his father-in-law, the priest of Midian, and he led the flock to the backside of the desert, and came to the mountain of Elohim, even to Horeb. And the angel of Yahweh appeared unto him in a flame of fire, out of the midst of a thorn bush. And he looked, and behold, the thorn bush burned with fire, and the thorn bush was not consumed. And Moshe said, I will now turn aside and see this great sight, why the thorn bush is not burnt. And when Yahweh saw that he turned aside to see, Elohim called unto him out of the midst of the thorn bush, and said,
Moshe, Moshe.
And he said, Here am I. And he said,
Draw not nigh hither,
Put off your shoes from off your feet, for the place whereon you stand is holy ground.
Moreover, he said,
I am the Elohai of your father, the Elohai of Abraham, the Elohai of Yitzhak, and the Elohai of Yaakov.
And Moshe hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon Elohim. And Yahweh said,
I have surely seen the affliction of my people, which are in Mitzrayim, and have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters. For I know their sorrows, and I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of Mitzrayim, and to bring them up out of that land unto a good land, and a large, unto a land flowing with milk and honey, unto the place of the Canaanim, and the Hittim, and the Amorim, and the Perizim, and the Hivim, and the Yevusim. Now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Yasharel is come unto me, and I have also seen the oppression wherewith the Mitzrayim oppress them. Come now therefore, I will send you unto Pharaoh, that you may bring forth my people, the children of Yasharel, out of Mitzrayim.
And Moshe said unto Elohim,
Who am I that I should go unto Pharaoh, and that I should bring forth the children of Yasharel out of Mitzrayim?
And he said,
Certainly I will be with you, and this shall be a sign unto you, that I have sent you. When you have brought forth the people out of Mitzrayim, ye shall serve Elohim upon this mountain.
And Moshe said unto Elohim,
Behold, when I come unto the children of Yasharel, and say unto them, The Elohai of your fathers has sent me unto you, and then they shall say unto me, What is his name? What shall I say unto them?
And Elohim said unto El Moshe,
Ahaya Asher Ahaya, I am that I am.
And he said,
Thus shall you say unto the children of Yasharel, Ahaya I am has sent me unto you.
And Elohim said moreover unto El Moshe,
Thus shall you say unto the children of Yasharel, Yahuwah Elohai of your fathers, the Elohai of Abraham, the Elohai of Yitzhak, and the Elohai of Yaakov, has sent me unto you. This is my name forever, and this is my mention unto all generations. Go and gather the elders of Yasharel together, and say unto them, Yahuwah Elohai of your fathers, the Elohai of Abraham, of Yitzhak, and the Elohai of Yaakov, appeared unto me, saying, I have surely visited you, and seen that which is done to you in Mitzrayim. And I have said, I will bring you up out of the affliction of Mitzrayim, unto the land of the Canaanim, and the Hittim, and the Amorim, and the Perizim, and the Hivim, and the Yevusim, unto a land flowing with milk and honey. And they shall hearken to your voice, and you shall come, you and the elders of Yasharel, unto the king of Mitzrayim, and ye shall say unto him, Yahuwah Elohai of the Ephraim has met us, and now let us go, we beseech you, 3 days' journey into the wilderness, that we may sacrifice to Yahuwah Eloheinu. And I am sure that the king of Mitzrayim will not let you go, no, not by a mighty hand. And I will stretch out my hand, and smite Mitzrayim with all my wonders, which I will do in the midst thereof. And after that he will let you go, and I will give this people favor in the sight of the Mitzrayim. And it shall come to pass, that when ye go, ye shall not go empty. But every woman shall borrow of her neighbor, and of her that sojourns in her house, jewels of silver, and jewels of gold, and raiment. And ye shall put them upon your sons, and upon your daughters, and ye shall spoil the Mitzrayim.
Shemot, Exodus, chapter 4. And Moshe answered and said,
But, behold, they will not believe me, nor hearken unto my voice, for they will say, Yahweh has not appeared unto you.
And Yahweh said unto him,
What is that in your hand?
And he said,
A rod?
And he said,
Cast it on the ground.
And he cast it on the ground. and it became a serpent, and Moshe fled from before it. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Put forth your hand, and take it by the tail.
And he put forth his hand, and caught it, and it became a rod in his hand.
That they may believe that Yahuwah Elohai of their fathers, the Elohai of Abraham, the Elohai of Yitzhak, and the Elohai of Yaakov, has appeared unto you.
And Yahweh said furthermore unto him,
Put now your hand into your bosom.
And he put his hand into his bosom, and when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous as snow. And he said,
Put your hand into your bosom again.
And he put his hand into his bosom again, and plucked it out of his bosom, and behold, it was turned again as his other flesh.
And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe you, neither hearken to the voice of the first sign, that they will believe the voice of the latter sign. And it shall come to pass, if they will not believe also these two signs, neither hearken unto your voice, that you shall take of the water of the river, and pour it upon the dry land, and the water which you take out of the river shall become blood upon the dry land.
And Moshe said unto Yahweh,
Oh my Adonai, I am not eloquent, neither heretofore, nor since you have spoken unto your servant, but I am slow of speech and of a slow tongue.
And Yahweh said unto him,
Who has made man's mouth, or who makes the dumb, or deaf, or the seeing, or the blind? Have not I, Yahuwah? Now therefore go, and I will be with your mouth, and teach you what you shall say.
And he said,
O my Adonai, send, I pray you, by the hand of whom you will send.
And the anger of Yahweh was kindled against Moshe, and he said,
Is not Aharon the Levi your brother? I know that he can speak well, and also, behold, he comes forth to meet you, and when he sees you, he will be glad in his heart. And you shall speak unto him, and put the words in his mouth, and I will be with your mouth, and with his mouth, and will teach you what ye shall do. And he shall be your spokesman unto the people, and he shall be, even he shall be to you instead of a mouth, and you shall be to him instead of Elohim. And you shall take this rod in your hand, wherewith you shall do signs.
And Moshe went and returned to Yitro his father-in-law, and said unto him,
Let me go, I pray you, and return unto my brethren which are in Mitzrayim, and see whether they be yet alive.
And Yitro said unto Moshe,
Go in peace.
And Yahweh said unto Moshe in Midian,
Go, return into Mitzrayim, for all the men are dead which sought your life.
And Moshe took his woman and his sons, and set them upon an ass, and he returned to the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe took the rod of Elohim in his hand. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
When you go to return into Mitzrayim, see that you do all those wonders before Pharaoh, which I have put into your hand. But I will harden his heart, that he shall not let the people go. And you shall say unto Pharaoh, Thus says Yahuwah, Yasharel is my son, even my firstborn. And I say unto you, Let my son go, that he may serve me. And if you refuse to let him go, behold, I will slay your son, even your firstborn.
And it came to pass by the way in the inn that Yahweh met him, and sought to kill him. Then Zipporah took a sharp stone, and cut off the foreskin of her son, and cast it at his feet, and said,
Surely a bloody man are you to me.
So he let him go. Then she said,
A bloody man you are, because of the circumcision.
And Yahweh said to Aharon,
Go into the wilderness to meet Moshe.
And he went, and met him in the mount of Elohim, and kissed him. And Moshe told Aharon all the words of Yahweh who had sent him, and the signs which he had commanded him. And Moshe and Aharon went and gathered together all the elders of the children of Yasharel. And Aharon spoke all the words which Yahweh had spoken unto Moshe, and did the signs in the sight of the people. And the people believed. And when they heard that Yahweh had visited the children of Yasharel, and that he had looked upon their affliction, then they bowed their heads and worshipped. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 5. And afterward, Moshe and Aharon went in, and told Pharaoh,
Thus says Yahweh Elohai of Yasharel, Let my people go,
that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness.
And Pharaoh said,
Who is Yahuwah that I should obey his voice to let Yasharel go? I know not Yahuwah, neither will I let Yasharel go.
And they said,
The Elohai of the Ephraim has met with us. Let us go, we pray you, 3 days' journey into the desert, and sacrifice unto Yahweh Elohim, lest he fall upon us with pestilence, or with a sword.
And the king of Mitzrayim said unto them,
Wherefore do ye, Moshe and Aaron, let the people from their works get you unto your burdens.
And Pharaoh said,
Behold, the people of the land now are many, and ye make them rest from their burdens.
And Pharaoh commanded the same day the taskmasters of the people and their officers, saying,
Ye shall no more give the people straw to make brick, as heretofore. Let them go and gather straw for themselves. And the tell of the bricks which they did make heretofore, ye shall lay upon them. Ye shall not diminish aught thereof, for they be idle. Therefore they cry, saying, Let us go and sacrifice to our Elohim. Let their more work be laid upon the men, that they may labor therein, and let them not regard vain words.
And the taskmasters of the people went out, and their officers, and they spoke to the people, saying, Thus says Pharaoh, I will not give you straw. Go ye, get you straw where you can find it. Yet not aught of your work shall be diminished. So the people were scattered abroad throughout all the land of Mitzrayim, to gather stubble instead of straw. And the taskmasters hasted them, saying, Fulfill your works, your daily tasks, as when there was straw. And the officers of the children of Yasharel, which Pharaoh's taskmasters had set over them, were beaten, and demanded, Wherefore have ye not fulfilled your task in making brick both yesterday and today, as heretofore? Then the officers of the children of Yasharel came and cried unto Pharaoh, saying,
Wherefore do you thus with your servants? There is no straw given unto your servants, and they say to us, Make brick, and behold, your servants are beaten. But the fault is in your own people.
But he said,
Ye are idle, ye are idle. Therefore ye say, Let us go and do sacrifice to Yahuwah. Go therefore now and work, for there shall no straw be given you. Yet shall ye deliver the tale of bricks.
And the officers of the children of Yasharel did see that they were in an evil case. After it was said,
Ye shall not diminish aught of your bricks from your daily task.
And they met Moshe and Aharon, who stood in the way, as they came forth from Pharaoh. And they said unto them,
Yahuwah, look upon you and judge, because ye have made our Saviour to be abhorred in the eyes of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of his servants, to put a sword in their hand to slay us.
And Moshe returned unto Eliyahu and said,
Adonai, wherefore have you so evil entreated this people? Why is it that you have sent me? For since I came to Pharaoh to speak in your name, he has done evil to the people. Neither have you delivered your people at all.
Shemot, Exodus, chapter 6. Then Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Now shall you see what I will do to Pharaoh, for with a strong hand shall he let them go, and with a strong hand shall he drive them out of his land.
And Elohim spoke unto Moshe, and said unto him,
I am Yahuwah, and I appeared unto El Abraham, unto El Yitzhak, and unto El Yaakov, by El Shaddai. But by my name Yahuwah was I not known to them. And I have also established my covenant with them, to give them the land of Canaan, the land of their pilgrimage, wherein they were strangers. And I have also heard the groanings of the children of Yasharel, whom the Mitzrayim keep in bondage, and I have remembered my covenant. Wherefore say unto the children of Yasharel, I am Yahuwah, and I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Mitzrayim, and I will rid you out of their bondage, and I will redeem you with a stretched out arm, and with great judgments. And I will take you to me for a people, and I will be to you Elohim.
And ye shall know that I am Yahuwah Elohim, which brings you out from under the burdens of the Mitzrayim. And I will bring you into the land concerning the which I did swear to give it to Abraham, to Yitzhak, and to Yaakov, and I will give it to you for a heritage. I am Yahuwah.
And Moshe spoke so unto the children of Yasharel, but they hearkened not unto Moshe, for anguish of the Ruach, and for cruel bondage. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Go in, speak unto Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, that he let the children of Yasharel go out of his land.
And Moshe spoke before Yahweh, saying, Behold, the children of Yasharel have not hearkened unto me. How then shall Pharaoh hear me, who am of uncircumcised lips? And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and unto El Ahron, and gave them a charge unto the children of Yasharel and unto Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, to bring the children of Yasharel out of the land of Mitzrayim. These be the heads of their fathers' houses, the sons of Reuben, the firstborn of Yasharel, Chanok, and Palu, and Chetzron, and Carmi. These be the families of Reuben. And the sons of Shimon, Yemuel, and Yamin, and Ochad, and Yakin, and Tzochar, and Shaul, the son of the Canaanite woman. These are the families of Shimon. And these are the names of the sons of Levi, according to their generations, Gershon, and Kohath, and Merari. And the years of the life of Levi were 137 years. The sons of Gershon, Livni, and Shimei, according to their families. And the sons of Kohath, Amram, and Yitzchar, and Hebron, and Uziel. And the years of the life of Kohath were 133 years. And the sons of Merari, Machli, and Mushi. These are the families of Levi, according to their generations. And Amram took Jochebed, his father's sister, to be his woman. And she bore him Ahron, and Moshe. And the years of the life of Amram were 137 years. And the sons of Yitzchar, Korach, and Nepheg, and Zikrai. And the sons of Uziel, Mishael, and Elishaphan, and Chitrai. And Ahron took him Elisheba, daughter of Aminadab, sister of Nachshon, to be his woman. And she bore him Nadab, and Abihu, and Eleazar, and Ithamar. And the sons of Korach, Asir, Elkanah, Avisaph. These are the families of the Korchai. And Eleazar, Ahron's son, took him one of the daughters of Putiel to be his woman, and she bore him Phinehas. These are the heads of the fathers of the Leviim, according to their families. These are that Ahron and Moshe, to whom Yahweh said, Bring out the children of Yasharel from the land of Mitzrayim, according to their families. These are they which spoke to Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, to bring out the children of Yasharel from Mitzrayim. These are that Moshe and Aharon. And it came to pass on the day when Yahweh spoke unto Moshe in the land of Mitzrayim, that Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
I am Yahuwah. Speak you unto Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, all that I say unto you.
And Moshe said before Yahweh, Behold, I am of uncircumcised lips. How shall Pharaoh hearken unto me? Shemot, Exodus, chapter 7. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
See, I have made you an Elohim to Pharaoh, and Aharon your brother shall be your prophet. You shall speak all that I command you, and Aharon your brother shall speak unto Pharaoh, that he send the children of Yasharel out of his land. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Mitzrayim. But Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that I may lay my hand upon Mitzrayim, and bring forth my armies and my people, the children of Yasharel, out of the land of Mitzrayim, by great judgments. And the Mitzrayim shall know that I am Yahuwah, when I stretch forth my hand upon the Mitzrayim, and bring out the children of Yasharel from among them.
And Moshe and Aharon did as Yahweh commanded them. So did they. And Moshe was 80 years old, and Aharon 83 years old, when they spoke unto Pharaoh. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and unto El Aharon, saying,
When Pharaoh shall speak unto you, saying, Show a miracle for you, then you shall say unto El Aharon, Take your rod, and cast it before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent.
And Moshe and Aharon went in unto Pharaoh, and they did so, as Yahweh had commanded. And Aharon cast down his rod before Pharaoh, and before his servants, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers, now the magicians of Mitzrayim. They also did in like manner with their enchantments, for they cast down every man his rod, and they became serpents. But Aharon's rod swallowed up their rods, and he hardened Pharaoh's heart, that he hearkened not unto them, as Yahweh had said. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Pharaoh's heart is hardened. He refuses to let the people go. Get you unto Pharaoh in the morning. Lo, he goes out unto the water. You shall stand by the river's brink, against he come. And the rod which was turned to a serpent shall you take in your hand. And you shall say unto him, Yahuwah Elohai of the Ephraim has sent me unto you, saying, Let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness. And behold, hitherto you would not hear. Thus says Yahuwah, In this you shall know that I am Yahuwah. Behold, I will smite with the rod that is in my hand upon the waters which are in the river, and they shall be turned to blood. And the fish that is in the river shall die, and the river shall stink, and the Mitzrayim shall loathe the drink of the water of the river.
And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Say unto Aaron, Take your rod, and stretch out your hand upon the waters of Mitzrayim, upon their streams, upon their rivers, and upon their ponds, and upon all their pools of water, that they may become blood, and that there may be blood throughout all the land of Mitzrayim, both in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone.
And Moshe and Aharon did so, as Yahweh commanded. And he lifted up the rod, and smote the waters that were in the river, in the sight of Pharaoh, and in the sight of his servants. And all the waters that were in the river were turned to blood. And the fish that was in the river died. And the river stank, and the Mitzrayim could not drink of the water of the river, and there was blood throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And the magicians of Mitzrayim did so with their enchantments, and Pharaoh's heart was hardened, neither did he hearken unto them, as Yahweh had said. And Pharaoh turned and went into his house, neither did he set his heart to this also. And all the Mitzrayim dug round about the river for water to drink, for they could not drink of the water of the river. And 7 days were fulfilled after that Yahweh had smitten the river. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 8. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe,
Go unto Pharaoh, say unto him, Thus says Yahuwah, Let my people go, that they may serve me. And if you refuse to let them go, behold, I will smite all your borders with frogs. And the river shall bring forth frogs abundantly, which shall go up and come into your house, and into your bedchamber, and upon your bed, and into the house of your servants, and upon your people, and into the ovens, and into your kneading troughs. And the frogs shall come up, both on you and upon your people, and upon all your servants.
And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe,
Say unto El Aharon, Stretch forth your hand with your rod over the streams, over the rivers, and over the ponds, and cause the frogs to come up upon the land of Mitzrayim.
And Aharon stretched out his hand over the waters of Mitzrayim, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Mitzrayim. And the magicians did so with their enchantments, and brought up the frogs upon the land of Mitzrayim. Then Pharaoh called for Moshe and Aharon and said,
Entreat El Yahuwah, that he may take away the frogs from me, and from my people, and I will let the people go, that they may do sacrifice unto Yahuwah.
And Moshe said unto Pharaoh, Glory over me,
When shall I entreat for you, and for your servants, and for your people, to destroy the frogs from you and from your houses, that they may remain in the river only? And he said,
Tomorrow.
And he said, Be it according to your word, that you may know that there is none like unto Yahweh Eloheinu. And the frogs shall depart from you, and from your houses, and from your servants, and from your people. They shall remain in the river only. And Moshe and Aharon went out from Pharaoh, and Moshe cried unto Yahweh because of the frogs which he had brought against Pharaoh. And Yahweh did according to the word of Moshe, and the frogs died out of the houses, out of the villages, and out of the fields. And they gathered them together upon heaps, and the land stank. But when Pharaoh saw that there was respite, he hardened his heart, and hearkened not unto them, as Yahweh had said. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Say unto Aharon, Stretch out your rod, and smite the dust of the land, that it may become lice throughout all the land of Mitzrayim.
And they did so. For Aharon stretched out his hand with his rod, and smote the dust of the earth, and it became lice in man and in beast. All the dust of the land became lice throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. And the magicians did so with their enchantments to bring forth the lice, but they could not. So there were lice upon man and upon beast. Then the magicians said unto Pharaoh, This is the finger of Elohim. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he hearkened not unto them, as Yahweh had said. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Rise up early in the morning, stand before Pharaoh. Lo, he comes forth to the water, and say unto him, Thus says Yahweh, Let my people go, that they may serve me. Else if you will not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies upon you, and upon your servants, and upon your people, and into your houses, and the houses of the Mitzrayim shall be full of swarms of flies, and also the ground whereon they are. And I will deliver in that day the land of Goshen, in which my people dwell, that no swarms of flies shall be there, to the end you may know that I am Yahweh in the midst of the earth. And I will put a division between my people and your people. Tomorrow shall this sign be.
And Yahweh did so. And there came a grievous swarm of flies into the house of Pharaoh, and into his servants' houses, and into all the land of Mitzrayim. The land was corrupted by reason of the swarm of flies. And Pharaoh called for Moshe and for Aharon, and said,
Go ye, sacrifice to your Elohim in the land.
And Moshe said, It is not meet so to do, for we shall sacrifice the abomination of the Mitzrayim to Yahweh Eloheinu. Lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Mitzrayim before their eyes? And will they not stone us? We will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness, and sacrifice to Yahweh Eloheinu, as he shall command us. And Pharaoh said,
I will let you go, that ye may sacrifice to Yahweh Elohika in the wilderness. Only ye shall not go very far away. Entreat for me.
And Moshe said, Behold, I go out from you, and I will entreat Yahweh, that the swarms of flies may depart from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people, tomorrow. But let not Pharaoh deal deceitfully any more, in not letting the people go to sacrifice to Yahweh. And Moshe went out from Pharaoh, and entreated Yahweh. And Yahweh did according to the word of Moshe, and he removed the swarms of flies from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people. There remained not one. And Pharaoh hardened his heart at this time also, neither would he let the people go. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 9. Then Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Go in unto Pharaoh, and tell him, Thus says Yahuwah Elohai of the Ephraim, Let my people go, that they may serve me. For if you refuse to let them go, and will hold them still, behold, the hand of Yahuwah
is upon your cattle, which is in the field, upon the horses, upon the asses, upon the camels, upon the oxen, upon the sheep. There shall be a very grievous pestilence, and Yahuwah shall sever between the cattle of Yasharel and the cattle of Mitzrayim, and there shall nothing die of all that is the children's of Yasharel.
And Yahweh appointed a set time, saying,
Tomorrow Yahuwah shall do this thing in the land.
And Yahweh did that thing on the morrow, and all the cattle of Mitzrayim died, but of the cattle of the children of Yasharel died not one. And Pharaoh sent, and behold, there was not one of the cattle of Yasharel dead. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he did not let the people go. And Yahweh said unto El Moshe and unto El Aharon,
Take to you handfuls of ashes of the furnace, and let Moshe sprinkle it towards the heavens in the sight of Pharaoh. And it shall become small dust in all the land of Mitzrayim, and shall be a boil breaking forth with blains upon man and upon beast throughout all the land of Mitzrayim.
And they took the ashes of the furnace, and stood before Pharaoh. And Moshe sprinkled it up toward the heavens, and it became a boil, breaking forth with blains upon man and upon beast. And the magicians could not stand before Moshe because of the boils, for the boil was upon the magicians and upon all the Mitzrayim. And Yahweh hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he hearkened not unto them, as Yahweh had spoken unto El Moshe. And Yahweh said unto El Moshe,
Rise up early in the morning, and stand before Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus says Yahuwah Elohai of the Ephraim, Let my people go, that they may serve me. For I will at this time send all my plagues upon your heart, and upon your servants, and upon your people, that you may know that there is none like me in all the earth. For now I will stretch out my hand, that I may smite you, and your people with pestilence, and you shall be cut off from the earth. And in very deed for this cause have I raised you up, for to show in you my power, that my name may be declared throughout all the earth. As yet exalt you yourself against my people, that you will not let them go? Behold, tomorrow about this time I will cause it to rain a very grievous hail, such as has not been in Mitzrayim since the foundation thereof even until now. Send therefore now and gather your cattle, and all that you have in the field, for upon every man and beast which shall be found in the field, and shall not be brought home, the hail shall come down upon them, and they shall die.
He that feared the word of Yahweh among the servants of Pharaoh made his servants and his cattle flee into the houses. And he that regarded not the word of Yahweh left his servants and his cattle in the field. And Yahweh said unto El Moshe,
Stretch forth your hand towards the heavens, that there may be hail in all the land of Mitzrayim, upon man and upon beast, and upon every herb of the field, throughout the land of Mitzrayim.
And Moshe stretched forth his rod toward the heavens, and Yahweh sent thunder and hail, and the fire ran along upon the ground, and Yahweh rained hail upon the land of Mitzrayim. So there was hail, and fire mingled with the hail, very grievous, such as there was none like it in all the land of Mitzrayim, since it became a nation. And the hail smote throughout all the land of Mitzrayim, all that was in the field, both man and beast, and the hail smote every herb of the field, and broke every tree of the field. Only in the land of Goshen, where the children of Yasharel were, was there no hail. And Pharaoh sent and called for Moshe and Aharon, and said unto them,
I have sinned this time. Yahuwah is righteous, and I and my people are wicked. Entreat Yahuwah, for it is enough that there be no more mighty thunderings and hail, for I will let you go,
Ye shall stay no longer.
And Moshe said unto him, As soon as I am gone out of the city, I will spread abroad my hands unto El Yahweh, and the thunder shall cease, neither shall there be any more hail, that you may know how that the earth is Yahweh's. But as for you and your servants, I know that you will not fear Yahweh Elohim. And the flax and the barley was smitten, for the barley was in the ear, and the flax was bold. But the wheat and the rye were not smitten, for they were not grown up. And Moshe went out of the city from Pharaoh, and spread abroad his hands unto El Yahweh, and the thunders and the hail ceased, and the rain was not poured upon the earth. And when Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and the thunders were ceased, he sinned yet more, and hardened his heart, he and his servants. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, neither would he let the children of Yashrael go, as Yahweh had spoken by Moshe. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 10. And Yahweh said unto El Moshe,
Go in unto Pharaoh, for I have hardened his heart, and the heart of his servants, that I might show these my signs before him, and that you may tell in the ears of your son, and of your son's son, what things I have wrought in Mitzrayim, and my signs which I have done among them, that ye may know how that I am Yahuwah.
And Moshe and Aharon came in unto Pharaoh, and said unto him, Thus says Yahweh Elohai of the Ephraim, How long will you refuse to humble yourselves before me? Let my people go, that they may serve me. Else, if you refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow I will bring the locusts into your coast, and they shall cover the face of the earth, that one cannot be able to see the earth. And they shall eat the remnant of that which is escaped, which remains unto you from the hail, and shall eat every tree which grows for you out of the field. And they shall fill your houses, and the houses of all your servants, and the houses of all the Mitzrayim, which neither your fathers nor your fathers' fathers have seen, since the day that they were upon the earth unto this day. And he turned himself and went out from Pharaoh. And Pharaoh's servants said unto him, How long shall this man be a snare unto us? Let the men go, that they may serve Yahweh Elohim. Know you not that Mitzrayim is destroyed? And Moshe and Aharon were brought again unto Pharaoh. And he said unto them,
Go, serve Yahuwah Elohim. But who are they that shall go?
And Moshe said, We will go with our young and with our old, with our sons and with our daughters, with our flocks and with our herds. We will go, for we must hold a feast unto Yahuwah. And he said unto them,
Let Yahuwah be so with you, as I will let you go, and your little ones. Look to it, for evil is before you. Not so. Go now, ye that are men, and serve Yahuwah, for that ye did desire.
And they were driven out from Pharaoh's presence. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Stretch out your hand over the land of Mitzrayim for the locusts, that they may come up upon the land of Mitzrayim, and eat every herb of the land, even all that the hail has left.
And Moshe stretched forth his rod over the land of Mitzrayim. And Yahweh brought an east wind upon the land all that day and all that night. And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locusts. And the locusts went up over all the land of Mitzrayim, and rested in all the coast of Mitzrayim. Very grievous were they. Before them there were no such locusts as they, neither after them shall be such. For they covered the face of the whole earth, so that the land was darkened, and they did eat every herb of the land, and all the fruit of the trees which the hail had left, and there remained not any green thing in the trees, or in the herbs of the field, through all the land of Mitzrayim. Then Pharaoh called for Moshe and Aharon in haste, and he said,
I have sinned against Yahuwah Elohim and against you. Now therefore forgive, I pray you, my sin only this once, and entreat Yahuwah Elohim that he may take away from me this death only.
And he went out from Pharaoh and entreated Yahweh. And Yahweh turned a mighty strong west wind, which took away the locusts and cast them into the Red Sea. There remained not one locust in all the coasts of Mitzrayim. But Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Yasharel go. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Stretch out your hand towards the heavens, that there may be darkness over the land of Mitzrayim, even darkness which may be felt.
And Moshe stretched forth his hand toward the heavens, and there was a thick darkness in all the land of Mitzrayim 3 days. They saw not one another, neither rose any from his place for 3 days. But all the children of Yasharel had light in their dwellings. And Pharaoh called unto Moshe and said,
Go ye, serve Yahuwah, only let your flocks and your herds be stayed. Let your little ones also go with you.
And Moshe said, You must give us also sacrifices and burnt offerings, that we may sacrifice unto Yahweh Eloheinu. Our cattle also shall go with us. There shall not a hoof be left behind. For thereof must we take to serve Yahweh Eloheinu. And we know not with what we must serve Yahweh until we come thither. But Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he would not let them go. And Pharaoh said unto him,
Get you from me, take heed to yourself. See my face no more. For in that day you see my face, you shall die.
And Moshe said, You have spoken well. I will see your face again no more. Shemot, Exodus chapter 11. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Yet will I bring one plague more upon Pharaoh, and upon Mitzrayim. Afterwards he will let you go hence. When he shall let you go, he shall surely thrust you out hence altogether. Speak now in the ears of the people, and let every man borrow of his neighbor, and every woman of her neighbor, jewels of silver and jewels of gold.
And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of the Mitzrayim. Moreover, the man Moshe was very great in the land of Mitzrayim, in the sight of Pharaoh's servants, and in the sight of the people. And Moshe said, Thus says Yahweh, about midnight will I go out into the midst of Mitzrayim, and all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sits upon his throne, even unto the firstborn of the maidservant that is behind the mill, and all the firstborn of beasts. And there shall be a great cry throughout all the land of Mitzrayim, such as there was none like it, nor shall be like it any more. But against any of the children of Yasharel shall not a dog move his tongue, against man or beast, that ye may know how that Yahweh puts a difference between the Mitzrayim and Yasharel. And all these your servants shall come down unto me, and bow down themselves unto me, saying, Get you out, and all the people that follow you. And after that I will go out. And he went out from Pharaoh in great anger. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that my wonders may be multiplied in the land of Mitzrayim.
And Moshe and Aharon did all these wonders before Pharaoh. And Yahweh hardened Pharaoh's heart, so that he would not let the children of Yasharel go out of his land. Shemot, Exodus, chapter. And Yahweh spoke unto El Moshe and El Aharon in the land of Mitzrayim, saying,
This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. Speak ye unto all the assembly of Yasharel, saying, In the 10th day of this month they shall take to them every man a lamb, according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for a house. And if the household be too little for the lamb, Let him and his neighbor next unto his house take it according to the number of the souls. Every man according to his eating shall make your count for the lamb. Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. Ye shall take it out from the sheep, or from the goats, and ye shall keep it up until the 14th day of the same month. And the whole multitude of the assembly of Yasharel shall kill it in the evening. And they shall take of the blood, and strike it on the two sides of the posts, and on the upper doorposts of the houses, wherein they shall eat it. And they shall eat the flesh in that night, roast with fire, and matzah, unleavened bread. And with bitter herbs they shall eat it. Eat not of it raw, nor sodden at all with water, but roast with fire, his head with his legs, and with the purtenance thereof. And ye shall let nothing of it remain until the morning, and that which remains of it until the morning ye shall burn. And thus shall ye eat it, with your loins girded, your shoes on your feet, and your staff in your hand. And ye shall eat it in haste. It is Yahuwah's Pesach. For I will pass through the land of Mitzrayim this night, and will smite all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, both man and beast. And against all the Elohai of Mitzrayim, I will execute judgment. I am Yahuwah. And the blood shall be to you for a mark upon the houses where ye are. And when I see the blood, I will pass over you. And the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you, when I smite the land of Mitzrayim. And this day shall be unto you for a memorial, and ye shall keep it a feast to Yahuwah throughout your generations. Ye shall keep it a feast by an ordinance forever. 7 days shall ye eat matzah. Even the first day ye shall put away leaven out of your houses. For whoever eats hametz, leavened bread, from the first day unto the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from Yasharel. And in the first day there shall be a holy assembly, and in the 7th day there shall be a holy assembly to you. No manner of work shall be done in them, save that which every man must eat, that only may be done of you. And ye shall guard the feast of matzah, unleavened bread. For in this selfsame day have I brought your armies out of the land of Mitzrayim. Therefore shall ye guard this day in your generations by an ordinance forever. In the first day, on the 14th day of the month at evening, ye shall eat matzah, until the 21st day of the month at evening. 7 days shall there be no hametz found in your houses. For whosoever eats that which is with hametz, leaven, even that soul shall be cut off from the assembly of Yasharel, whether he be a stranger or born in the land. Ye shall eat nothing with hametz. In all your habitations shall ye eat matzah.
Then Moshe called for all the elders of Yasharel, and said unto them, Draw out, and take you a lamb according to your families, and kill the Pesach. And ye shall take a bunch of hyssop, and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintel and the two side posts with the blood that is in the basin. And none of you shall go out at the door of his house until the morning. For Yahweh will pass through to smite the Mitzrayim. And when he sees the blood upon the lintel and on the two side posts, Yahweh will pass over the door, and will not suffer the destroyer to come in unto your houses to smite you. And ye shall guard this thing for an ordinance to you and to your sons forever. And it shall come to pass, when ye are come to the land which Yahweh will give you, according as he has promised, that ye shall guard this service. And it shall come to pass, when your children shall say unto you, What mean ye by this service? That ye shall say, It is the sacrifice of Yahweh's Pesach, who passed over the houses of the children of Yasharel in Mitzrayim, when he smote the Mitzrayim and delivered our houses. And the people bowed the head and worshipped. And the children of Yasharel went away, and did as Yahweh had commanded Moshe and Aharon. So did they. And it came to pass that at midnight Yahweh smote all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, from the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat on his throne unto the firstborn of the captive that was in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of cattle. And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all his servants, and all the Mitzrayim, And there was a great cry in Mitzrayim, for there was not a house where there was not one dead. And he called for Moshe and Aharon by night, and said,
Rise up, and get ye forth from among my people, both ye and the children of Yasharel, and go, serve Yahweh, as ye have said, and take your flocks and your herds, as ye have said, and be gone, and bless me, O.
For they said, We be all dead men. And the people took their dough before it was leavened, and their kneading troughs being bound up in their clothes upon their shoulders. And the children of Yasharel did according to the word of Moshe. And they borrowed of the Mitzrayim jewels of silver, and jewels of gold and raiment. And Yahweh gave the people favor in the sight of the Mitzrayim, so that they lent unto them such things as they required. And they spoiled the Mitzrayim. And the children of Yasharel journeyed from Ramesses to Sukkot, about 600,000 on foot that were men, beside children. And a mixed multitude went up also with him, and flocks, and herds, even very much cattle. And they baked matzah cakes of the dough which they brought forth out of Mitzrayim, for it was not leavened, because they were thrust out of Mitzrayim, and could not tarry, neither had they prepared for themselves any victual. Now the sojourning of the children of Yasharel, who dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim, and in the land of Canaan, they and their fathers, was 430 years. And it came to pass at the end of the 430 years, even the selfsame day it came to pass, that all the hosts of Yahweh went out from the land of Mitzrayim. It is a night to be much observed unto Yahweh, for bringing them out of the land of Mitzrayim. This is that night of Yahweh, to be observed of all the children of Yasharel in their generations. And Yahweh said unto Moshe and Aharon,
This is the ordinance of the Pesach. There shall no stranger eat thereof, but every manservant that is bought for money, when you have circumcised him, then he shall eat thereof. A foreigner and a hired servant shall not eat thereof. In one house shall it be eaten. You shall not carry forth aught of the flesh abroad out of the house, neither shall ye break a bone thereof. All the assembly of Yasharel shall keep it. And when a stranger shall sojourn with you, and will keep the Pesach to Yahuwah, let all his males be circumcised, and then let him come near and keep it. And he shall be as one that is born in the land. For no one uncircumcised person shall eat thereof. One Torah shall be to him that is homeborn, and unto the stranger that sojourns among you.
Thus did all the children of Yasharel, as Yahweh commanded Moshe and Aharon, so did they. And it came to pass at the selfsame day, that Yahweh did bring the children of Yasharel out of the land of Mitzrayim by their armies. Shemot, Exodus chapter 13. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Sanctify unto me all the firstborn, whatsoever opens the womb among the children of Yasharel, both of man and of beast, it is mine.
And Moshe said unto the people, Remember this day, in which you came out from Mitzrayim, out of the house of bondage, for by strength of hand Yahweh brought you out from this place. There shall no chametz be eaten. This day came ye out in the month Abib. And it shall be, when Yahweh shall bring you into the land of the Canaanim, and the Hittim, and the Amorim, and the Chivim, and the Yebusim, which he swore unto your fathers to give you, a land flowing with milk and honey, that you shall keep this service in this month. 7 days you shall eat matzah, and in the 7th day shall be a feast unto Yahweh. Matzah shall be eaten 7 days, and there shall no chametz be seen with you, neither shall there be leaven seen with you in all your quarters. And you shall show your son in that day, saying, This is done because of that which Yahweh did unto me, when I came forth out of Mitzrayim. And it shall be for a sign unto you upon your hand, and for a memorial between your eyes, that Yahweh's Torah may be in your mouth. For with a strong hand has Yahweh brought you out of Mitzrayim. You shall therefore guard this ordinance in his appointed time from year to year. And it shall be, when
when Yahweh shall bring you into the land of the Canaanim, as he swore unto you and to your fathers, and shall give it you, that you shall set apart unto Yahweh all that open the womb, and every firstling that comes of a beast which you have. The males shall be Yahweh's. And every firstling of an ass you shall redeem with a lamb, and if you will not redeem it, then you shall break his neck. And all the firstborn of man among your children shall you redeem. And it shall be when your son asks you in time to come, saying, What is this? That you shall say unto him, By strength of hand Yahweh brought us out from Mitzrayim, from the house of bondage. And it came to pass when Pharaoh would hardly let us go, that Yahweh slew all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, both of the firstborn of man and the firstborn of beast. Therefore I sacrifice to Yahweh all that opens the womb, being males, but all the firstborn of my children I redeem. And it shall be for a mark upon your hand, and for frontlets between your eyes. For by strength of hand Yahweh brought us forth out of Mitzrayim. And it came to pass, when Pharaoh had let the people go, that Elohim led them not through the way of the land of the Palestine, though that was near. For Elohim said,
Lest perchance the people repent when they see war, and they return to Mitzrayim.
But Elohim led the people about through the way of the wilderness of the Red Sea. And the children of Yasharel went up harnessed out of the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe took the bones of Joseph with him, for he had straitly sworn the children of Yasharel, saying,
Elohim will surely visit you, and you will carry up my bones away hence with you.
They took their journey from Sukkot and encamped in Etham, in the edge of the wilderness. And Yahweh went before them by day in a pillar of cloud, to lead them in the way, and by night in a pillar of fire, to give them light, to go by day and night. He took not away the pillar of the cloud by day, nor the pillar of fire by night, from before the people. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 14. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, that they turn and encamp before Pi Hachiron, between Migdol and the sea, over against Baal Zephon. Before it shall ye encamp by the sea. For Pharaoh will say of the children of Yasharel, They are entangled in the land, the wilderness has shut them in. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, that he shall follow after them, and I will be honored upon Pharaoh, and upon all his host, that the Mitzrayim may know that I am Yahweh.
And they did so. And it was told the king of Mitzrayim that the people fled, and the heart of Pharaoh and his servants was turned against the people. And they said,
Why have we done this, that we have let Yasharel go from serving us?
And he made ready his chariot, and took his people with him. And he took 600 chosen chariots, and all the chariots of Mitzrayim, and captains over every one of them. And Yahweh hardened the heart of Pharaoh, king of Mitzrayim, and he pursued after the children of Yasharel. And the children of Yasharel went out with a high hand. But the Mitzrayim pursued after them, all the horses and chariots of Pharaoh, and his horsemen, and his army, and overtook them encamping by the sea, beside Pi Hachiroth, before Baal Zephon. And when Pharaoh drew nigh, the children of Yasharel lifted up their eyes, and behold, the Mitzrayim marched after them, and they were sore afraid. And the children of Yasharel cried out unto Yahweh. And they said unto Moshe,
Because there were no graves in Mitzrayim, have ye taken us away to die in the wilderness? Wherefore have you dealt thus with us, to carry us forth out of Mitzrayim? Is not this the word that we did tell you in Mitzrayim, saying, Let us alone, that we may serve the Mitzrayim? For it had been better for us to serve the Mitzrayim, than that we should die in the wilderness.
And Moshe said unto the people, Fear ye not, stand still, and see the Yeshua of Yahweh, which he will show you today. For the Mitzrayim who ye have seen today, ye shall see them again no more forever. Yahweh shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Wherefore cry you unto me? Speak unto the children of Yasharel, that they go forward. But lift up your rod, and stretch out your hand over the sea, and divide it. And the children of Yasharel shall go on dry ground through the midst of the sea. And behold, I will harden the hearts of the Mitzrayim, and they shall follow them. And I will get me honor upon Pharaoh, and upon all his host, upon his chariots, and upon his horsemen. And the Mitzrayim shall know that I am Yahuwah, when I have gotten me honor upon Pharaoh, upon his chariots, and upon his horsemen.
And the angel of Elohim, which went before the camp of Yasharel, removed and went behind them. And the pillar of the cloud went from before their face and stood behind them. And it came between the camp of the Mitzrayim and the camp of Yasharel, and it was a cloud and darkness to them, but it gave light by night to these, so that the one came not near the other all night. And Moshe stretched out his hand over the sea, and Yahweh caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind all that night, and made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided. And the children of Yasharel went into the midst of the sea upon the dry ground, and the waters were a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left. And the Mitzrayim pursued, and went in after them into the midst of the sea, even all Pharaoh's horses, his chariots, and his horsemen. And it came to pass that in the morning watch, Yahweh looked unto the host of the Mitzrayim through the pillar of fire and of the cloud, and troubled the host of the Mitzrayim, and took off their chariot wheels, that they drove them heavily, so that the Mitzrayim said, Let us flee from the face of Yasharel, for Yahweh fights for them against the Mitzrayim. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Stretch out your hand over the sea, that the waters may come again upon the Mitzrayim, upon their chariots, and upon their horsemen.
And Moshe stretched forth his hand over the sea, and the sea returned to his strength when the morning appeared, and the Mitzrayim fled against it. Yahweh overthrew the Mitzrayim in the midst of the sea, and the waters returned, and covered the chariots, and the horsemen, and all the host of Pharaoh that came into the sea after them. There remained not so much as one of them. But the children of Yasharel walked upon dry land in the midst of the sea, and the waters were a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left. Thus Yahweh saved Yasharel that day out of the hand of the Mitzrayim. And Yasharel saw the Mitzrayim dead upon the seashore. And Yasharel saw that great work which Yahweh did upon the Mitzrayim. And the people feared Yahweh, and believed Yahweh, and his servant Moshe. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 15. Then sang Moshe and the children of Yasharel this song unto Yahweh, saying, I will sing unto Yahweh, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and the rider has he thrown into the sea. Yah is my strength and song, and he is become my Yeshua. He is my El, and I will prepare him a habitation. My father's Elohai, and I will exalt him. Yahweh is a man of war. Yahweh is his name. Pharaoh's chariots and his host has he cast into the sea. His chosen captains also are drowned in the Red Sea. The depths have covered them. They sank into the bottom as a stone. Your right hand, O Yahweh, is become glorious in power. Your right hand, O Yahweh, has dashed in pieces the enemy, and in the greatness of your excellency. You have overthrown them that rose up against you. You sent forth your wrath, which consumed them as stubble. And with the blast of your nostrils, the waters were gathered together. The flood stood upright as a heap, and the depths were congealed in the heart of the sea. The enemy said, I will pursue, I will overtake, I will divide the spoil. My lust shall be satisfied upon them. I will draw my sword, my hand shall destroy them. You blew with your ruach, the sea covered them. They sank as lead in the mighty waters. Who is like unto you, O Yahweh, among the Elohim? Who is like you, glorious in holiness,
fearful in praises, doing wonders. You stretched out your right hand, the earth swallowed them. You and your mercy have led forth the people which you have redeemed. You have guided them in your strength unto your holy habitation. The people shall hear and be afraid. Sorrow shall take hold on the inhabitants of Pelesheth. Then the dukes of Edom shall be amazed, the mighty men of Moab. Trembling shall take hold upon them. All the inhabitants of Canaan shall melt away. Fear and dread shall fall upon them by the greatness of your arm. They shall be as still as a stone, till your people pass over, O Yahweh, till the people pass over which you have purchased. You shall bring them in and plant them in the mountain of your inheritance, in the place, O Yahweh, which you have made for you to dwell in the sanctuary, O Adonai, which your hands have established. Yahweh shall reign forever and ever. For the horse of Pharaoh went in with his chariots and with his horsemen into the sea, and Yahweh brought again the waters of the sea upon them. But the children of Yashrael went on dry land in the midst of the sea. And Miriam, the prophetess, the sister of Aharon, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went out after her with timbrels and dances. And Miriam answered them,
Sing ye to Yahweh, for he has triumphed gloriously. The horse and his rider has he thrown into the sea.
So Moshe brought Yashrael from the Red Sea, and they went out into the wilderness of Shur. And they went 3 days in the wilderness and found no water. And when they came to Marah, they could not drink of the waters of Marah, for they were bitter. Therefore, the name of it was called Marah. And the people murmured against Moshe, saying, What shall we drink? And he cried unto El Yahweh. And Yahweh showed him a tree, which, when he had cast into the waters were made sweet. There he made for them a statute and an ordinance, and there he proved them, and said, If you will diligently hearken to the voice of Yahweh Elohim, and will do that which is right in his sight, and will give ear to his commandments, and guard all his statutes, I will put none of these diseases upon you, which I have brought upon the Mitzrayim, for I am Yahweh, Ropheka. And they came to Elim, where there were 12 wells of water, and 70 palm trees, and they encamped there by the waters. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 16. And they took their journey from Elim, and all the assembly of the children of Yashrael came unto the wilderness of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the 2nd month after their departing out of the land of Mitzrayim. And the whole assembly of the children of Yashrael murmured against Moshe and Aharon in the wilderness. And the children of Yashrael said unto them,
Would to Elohim we had died by the hand of Yahweh in the land of Mitzrayim. But we sat by the flesh pots, and when we did eat bread to the full. For ye have brought us forth into this wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger.
Then said Yahweh unto Moshe,
Behold, I will rain bread from heavens for you, and the people shall go out and gather a certain rate every day, that I may prove them, whether they will walk in my Torah or no. And it shall come to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily.
And Moshe and Aharon said unto all the children of Yashrael,
At evening, then ye shall know what Yahweh has brought out of the land of Mitzrayim.
And in the morning, then ye shall see the glory of Yahweh, for that he hears your murmurings against Yahweh.
And what are we, that ye murmur against us?
And Moshe said, This shall be, when Yahweh shall give you in the evening flesh to eat, and in the morning bread to the full, for that Yahweh hears your murmurings which you murmur against him. And what are we? Your murmurings are not against us, but against Yahweh. And Moshe spoke unto El Aharon, Say unto all the assembly of the children of Yashrael, Come near before Yahweh, for he has heard your murmurings. And it came to pass, as Aharon spoke unto the whole assembly of the children of Yashrael, that they looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of Yahweh appeared in the cloud. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
I have heard the murmurings of the children of Yasharel. Speak unto them, saying, At evening ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be filled with bread, and ye shall know that I am Yahuwah Elohim.
And it came to pass that at evening the quails came up and covered the camp, and in the morning the dew lay around about the host. And when the dew that lay was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, as small as the hoarfrost on the ground. And when the children of Yasharel saw it, they said one to another, It is manna, for they knew not what it was. And Moshe said unto them, This is the bread which Yahweh has given you to eat. This is the thing which Yahweh has commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating, an omer for every man, according to the number of your persons. Take you every man for them which are in his tents. And the children of Yasharel did so, and gathered some more, some less. And when they did meet it with an omer, he that gathered much had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating. And Moshe said, Let no man leave of it till the morning. Notwithstanding they hearkened not unto Moshe. But some of them left of it until the morning, and it bred worms, and stank. And Moshe was wroth with them. And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating. And when the sun waxed hot, it melted. And it came to pass that on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for one man. And all the rulers of the assembly came and told Moshe. And he said unto them, This is that which Yahweh has said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Shabbat unto Yahweh. Bake that which you will bake today, and seethe that you will seethe, and that which remains over lay up for you to be kept until the morning. And they laid it up until the morning as Moshe bade, and it did not stink, neither was there any worm therein. And Moshe said, Eat that today, for today is a Shabbat unto Yahweh. Today ye shall not find it in the field. 6 days shall ye gather it, but on the 7th day, which is the Shabbat, in it there shall be none. And it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the 7th day for to gather, and they found none. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
How long refuse ye to guard my commandments and my Torah? See for that Yahuwah has given you the Sabbath. Therefore, he gives you on the 6th day the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day.
So the people rested on the 7th day. And the house of Yasharel called the name thereof manna. And it was like coriander seed, white, and the taste of it was like wafers made with honey. And Moshe said, This is the thing which Yahweh commands. Fill an omer of it to be kept for your generations, that they may see the bread wherewith I have fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you forth from the land of Mitzrayim. And Moshe said unto Aaron, Take a pot, and put an omer full of manna therein, and lay it up before Yahweh, to be kept for your generations. As Yahweh commanded Moshe, so Aaron laid it up before the testimony to be kept. And the children of Yasharel did eat manna 40 years, until they came to a land inhabited. They did eat manna until they came unto the borders of the land of Canaan. Now, an omer is a 10th part of an ephah. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 17. And all the assembly of the children of Yasharel journeyed from the wilderness of Sin, after their journeys, according to the commandment of Yahweh, and pitched in Rephidim, and there was no water for the people to drink. Wherefore the people did chide with Moshe, and said,
Give us water, that we may drink.
And Moshe said unto them, Why chide ye with me? Wherefore do you tempt Yahweh? The people thirsted there for water. And the people murmured against Moshe, and said,
Wherefore is it that you brought us up out of Mitzrayim? To kill us and our children and our cattle with thirst?
And Moshe cried unto Yahweh, saying, What shall I do unto this people? They be almost ready to stone me. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Go on before the people, and take with you the elders of Yasharel, and your rod, wherewith you smote the river, take in your hand, and go. Behold, I will stand before you there upon the rock in Horeb, and you shall smite the rock, and there shall come water out of it, that people may drink.
And Moshe did so in the sight of the elders of Yashrael. And he called the name of the place Massa and Meribah, because of the chiding of the children of Yashrael, and because they tempted Yahweh, saying,
Is Yahweh among us or not?
Then came Amalek, and fought with Yashrael and Rephidim. And Moshe said unto Eliahusha, Choose us out men, and go out, fight with Amalek. Tomorrow I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of Elohim in my hand. So Yahusha did as Moshe had said to him, and fought with Amalek. And Moshe, and Aharon, and Hur went up to the top of the hill. And it came to pass, when Moshe held up his hand, that Yashrael prevailed. And when he let down his hand, Amalek prevailed. Moshe's hands were heavy, and he took a stone and put it under him, and he sat thereon. And Aharon and Hur stayed up his hands, the one on the one side, and the other on the other side. And his hands were steady until the going down of the sun. And Yahusha discomfited Amalek and his people with the edge of the sword. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Write this for a memorial in a sefer, and rehearse it in the ears of Yahusha, for I will utterly put out the remembrance of Amalek from under the heavens.
And Moshe built an altar, and called the name of it Yahweh Nisai. For he said, Because Yah has sworn that Yahweh will have war with Amalek from generation to generation. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 18. When Yitro, the priest of Midian, Moshe's father-in-law, heard all that Elohim had done for Moshe, and for Yasharel his people, and that Yahweh had brought Yasharel out of Mitzrayim, then Yitro, Moshe's father-in-law, took Zipporah, Moshe's woman, after he had sent her back, and her 2 sons, of which the name of the one was Gershom, for he said, I have been an alien in a strange land. And the name of the other was Eleazar, for the Elohai of my father, said he, was my help, and delivered me from the sword of Pharaoh. And Yitro, Moshe's father-in-law, came with his sons and woman unto Moshe in the wilderness, where he encamped at the mount of Elohim. And he said unto Moshe,
I, your father-in-law Yithro, am come unto you, and your woman, and her 2 sons with her.
And Moshe went out to meet his father-in-law, and did obeisance, and kissed him, and they asked each other of their welfare, and they came into the tent. And Moshe told his father-in-law all that Yahweh had done unto Pharaoh, and unto the Mitzrayim for Yasharel's sake, and all the travail that had come upon them by the way, and how Yahweh delivered them. And Yitro rejoiced for all the goodness which Yahweh had done unto Yasharel, whom he had delivered out of the hand of the Mitzrayim. And Yitro said,
Blessed be Yahweh, who has delivered you out of the hand of the Mitzrayim, and out of the hand of Pharaoh, who has delivered the people from under the hand of the Mitzrayim. Now I know that Yahweh is greater than all Elohim, for in the thing wherein they dealt proudly, he was above them.
And Yitro, Moshe's father-in-law, took a burnt offering and sacrifices for Elohim. And Aharon came, and all the elders of Yasharel, to eat bread with Moshe's father-in-law before Elohim. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moshe sat to judge the people, and the people stood by Moshe from the morning unto the evening. And when Moshe's father-in-law saw all that he did to the people, he said,
What is this that you do to the people? Why sit you yourself alone, and all the people stand by you from morning unto evening?
And Moshe said unto his father-in-law, Because the people come unto me to inquire of Elohim. When they have a matter, they come unto me, and I judge between one and another. And I do make them know the statutes of Elohim and his Torah. And Moshe's father-in-law said unto him,
The thing you do is not good. You will surely wear away, both you and this people that is with you, for this thing is too heavy for you. You are not able to perform it yourself alone. Hearken now unto my voice. I will give you counsel, and Elohim shall be with you. Be for the people to Elohimward, that you may bring the causes unto Elohim, and you shall teach them ordinances, and Torah,
and shall show them the way wherein they must walk, and the work that they must do. Moreover, you shall provide out of all the people able men, such as fear Elohim, men of truth, hating covetousness, and place such over them to be rulers of thousands, and rulers of hundreds, rulers of fifties, and rulers of tens. And let them judge the people at all seasons, and it shall be that every great matter they shall bring unto you, but every small matter they shall judge. So shall it be easier for you, and they shall bear the burden with you. If you shall do this thing, and Elohim command you, so, then you shall be able to endure, and all this people shall also go to their place in peace.
So Moshe hearkened to the voice of his father-in-law, and did all that he had said. And Moshe chose able men out of all Yasharel, and made them heads over the people, rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of fifties, and rulers of tens. And they judged the people at all seasons. The hard causes they brought unto Moshe, but every small matter they judged themselves. And Moshe let his father-in-law depart, and he went his way into his own land. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 19. In the 3rd month, when the children of Yasharel were gone forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, the same day came they into the wilderness of Sinai. For they were departed from Rephidim, and were come to the desert of Sinai, and had pitched in the wilderness. And there Yasharel camped before the mount. And Moshe went up unto Elohim, and Yahweh called unto him out of the mountain, saying,
Thus shall you say to the house of Yaakov, and tell the children of Yasharel, Ye have seen what I did unto the Mitzrayim, and how I bore you on eagle's wings, and brought you unto myself. Now therefore, if ye will obey my voice indeed, and guard my covenant, then ye shall be a peculiar treasure unto me above all people. For all the earth is mine, and ye shall be unto me a kingdom of priests, and a holy nation. These are the words which you shall speak unto the children of Yasharel.
And Moshe came and called for the elders of the people, and laid before their faces all these words which Yahweh commanded him. And all the people answered together and said, All that Yahweh has spoken, we will do. And Moshe returned the words of the people unto Yahweh. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Lo, I come unto you in a thick cloud, that the people may hear when I speak with you, and believe you forever.
And Moshe told the words of the people unto Yahweh. Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Go unto the people, and sanctify them today and tomorrow, and let them wash their clothes, and be ready against the 3rd day. For the 3rd day Yahweh will come down in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai. And you shall set bounds unto the people round about, saying, Take heed to yourselves, that ye go not up unto the mount, or touch the border of it. Whosoever touches the mount shall be surely put to death. There shall not a hand touch it, but he shall surely be stoned or shot through. Whether it be beast or man, it shall not live. When the shofar sounds long, they shall come up to the mount.
And Moshe went down from the mount unto the people, and sanctified the people, and they washed their clothes. And he said unto the people, Be ready against the 3rd day, come not at your women. And it came to pass on the 3rd day in the morning, that there were thunders and lightnings, and a thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of the shofar exceeding loud, so that all the people that was in the camp trembled. And Moshe brought forth the people out of the camp to meet with Elohim, and they stood at the nether part of the mount. And Mount Sinai was altogether on a smoke, because Yahweh descended upon it in fire, and the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mount quaked greatly. And when the voice of the shofar sounded long, and waxed louder and louder, Moshe spoke, and Elohim answered him by a voice. And Yahweh came down upon Mount Sinai, on the top of the mount. And Yahweh called Moshe up to the top of the mount, and Moshe went up. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Go down, charge the people, lest they break through unto El Yahuwah to gaze, and many of them perish. And let the priests also, which come near to El Yahuwah, sanctify themselves, lest Yahuwah break forth upon them.
And Moshe said unto El Yahuwah, The people cannot come up unto Mount Sinai, for you charged us, saying, Set bounds about the mount and sanctify it. And Yahuwah said unto him,
Away, get you down, and you shall come up you and Aaron with you. But let not the priests and the people break through to come up unto El Yahuwah, lest he break forth upon them.
So Moshe went down unto the people and spoke unto them. Shemot, Exodus, chapter 20. And Elohim spoke all these words, saying,
I am Yahuwah Elohika, which have brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, out of the house of bondage. You shall have no other Elohim before me. You shall not make any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in the heavens above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You shall not bow yourself to them, nor serve them, for I, Yahuwah Elohika, am a jealous El, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me, and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and guard my commandments. You shall not take the name of Yahuwah Elohika in vain, for Yahuwah will not hold him guiltless that takes his name in vain. Remember the day of the Sabbath, to keep it holy. 6 days shall you labor, and do all your work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of Yahuwah Elohika. In it you shall not do any work, you, nor your son, nor your daughter, your manservant, nor your maidservant, nor your cattle, nor your stranger that is within your gates. For in 6 days Yahuwah made the heavens and the earth, the sea and all that is in them, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore Yahuwah blessed the day of the Sabbath, and hallowed it. Honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long upon the land which Yahuwah Elohika gives you. You shall not kill. You shall not break wedlock. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not lust after your neighbor's house. You shall not lust after your neighbor's woman, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is your neighbor's.
And all the people saw the thunderings, and the lightnings, and the noise of the shofar, and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moshe, Speak with us, and we will hear, but let not Elohim speak with us, lest we die. And Moshe said unto the people, Fear not, for Elohim is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that you sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moshe drew near unto the thick darkness where Elohim was. And Yahuwah said unto Moshe,
Thus you shall say unto the children of Yasharel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me Elohai of silver, neither shall ye make unto you Elohai of gold. An altar of earth you shall make unto me, and shall sacrifice thereon your burnt offerings, and your peace offerings, your sheep and your oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto you, and I will bless you. And if you will make me an altar of stone, you shall not build it of hewn stone. For if you lift up your tool upon it, you have polluted it. Neither shall you go up my steps unto my altar, that your nakedness be not discovered thereon.
Shemot, Exodus, chapter 21.
Now these are the judgments which you shall set before them. If you obtain an Ivri servant, 6 years he shall serve, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If you are married, then his woman shall go out with him. If his master have given him a woman, and she have borne him sons or daughters, the woman and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my woman, and my children, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him unto the judges. He shall also bring him to the door, or unto the doorpost, and his master shall pierce his ear through with an awl, and he shall serve him forever. And if a man surrenders his daughter to be a maidservant, she shall not go out as the men servants do. If she please not her master, who has betrothed her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed. To surrender her unto a strange nation, he shall have no power, seeing he has dealt deceitfully with her. If he have betrothed her unto his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of daughters. If he take him another woman, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. And if he do not these three unto her, then shall she go out free without money. He that smites a man so that he die shall be surely put to death. And if a man lie not in wait, but Elohim deliver him into his hand, then I will appoint you a place whither he shall flee. But if a man come presumptuously upon his neighbor to slay him with guile, you shall take him from my altar, that he may die. And he that smites his father or his mother shall be surely put to death. And he that steals a man and sells him, or if he be found in his hand, he shall surely be put to death. And he that curses his father or his mother shall surely be put to death. And if men strive together, and one smite another with a stone, or with his fist, and he die not, but keeps his bed, if he rise again, and walk abroad upon his staff, then shall he that smote him be innocent. Only he shall pay for the loss of his time, and shall cause him to be thoroughly healed. And if a man smite his servant, or his mate with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall surely be punished. Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his money. If men strive and hurt a woman with a child, so that her fruit depart from her, and yet no mischief follow, he shall surely be punished, according as the woman's man will lay upon him. He shall pay as the judges determine. And if any mischief follow, then you shall give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burning for burning, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. And if a man smite the eye of his servant, or the eye of his maid, that it perish, he shall let him go free for his eye's sake. If he smite out his manservant's tooth, or his maidservant's tooth, he shall let him go free for his tooth's sake. If an ox gore a man or a woman, that they die, then the ox shall be surely stoned, and his flesh shall not be eaten, but the owner of the ox shall be innocent. But if the ox were wont to push with his horn in the time past, and it has been testified to his owner, and he has not kept him in, but that he has killed a man or a woman, the ox shall be stoned, and his owner also shall be put to death. If there be laid on him a sum of money, then he shall give for the ransom of his life whatsoever is laid upon him. Whether he have gored a son or have gored a daughter, according to this judgment shall it be done unto him. If the ox shall push a manservant or maidservant, he shall give unto their master 30 shekels of silver, and the ox shall be stoned. And if a man shall open a pit, or if a man shall dig a pit, and not cover it, and an ox or an ass fall therein, the owner of the pit shall make it good, and give up money unto the owner of them, and the dead beast shall be his. And if the ox of one man hurts the ox of another, that he die, then they shall sell the live ox, and divide the money of it, and the dead ox also they shall divide. Or if it be known that the ox has used to push in time past, and his owner has not kept him in, he shall surely pay ox for ox, and the dead shall be his own.
Shemot, Exodus, chapter 22.
If a man shall steal an ox or a sheep and kill it, or sell it, he shall restore 5 oxen for an ox, and 4 sheep for a sheep. If a thief be found breaking up, and be smitten that he die, there shall no blood be shed for him. If the sun be risen upon him, there shall be blood shed for him, for he should make full restitution. If he have nothing, then he shall be sold for his theft. If the theft be certainly found in his hand alive, whether it be ox or ass or sheep, he shall restore double. If a man shall cause a field or vineyard to be eaten, and shall put in his beast, and shall feed in another man's field, of the best of his own field, and of the best of his own vineyard, shall he make restitution. If fire break out and catch in thorns, so that the stacks of grain, or the standing grain, or the field be consumed therewith, he that kindled the fire shall surely make restitution. If a man shall deliver unto his neighbor money or stuff to guard, and it be stolen out of the man's house, if the thief be found, let him pay double. If the thief be not found, then the master of the house shall be brought unto the judges, to see whether he hath put his hand unto his neighbor's goods. For all manner of transgression, whether it be for ox, for ass, for sheep, for raiment, or for any manner of lost thing, which another challenge to be his, the cause of both parties shall come before the judges, and whom the judges shall condemn, he shall pay double unto his neighbor. If a man deliver unto his neighbor an ass, or an ox, or a sheep, or any beast to guard, and it die, or be hurt, or driven away, no man seeing it, then shall an oath of Yahuwah be between them both, that he has not put his hand unto his neighbor's goods, and the owner of it shall accept thereof, and he shall not make it good. And if it be stolen from him, he shall make restitution unto the owner thereof. And if it be torn in pieces, then let him bring it for witness, and he shall not make good that which was torn. And if a man borrow aught of his neighbor, and it be hurt or die, the owner thereof being not with it, he shall surely make it good. But if the owner thereof be with it, he shall not make it good. If it be a hired thing, it came for his hire. And if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed, and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his woman. And if a father utterly refuse to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins. You shall not suffer a witch to live. Whosoever lies with a beast shall surely be put to death. He that sacrifices unto Elohim, save unto Yahweh only, he shall be utterly destroyed. You shall neither vex a stranger nor oppress him, for ye were strangers in the land of Mizraim. Ye shall not afflict any widow or fatherless child. If you afflict them in any wise, and they cry at all unto me, I will surely hear their cry. And my wrath shall wax hot, and I will kill you with the sword, and your women shall be widows, and your children fatherless. If you lend money to any of my people that is poor by you, you shall not be to him as a usurer, neither shall you lay upon him usury. If you at all take your neighbor's raiment to pledge, you shall deliver it unto him by the time that the sun goes down. For that is his covering only, it is his raiment for his skin, wherein shall he sleep. And it shall come to pass, when he cries unto me, that I will hear, for I am gracious. You shall not revile the Elohim, nor curse the ruler of your people. You shall not delay to offer the first of your ripe fruit, and of your liquors, the firstborn of your sons shall you give unto me. Likewise shall you do with your oxen and with your sheep. 7 days it shall be with this stand. On the 8th day you shall give it to me. And ye shall be holy men unto me. Neither shall ye eat any flesh that is torn of beast in the field. Ye shall cast it to the dogs.
Shemot, Exodus, chapter 23.
You shall not raise a false report. Put not your hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. You shall not follow a multitude to do evil, neither shall you speak in a cause to decline after many to pervert judgment. Neither shall you countenance a poor man in his cause. If you meet your enemy's ox or his ass going astray, you shall surely bring it back to him again. If you see the ass of him that hates you lying under his burden, and would forbear to help him, you shall surely help with him. You shall not pervert the judgment of your poor in his cause. Keep far from a false matter, and the innocent and righteous slay you not, for I will not justify the wicked. And you shall take no gift, for the gift blinds the wise and perverts the words of the righteous. Also, you shall not oppress a stranger, for ye know the heart of a stranger, seeing ye were strangers in the land of Mizraim. In 6 years you shall sow your land, and shall gather in the fruits thereof. But the 7th year you shall let it rest and lie still, that the poor of your people may eat what they leave the beasts of the field shall eat. In like manner you shall deal with your vineyard and with your olive yard. 6 days you shall do your work, and on the seventh day you shall rest, that your ox and your ass may rest, and the sons of your handmaid and the stranger may be refreshed. And in all things that I have said unto you, be guarded, and make no mention of the name of other Elohim, neither let it be heard out of your mouth. 3 times you shall keep a feast unto me in the year. You shall guard the feast of matzah, unleavened bread. You shall eat matzah 7 days as I command you, in the time appointed of the month of Eve. For in it you came out from Mizraim, and none shall appear before me empty. And the feast of Katsir, harvest, the first fruits of your labors, which you have sown in the field, and the feast of Asif, in gathering, which is in the end of the year, when you have gathered your labors out of the field. 3 times in the year all your males shall appear before Adonai Yahuwah. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with hametz, leavened bread, neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. The first of the first fruits of your land you shall bring into the house of Yahuwah Elohika. You shall not seethe a kid in his mother's milk. Behold, I send an angel before you, to guard you in the way, and to bring you into the place which I have prepared. Beware of him, and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for my name is in him. And if you shall indeed obey his voice, and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto your enemies, and an adversary unto your adversaries. For my angel shall go before you, and bring you in unto the Emorym, and the Hittim, and the Perizim, and the Kenainim, and the Hivim, and the Yebusim, and I will cut them off. You shall not bow down to their Elohim, nor serve them, nor do after their works, but you shall utterly overthrow them, and quite break down their images. And ye shall serve Yahuwah Elohim, and he shall bless your bread and your water, and I will take sickness away from the midst of you. There shall nothing cast their young, nor be barren in your land, and the number of your days I will fulfill. I will send my fear before you, and will destroy all the people to whom you shall come, and I will make all your enemies turn their backs unto you. And I will send hornets before you, but shall drive out the Hivi, and the Kenaini, and the Hittite from before you. And I will not drive them out from before you in 1 year, lest the land become desolate, and the beasts of the field multiply against you. By little and little I will drive them out before you, until you be increased, and inherit the land. And I will set your bonds from the Red Sea, even unto the sea of the Pelishtim, and from the desert unto the river. For I will deliver the inhabitants of the land unto your hand, and you shall drive them out before you. You shall cut no covenant with them, nor with their Elohim. They shall not dwell in your land, lest they make you sin against me. For if you serve their Elohim, it will surely be a snare unto you.
Shemot, Exodus, chapter 24. And he said unto Moshe,
Come up unto Eliyahu, you and Aaron, Nadav and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Yasharel, and worship ye afar off. And Moshe alone shall come near Eliyahu, but they shall not come nigh, neither shall the people go up with him.
And Moshe came and told the people all the words of Yahuwah, and all the judgments. And all the people answered with one voice and said, All the words which Yahuwah said, we will do. And Moshe wrote all the words of Yahuwah, and rose up early in the morning, and built an altar unto the hill, and 12 pillars, according to the 12 tribes of Yasharel. And he sent young men of the children of Yasharel, which offered burnt offerings, and sacrificed peace offerings of oxen unto Yahuwah. And Moshe took half of the blood, and put it in the basins, and half of the blood he sprinkled on the altar. And he took the sefer of the covenant, and read it in the audience of the people. And they said, All that Yahuwah has said, we will do, and be obedient. And Moshe took the blood, and sprinkled it on the people, and said, Behold, the blood of the covenant, which Yahuwah has cut with you, concerning all these words. Then went up Moshe, and Aharon, Nadab, and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Yasharel. And they saw the Elohai of Yasharel, and there was under his feet, as it were, a paved work of sapphire stone. and as it were the body of heaven in its clearness. And upon the nobles of the children of Yashrael he laid not his hand. Also they saw Elohim, and did eat and drink. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Come up to me into the mount, and be there, and I will give you sapphire stones, and a Torah, and commandments which I have written, that you may teach them.
And Moshe rose up, and his minister Yahusha, and Moshe went up into the mount of Elohim. And he said unto the elders, Tarry ye here for us, until we come again unto you. And behold, Aharon and Horai are with you. If any man have any matters to do, let him come unto them. And Moshe went up into the mount, and a cloud covered the mount. And the glory of Yahweh abode upon Mount Sinai, and the cloud covered it 6 days. And the seventh day he called unto Moshe out of the midst of the cloud. And the sight of the glory of Yahweh was like devouring fire on the top of the mount in the eyes of the children of Yashrael. And Moshe went into the midst of the cloud, and got him up into the mount. And Moshe was in the mount 40 days and 40 nights. Shemot, Exodus chapter 25. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak unto the children of Yasharel, that they bring me an offering. Of every man that gives it willingly with his heart, ye shall take my offering. And this is the offering which ye shall take of them: gold, and silver, and brass, and blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine linen, and goat's hair, and ram skin dyed red, and badger skin, and shittim wood, oil for the light, spices for anointing oil, and for sweet incense, onyx stones, and stones to be set in the ephod, in the breastplate. And let them make me a sanctuary, that I may dwell among them. According to all that I show you, after the pattern of the tabernacle, and the pattern of all the instruments thereof, even so shall ye make it. And they shall make an ark of shittim wood, 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And you shall overlay it with pure gold. Within and without shall you overlay it, and shall make upon it a crown of gold round about. And you shall cast 4 rings of gold for it, and put them in the corners thereof. And 2 rings shall be in the one side of it, and 2 rings on the other side of it. And you shall make staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And you shall put the staves into the rings by the sides of the ark, that the ark may be borne with them. The staves shall be in the rings of the ark, they shall not be taken from it. And you shall put into the ark the testimony which I give you. And you shall make a mercy seat of pure gold. 2 cubits and a half shall be the length thereof, and a cubit and a half the breadth thereof. And you shall make 2 cherubim of gold, of beaten work shall you make them, in the 2 ends of the mercy seat. And make 1 cherub on one end, and the other cherub on the other end. Even of the mercy seat shall ye make the cherubim on the 2 ends thereof. And the cherubim shall stretch forth their wings on high, covering the mercy seat with their wings, and their faces shall look one to another. Towards the mercy seat shall the faces of the cherubim be. And you shall put the mercy seat above upon the ark, and in the ark you shall put the testimony that I shall give you. And there I will meet with you, and I will commune with you from above the mercy seat, from between the 2 cherubim, which are upon the ark of the testimony, of all things which I give you in commandment unto the children of Yasharel. You shall also make a table of shittim wood. 2 cubits shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And you shall overlay it with pure gold, and make thereto a crown of gold round about. And you shall make unto it a border of a handbreadth round about. And you shall make a golden crown to the border thereof round about. And you shall make it 4 rings of gold, and put the rings in the 4 corners that are on the 4 feet thereof. Over against the border shall the rings be for places of the staves to bear the table. And you shall make the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. that the table may be borne with them. And you shall make dishes thereof, and spoons thereof, and covers thereof, and bowls thereof. To cover withal of pure gold shall you make them. And you shall set upon the table showbread before me always. And you shall make a menorah, 7-branched candlestick of pure gold. Of beaten work shall the menorah be made. His shaft and his branches, his bowls, his knobs, and his flowers shall be of the same. And 6 branches shall come out of the sides of it. 3 branches of the menorah out of the one side, and 3 branches of the menorah out of the other side. 3 bowls made like unto almonds, with a knop and a flower in one branch, and 3 bowls made like almonds in the other branch, with a knop and a flower. So with the 6 branches that come out of the menorah. And in the menorah shall be 4 bowls made like unto almonds, with their knops and their flowers. And there shall be a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches that proceed out of the menorah. Their knops and their branches shall be of the same. All of it shall be one beaten work of pure gold. And you shall make the 7 lamps thereof, and they shall light the lamps thereof, that they may give light over against it. And the tongs thereof, and the snuff dishes thereof, shall be of pure gold. Of a talent of pure gold shall he make it, with all these vessels. And look that you make them after the pattern, which was showed you in the mount.
Shemot, Exodus chapter 26.
Moreover, you shall make the tabernacle with 10 curtains of fine twined linen, and blue and purple, and scarlet, with cherubim of cunning work shall you make them. The length of one curtain shall be 28 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. Every one of the curtains shall have one measure. The 5 curtains shall be coupled together, one to another, and other 5 curtains shall be coupled one to another. And you shall make loops of blue upon the edge of the one curtain from the selvage in the coupling, and likewise shall you make in the uttermost edge of another curtain in the coupling of the second. 50 loops shall you make in the one curtain, and 50 loops shall you make in the edge of the curtain that is the coupling of the second, and the loops may take hold one of another. And you shall make 50 taches of gold, and couple the curtains together with the taches, and it shall be one tabernacle. And you shall make curtains of goat hair to be a covering upon the tabernacle. 11 curtains shall you make. The length of one curtain shall be 30 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits, and the 11 curtains shall be all of one measure. And you shall couple 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves, and shall double the 6th curtain in the forefront of the tabernacle. And you shall make 50 loops on the edge of the one curtain that is utmost in the coupling, and 50 loops in the edge of the curtain, which couples the second. And you shall make 50 taches of brass, and put the taches into the loops, and couple the tent together, that it may be one. And the remnant that remains of the curtain of the tent, the half curtain that remains, shall hang over the backside of the tabernacle. And a cubit on the one side, and a cubit on the other side, of that which remains in the length of the curtains of the tent, it shall hang over the sides of the tabernacle, on this side and on that side, to cover it. And you shall make a covering for the tent of ram skin dyed red, and a covering above of badger skin. And you shall make the boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood, standing up. 10 cubits shall be the length of a board, and a cubit and a half shall be the breadth of one board. 2 tenons shall be in one board, set in order one against another. Thus shall you make for all the boards of the tabernacle. You shall make the boards for the tabernacle, 20 boards on the south side southward. And you shall make 40 sockets of silver under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for his 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for his 2 tenons. And for the second side of the tabernacle on the north side there shall be 20 boards, and their 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of the tabernacle westward you shall make 6 boards. And 2 boards shall you make for the corners of the tabernacle in the 2 sides. And they shall be coupled together beneath, and they shall be coupled together above the head of it unto 1 ring. Thus shall it be for them both. They shall be for the 2 corners. And they shall be 8 boards, and their sockets of silver, 16 sockets, 2 sockets under 1 board, and 2 sockets under another board. And you shall make bars of shittim wood, 5 for the boards of the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the side of the tabernacle for the 2 sides westward. And the middle bar in the middle of the boards shall reach from end to end. And you shall overlay the boards with gold, and make their rings of gold for places for the bars. And you shall overlay the bars with gold. And you shall rear up the tabernacle according to the fashion thereof, which was showed you in the mount. And you shall make a veil of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen of cunning work. With cherubim shall it be made. And you shall hang it upon the 4 pillars of shittim wood, overlaid with gold. Their hooks shall be of gold, upon the 4 sockets of silver. And you shall hang up the veil under the taches, that you may bring in hither within the veil the ark of the testimony. And the veil shall divide unto you between the holy place and the most holy. And you shall put the mercy seat upon the ark of the testimony in the most holy place. And you shall set the table without the veil, and the menorah, 7-branched candlestick, over against the table, on the side of the tabernacle towards the south. And you shall put the table on the north side. And you shall make a hanging for the door of the tent of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, wrought with needlework. And you shall make for the hanging 5 pillars of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold, and their hooks shall be of gold. And you shall cast 5 sockets of brass for them.
Shemot, Exodus chapter 27.
And you shall make an altar of shittim wood, 5 cubits long, and 5 cubits broad. And the altar shall be 4 square, and the height thereof shall be 3 cubits. And you shall make the horns of it upon the 4 corners thereof. His horns shall be of the same, and you shall overlay it with brass. And you shall make his pans to receive his ashes, and his shovels, and his basins, and his flesh hooks, and his fire pans. All the vessels thereof you shall make of brass. And you shall make it for a grate of network of brass. And upon the net shall you make 4 brazen rings in the 4 corners thereof. And you shall put it under the compass of the altar beneath, that the net may be even to the midst of the altar. And you shall make staves for the altar, staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with brass. And the staves shall be put into the rings, and the staves shall be upon the 2 sides of the altar, to bear it. Hollow with boards shall you make it, as it was showed you in the mount, so shall they make it. And you shall make the court of the tabernacle. For the south side southward, there shall be hangings for the court of fine twined linen, of 100 cubits long for one side. And the 20 pillars thereof and their 20 sockets shall be of brass. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets shall be of silver. And likewise for the north side in length there shall be hangings of 100 cubits long, and his 20 pillars, and their 20 sockets of brass, the hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver. And for the breadth of the court on the west side shall be hangings of 50 cubits, their pillars 10, and their sockets 10. And the breadth of the court on the east side eastward shall be 50 cubits. The hangings of one side of the gate shall be 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And on the other side shall be hangings 15 cubits, their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And for the gate of the court shall be hangings of 20 cubits, of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, wrought with needlework. And their pillars shall be 4, and their sockets 4. All the pillars round about the court shall be filleted with silver. Their hooks shall be of silver, and their sockets of brass. The length of the court shall be 100 cubits, and the breadth 50 everywhere. And the height of 5 cubits of fine twined linen, and their sockets of brass. All the vessels of the tabernacle in the service thereof, and all the pins thereof, and all the pins of the cord shall be of brass. And you shall command the children of Yasharel that they bring you pure olive oil, beaten for the light, to cause the lamp to burn always. In the tabernacle of the assembly, without the veil, which is before the testimony, Aaron and his sons shall order it from evening to morning before Yahuwah. It shall be a statute forever unto their generations on the behalf of the children of Yasharel.
Shemot, Exodus chapter 28.
And take unto you Aaron your brother, and his sons with him, from among the children of Yasharel, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office, even Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Itamar, Aaron's sons. And you shall make holy garments for Aaron your brother, for glory and for beauty. And you shall speak unto all that are wise-hearted, whom I have filled with the Ruach Hakmah, spirit of wisdom, that they may make Aaron's garments to consecrate him, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And these are the garments which they shall make: a breastplate, an ephod, and a robe, and a broidered coat, a turban, and a belt. And they shall make holy garments for Aaron your brother, and his sons, that he may minister unto me in the priest's office. And they shall take gold, and blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine linen, and they shall make an ephod of gold, of blue, of purple, of scarlet, and fine twined linen, with cunning work. It shall have the two shoulder pieces thereof joined at the two edges thereof, and so it shall be joined together. And the belt of the ephod, which is upon it, shall be of the same, according to the work thereof, even of gold, of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. And you shall take the two onyx stones, and grave on them the names of the children of Yasharel, 6 of their names on one stone, and the other 6 names of the rest on the other stone, according to their birth. With the work of an engraver in stone, like the engravings of a signet, shall you engrave the 2 stones with the names of the children of Yasharel. You shall make them to be set in ouches of gold. And you shall put the 2 stones upon the shoulders of the ephod for stones of memorial unto the children of Yasharel. And Aaron shall bear their names before Yahuwah upon his 2 shoulders for a memorial. And you shall make ouches of gold, and 2 chains of pure gold at the ends of wreathen work shall you make them, and fasten the wreathen chains to the ouches. And you shall make the breastplate of judgment with cunning work. After the work of the ephod you shall make it, of gold, of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, and of fine twined linen shall you make it. 4 square it shall be, being doubled. A span shall be the length thereof, and a span shall be the breadth thereof. And you shall set in it settings of stone, even 4 rows of stones. The first row shall be sardius, a topaz, a carbuncle. This shall be the first row. And the second row shall be an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row, a ligure, an agate, and an amethyst. And the fourth row, a beryl, and an onyx, and a jasper. They shall be set in gold in their enclosings. And the stones shall be with the names of the children of Yasharel, 12, according to their names, like the engravings of a signet. Every one with his name shall they be according to the 12 tribes. And you shall make upon the breastplate chains at the end of wreathen work of pure gold. And you shall make upon the breastplate 2 rings of gold, and shall put the 2 rings on the 2 ends of the breastplate. And you shall put the 2 wreathen chains of gold in the 2 rings which are on the ends of the breastplate. And the other 2 ends of the 2 wreathen chains you shall fasten in the 2 ouches, and put them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod before it. And you shall make 2 rings of gold, and you shall put them upon the 2 ends of the breastplate in the order thereof, which is in the side of the ephod inward. And 2 other rings of gold you shall make, and shall put them on the 2 sides of the ephod underneath, towards the forepart thereof, over against the other coupling thereof, above the belt of the ephod. And they shall bind the breastplate by the rings thereof unto the rings of the ephod, with a lace of blue, that it may be above the belt of the ephod, and that the breastplate be not loosed from the ephod. And Aaron shall bear the names of the children of Yasharel in the breastplate of judgment upon his heart, when he goes in unto the holy place. for a memorial before Yahweh continually. And you shall put in the breastplate of judgment the Urim and the Thummim, and they shall be upon Aaron's heart when he goes in before Yahweh. And Aaron shall bear the judgment of the children of Yasharel upon his heart before Yahweh continually. And you shall make the robe of the ephod all of blue, and there shall be a hole in the top of it. In the midst thereof it shall have a binding of woven work round about the whole of it, as it were the hole of a habergeon, that it be not rent. And beneath upon the hem of it you shall make pomegranates of blue, of purple, and of scarlet, round about the hem thereof, and bells of gold between them round about. A golden bell and a pomegranate, a golden bell and a pomegranate, upon the hem of the robe round about. And it shall be upon Aaron to minister, and his sound shall be heard when he goes in unto the holy place before Yahweh, and when he comes out, that he die not. And you shall make a plate of pure gold, grave upon it, like the engravings of a signet, Kodesh el Yahweh, holiness unto Yahweh. And you shall put it on a blue lace, that it may be upon the turban. Upon the forefront of the turban it shall be, and it shall be upon Aaron's forehead, that Aaron may bear the iniquity of the holy things, which the children of Yasharel shall hallow in all their holy gifts, and it shall be upon his forehead, that they may be accepted before Yahweh. And you shall embroider the coat of fine linen, and you shall make the turban of fine linen, and you shall make the belt of needlework. And for Aaron's sons you shall make coats, and you shall make for them belts, and bonnets shall you make for them, for glory and for beauty. And you shall put them upon Aaron your brother, and his sons with him, and shall anoint them, and consecrate them, and sanctify them, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. And you shall make them linen breeches to cover their nakedness, from the loins even unto the thighs they shall reach. And they shall be upon Aaron and upon his sons, when they come in unto the tabernacle of the assembly, or when they come near unto the altar to minister in the holy place, that they bear not iniquity and die. It shall be a statute forever unto him and his seed after him.
Shemot, Exodus chapter 29.
And this is the thing that you shall do unto them, to hallow them, to minister unto me in the priest's office. Take 1 young bullock, and 2 rams without blemish, and matzah cakes tempered with oil, and matzah wafers anointed with oil. Of wheaten flour shall you make them. And you shall put them into 1 basket, and bring them in the basket, with the bullock and the 2 rams. And Aaron and his sons you shall bring unto the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, and shall wash them with water. And you shall take the garments and put upon Aaron the coat, and the robe of the ephod, and the breastplate, and gird him with the belt of the ephod. And you shall put the turban upon his head, and put the holy crown upon the turban. Then shall you take the anointing oil, and pour it upon his head, and anoint him. And you shall bring his sons, and put coats upon them. And you shall gird them with belts, Aaron and his sons, and put the bonnets on them. And the priest's office shall be theirs for a perpetual statute. And you shall consecrate Aaron and his sons. And you shall cause a bullock to be brought before the tabernacle of the assembly. And Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the bullock. And you shall kill the bullock before Yahweh, by the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And you shall take the blood of the bullock, and put it upon the horns of the altar with your finger, and pour all the blood beside the bottom of the altar. And you shall take all the fat that covers the inwards, and the caul that is above the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and burn them upon the altar. But the flesh of the bullock, and his skin, and his dung, shall you burn with fire without the camp. It is a sin offering. You shall also take 1 ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. And you shall slay the ram, and you shall take his blood, and sprinkle it round about upon the altar. And you shall cut the ram in pieces, and wash the inwards of him, and his legs, and put them unto his pieces, and unto his head. And ye shall burn the whole ram upon the altar. It is a burnt offering unto Yahweh. It is a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And you shall take the other ram, and Aaron and his sons shall put their hands upon the head of the ram. And you shall kill the ram, and take his blood, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of Aaron, and upon the tip of the right ear of his sons, and upon the thumb of their right hand, and upon the great toe of their right foot, and sprinkle the blood upon the altar round about. And he shall take the blood that is upon the altar, and of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it upon Aaron, and upon his garments, and upon his sons, and upon the garments of his sons with him. And he shall be hallowed, and his garments, and his sons' garments with him. Also you shall take of the ram the fat and the rump, and the fat that covers the inwards, and the caul above the liver, and the two kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, and the right shoulder, for it is a ram of consecration. And 1 loaf of bread, and 1 cake of oiled bread, and 1 wafer out of the basket of the matzah that is before Yahweh. And you shall put it all in the hands of Aaron, and in the hands of his sons, and shall wave them for a wave offering before Yahweh. And you shall receive them of their hands, and burn them upon the altar for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor before Yahweh. It is an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. And you shall take the breast of the ram of Aaron's consecration, and wave it for a wave offering before Yahweh, and it shall be your part. And you shall sanctify the breast of the wave offering, and the shoulder of the heave offering, which is waved, and which is heaved up, of the ram of the consecration, even of that which is for Aaron, and of that which is for his sons. And it shall be Aaron and his sons by a statute forever from the children of Yasharel, for it is a heave offering, and it shall be a heave offering from the children of Yasharel, of the sacrifice of their peace offerings, even their heave offering unto Yahweh. And the holy garments of Aaron shall be his sons after him, to be anointed therein, and to be consecrated in them. And that son that is priest in his stead shall put them on 7 days, when he comes into the tabernacle of the assembly to minister in the holy place. And you shall take the ram of the consecration, and seethe his flesh in the holy place. And Aaron and his sons shall eat the flesh of the ram, and the bread that is in the basket by the door of the tabernacle of the assembly. And they shall eat those things wherewith the atonement was made, to consecrate and to sanctify them. But a stranger shall not eat thereof, because they are holy. And if aught of the flesh of the consecrations, or of the bread, remain unto the morning, then you shall burn the remainder with fire. It shall not be eaten, because it is holy. And thus shall you do unto Aaron and to his sons, according to all things which I have commanded you. 7 days shall you consecrate them. And you shall offer every day a bullock for a sin offering, for atonement. And you shall cleanse the altar, when you have made an atonement for it, and you shall anoint it, to sanctify it. 7 days you shall make an atonement for the altar, and sanctify it, and it shall be an altar most holy. Whatsoever touches the altar shall be holy. Now this is that which you shall offer upon the altar: 2 lambs of the first year, day by day, continually. The 1 lamb you shall offer in the morning, and the other lamb you shall offer at evening. And with the 1 lamb 1/10 deal of flour, mingled with the 4th part of a hin of beaten oil, and the 4th part of a hin of wine, for a drink offering. And the other lamb you shall offer at evening, and shall do thereto according to the meat offering of the morning, and according to the drink offering thereof, for a sweet savor, an offering made by fire unto Yahweh. This shall be a continual burnt offering throughout your generations, at the door of the tabernacle of the assembly, before Yahweh, where I will meet you, to speak there unto you. And there I will meet with the children of Yasharel, and the tabernacle shall be sanctified by my glory. And I will sanctify the tabernacle of the assembly, and the altar, and I will sanctify also both Aaron and his sons, to minister to me in the priest's office. And I will dwell among the children of Yasharel, and will be their Elohim. And they shall know that I am Yahuwah Elohim, that brought them forth out of the land of Mitzrayim, that I may dwell among them. I am Yahuwah Elohim.
Shemot, Exodus chapter 30.
And you shall make an altar to burn incense upon. Of shittim wood shall you make it. A cubit shall be the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof. 4 square shall it be, and 2 cubits shall be the height thereof. The horns thereof shall be of the same. And you shall overlay it with pure gold, the top thereof and the sides thereof round about. and the horns thereof, and ye shall make unto it a crown of gold round about. And 2 golden rings shall you make it under the crown of it, by the 2 corners thereof, upon the 2 sides of it shall you make it, and they shall be for places for the staves to bear it withal. And you shall make the staves of shittim wood, and overlay them with gold. And you shall put it before the veil that is by the ark of the testimony, before the mercy seat that is over the testimony, where I will meet with you. And Aaron shall burn thereon sweet incense every morning. When he dresses the lamps, he shall burn incense upon it. And when Aaron lights the lamp at evening, he shall burn incense upon it, a perpetual incense before Yahweh throughout your generations. Ye shall offer no strange incense thereon, nor burn sacrifice, nor meat offering, neither shall ye pour drink offering thereon. And Aaron shall make an atonement upon the horns of it once in a year, with the blood of the sin offering of atonement. Once in the year shall he make atonement upon it throughout your generations. It is most holy unto Yahweh.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
When you take the sum of the children of Yasharel after their number, then shall they give every man a ransom for his soul unto Yahweh, when you number them, that there be no plague among them when you number them. This they shall give, every one that passes among them that are numbered, half a shekel, after the shekel of the sanctuary. A shekel is 20 gerahs. A half shekel shall be the offering of Yahweh. Every one that passes among them that are numbered, from 20 years old and above, shall give an offering unto Yahweh. The rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less than half a shekel, when they give an offering unto Yahweh to make an atonement for your souls. And you shall take the atonement money of the children of Yasharel, and shall appoint it for the service of the tabernacle of the assembly, that it may be a memorial unto the children of Yasharel before Yahweh, to make an atonement for your souls.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
You shall also make a laver of brass, and his foot also of brass, to wash withal, and ye shall put it between the tabernacle of the assembly and the altar, and ye shall put water therein. For Aaron and his sons shall wash their hands and their feet thereat. When they go into the tabernacle of the assembly, they shall wash with water, that they die not, or when they come near to the altar to minister, to burn offering made by fire unto Yahweh. So they shall wash their hands and their feet, that they die not, and it shall be a statute forever to them, even to him and to his seed throughout their generations.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Take also unto you principal spices of pure myrrh, 500 shekels, and of sweet cinnamon, half so much, even 250 shekels, and of sweet calamus, 250 shekels, and of cassia, 500 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary, and of olive oil, a hin. And you shall make it an oil of holy ointment, an ointment compound after the art of the apothecary. It shall be holy anointing oil. And ye shall anoint the tabernacle of the assembly therewith, and the ark of the testimony, and the table and all his vessels, and the menorah and his vessels, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offering with all his vessels, and the laver and his foot. And ye shall sanctify them, that they may be most holy. Whatsoever touches them shall be holy. And ye shall anoint Aaron and his sons, and consecrate them, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. And you shall speak unto the children of Yasharel, saying, This shall be a holy anointing oil unto me throughout your generations. Upon man's flesh shall it not be poured, neither shall ye make any other like it. After the composition of it, it is holy, and it shall be holy unto you. Whosoever compounds any like it, or whosoever puts any of it upon a stranger, shall even be cut off from his people.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Take unto you sweet spices, stacte, and onycha, and galbanum. These sweet spices and pure frankincense, of each shall be a like weight. And you shall make it a perfume, a confection after the art of the apothecary, tempered together, pure and holy. And you shall beat some of it very small, and put of it before the testimony in the tabernacle of the assembly, where I will meet with you. It shall be unto you most holy. And as for the perfume which you shall make, ye shall not make to yourselves according to the composition thereof. It shall be unto you holy for Yahweh. Whosoever shall make like unto that, to smell thereto, shall even be cut off from his people.
Shemot, Exodus chapter 31. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
See, I have called by name Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hori, of the tribe of Yahudah, and I have filled him with the Ruach Elohim, in wisdom and in understanding, and in knowledge, and in all manner of workmanship, to devise cunning works, to work in gold, and in silver, and in brass, and in cutting of stones, to set them, and in carving of timber, to work in all manner of workmanship. And I, behold, I have given with him Aholiab, the son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan, and in the hearts of all that are wise-hearted I have put wisdom, that they may make all that I have commanded you. The tabernacle of the assembly, the ark of the testimony, the mercy seat that is thereupon, and all the furniture of the tabernacle, and the table and his furniture, and the pure menorah with all his furniture, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offering with all his furniture, and the laver and his foot, and the cloths of service for Aaron the priest, and the garments of his sons to minister in the priest's office, and the anointing oil, and the sweet incense for the holy place. According to all that I have commanded you, shall they do.
And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe, saying,
Speak also unto the children of Yasharel, saying, Truly my Shabbathot ye shall guard, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that ye may know that I am Yahuwah Mekodeshim, Yahuwah who sanctifies you. Ye shall guard the Sabbath, therefore, for it is holy unto you. Every one that defiles it shall surely be put to death. For whosoever does any work thereon, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. 6 days may work be done, but in the seventh is the Sabbath of rest, holy unto Yahuwah. Whosoever does any work in the Sabbath, he shall surely be put to death. Wherefore the children of Yasharel shall guard the Sabbath, to keep the Sabbath throughout their generations, for a perpetual covenant. It is a sign between me and the children of Yasharel forever. For in 6 days Yahuwah made the heavens and the earth, and on the seventh day he rested, and was refreshed.
And he gave unto Moshe, when he had made an end of communion with him upon Mount Sinai, 2 sapphires of testimony, sapphire stones, written with the finger of Elohim. Shemot, Exodus chapter 32. And when the people saw that Moshe delayed to come down out of the mount, the people gathered themselves together unto Aaron, and said unto him,
Up, make us Elohim, which shall go before us. As for this Moshe, the man that brought us up out of the land of Mitzrayim, we know not what is become of him.
And Aaron said unto them,
Break off the golden earrings, which are in the ears of your women, of your sons, and of your daughters, and bring them unto me.
And the people broke off the golden earrings which were in the ears, and brought them unto Aaron. And he received them at their hand, and fashioned it with a graving tool, after he had made it a molten calf. And they said,
These be your Elohim, O Yasharel, which brought you up out of the land of Mitzrayim.
And when Aaron saw it, he built an altar before it. And Aaron made proclamation and said,
Tomorrow is a feast to Yahuwah.
And they rose up early on the morrow, and offered burnt offerings, and brought peace offerings. And the people sat down to eat and to drink, and rose up to play. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Go, get you down, for your people, which you brought out of the land of Mitzrayim, have corrupted themselves. They have turned aside quickly out of the way which I commanded them. They have made them a molten calf, and have worshipped it, and have sacrificed thereunto, and said, These be your Elohim, O Yasharel, which have brought you up out of the land of Mitzrayim.
And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
I have seen this people, and behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Now therefore let me alone, that my wrath may wax hot against them, and that I may consume them, and I will make of you a great nation.
And Moshe besought Yahweh Eloheinu and said, Yahweh, why does your wrath wax hot against your people, which you have brought forth out of the land of Mitzrayim with great power and with a mighty hand? Wherefore should the Mitzrayim speak and say, For mischief did he bring them out, to slay them in the mountains, and to consume them from the face of the earth? Turn from your fierce wrath and repent of this evil against your people. Remember Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yashrael, your servants, to whom you swore by your own self and said unto them, I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven. And all this land that I have spoken of will I give unto your seed, and they shall inherit it forever. And Yahweh repented of the evil which he thought to do unto his people. And Moshe turned and went down from the mount, and the 2 sapphires of the testimony were in his hand. The sapphires were written on both their sides. On the one side and on the other were they written. And the sapphires were the work of Elohim, and the writing was the writing of Elohim, graven upon the sapphires. And when Yahusha heard the noise of the people as they shouted, he said unto Moshe,
There is noise of war in the camp.
And he said, It is not the voice of them that shout for mastery, neither is it the voice of them that cry for being overcome, but the noise of them that sing do I hear. And it came to pass, as soon as he came nigh unto the camp, that he saw the calf and the dancing. Moshe's anger waxed hot, and he cast the sapphires out of his hands, and broke them beneath the mount. And he took the calf which they had made, and burnt it in the fire, and ground it to powder, and strawed it upon the water, and made the children of Yashrael drink of it. And Moshe said unto Aharon, What did this people unto you, that you have brought so great a sin upon them? And Aharon said,
Let not the anger of my Lord wax hot. You know the people, that they are set on mischief. For they said unto me, Make us Elohim, which shall go before us. For as for this Moshe, the man that brought us up out of the land of Mitzrayim, we know not what has become of him. And I said unto them, Whosoever has any gold, let them break it off. So they gave it me, and I cast it into the fire. And there came out this calf.
And when Moshe saw that the people were naked, for Aharon had made them naked unto their shame among their enemies, then Moshe stood in the gate of the camp and said, Who is on Yahweh's side? Let him come unto me. All the sons of Levi gathered themselves together unto him. And he said unto them, Thus says Yahweh Elohai of Yashrael, Put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor. The children of Levi did according to the word of Moshe, and there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men. For Moshe had said, Consecrate yourselves today to Yahweh, even every man upon his son, and upon his brother, that he may bestow upon you a blessing this day. It came to pass on the morrow, that Moshe said unto the people, Ye have sinned a great sin. And now I will go up unto El Yahweh. Perchance I shall make an atonement for your sin. And Moshe returned unto El Yahweh and said, Oh, this people have sinned a great sin, and have made them Elohai of gold. Yet now, if you will forgive their sin, and if not, blot me, I pray you, out of your sefer which you have written. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Whosoever has sinned against me, him will I blot out of my sefer. Therefore now go, lead the people into the place of which I have spoken unto you. Behold, my angel shall go before you. Nevertheless, in the day when I visit, I will visit their sin upon them.
And Yahweh plagued the people, because they made the calf which Aharon made. Shemot, Exodus chapter 33. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Depart, and go hence, you and the people which you have brought up out of the land of Mitzrayim, unto the land which I swore unto Abraham, to Yitzchak, and to Yaakov, saying, Unto your seed will I give it. And I will send an angel before you, and I will drive out the Kenai, the Amorite, the Hittite, the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite, unto a land flowing with milk and honey. For I will not go up in the midst of you, for you are a stiff-necked people.
lest I consume you in the way.
And when the people heard the evil report, they mourned. And no man did put on him his ornaments. For Yahweh had said unto Moshe,
Say unto the children of Yasharel, ye are a stiff-necked people. I will come up into the midst of you in a moment and consume you. Therefore now put off your ornaments from you, that I may know what to do unto you.
And the children of Yasharel stripped themselves of their ornaments by the Mount Horeb. And Moshe took the tabernacle and pitched it without the camp, afar off from the camp, and called it the tabernacle of the assembly. And it came to pass that everyone which sought Yahweh went out unto the tabernacle of the assembly, which was without the camp. And it came to pass, when Moshe went out unto the tabernacle, that all the people rose up, and stood every man at his tent door, and looked after Moshe until he was gone into the tabernacle. And it came to pass, as Moshe entered into the tabernacle, the cloudy pillar descended, and stood at the door of the tabernacle, and Yahweh talked with Moshe. And all the people saw the cloudy pillar stand at the tabernacle door, and all the people rose up and worshipped, every man in his tent door. And Yahweh spoke unto Moshe face to face, as a man speaks unto his friend. And he turned again into the camp, but his servant Yahusha, the son of Nun, a young man, departed not out of the tabernacle. And Moshe said unto Eliyahu, See, you say unto me, Bring up this people, and you have not let me know whom you will send with me. Yet you have said, I know you by name, and you have also found grace in my sight. Now therefore, I pray you, if I have found grace in your sight, show me now your way, that I may know you, that I may find grace in your sight, and consider that this nation is your people. And he said,
My presence shall go with you, and I will give you rest.
And he said unto him, If your presence go not with me, carry us not up hence. For wherein shall it be known here that I and your people have found grace in your sight? Is it not in that you go with us? So shall we be separated, I and your people, from all the people that are upon the face of the earth. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
I will do this thing also that you have spoken, for you have found grace in my sight, and I know you by name.
And he said, I beseech you, show me your glory. And he said,
I will make all my goodness pass before you, and I will proclaim the name of Yahweh before you, and will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will show mercy on whom I will show mercy.
And he said,
You cannot see my face, for there shall no man see me and live.
And Yahweh said,
Behold, there is a place by me, and you shall stand upon a rock. And it shall come to pass, while my glory passes by, that I will put you in the cleft of the rock, and will cover you with my hand, while I pass by. And I will take away my hand, and you shall see my back parts, but my face shall not be seen.
Shemot, Exodus chapter 34. And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Hew you 2 sapphire stones like unto the first, and I will write upon these sapphires the words that were in the first sapphires, which you broke. And be ready in the morning, and come up in the morning unto Mount Sinai, and present yourself there to me in the top of the mount. And no man shall come up with you, neither let any man be seen throughout all the mount, neither let the flocks nor herds feed before that mount.
And he hewed 2 sapphire stones like unto the first. And Moshe rose up early in the morning, and went up unto Mount Sinai as Yahweh had commanded him, and took in his hand the 2 sapphire stones. And Yahweh descended in the cloud, and stood with him there, and proclaimed the name of Yahweh. And Yahweh passed by before him, and proclaimed,
Yahweh, Yahweh El, merciful and gracious, long-suffering and abundant in goodness and truth, keeping mercy for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, and that will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, and upon the children's children, unto the third and fourth generation.
And Moshe made haste and bowed his head toward the earth and worshipped. And he said,
If now I have found grace in your sight, O Adonai, let my Adonai, I pray you, go among us, for it is a stiff-necked people, and pardon our iniquity and our sin, and take us for your inheritance.
And he said,
Behold, I cut a covenant before all your people. I will do wonders, such as have not been done in all the earth, nor in any nation. And all the people among which you are shall see the work of Yahweh. For it is a terrible thing that I will do with you. Guard that which I command you this day. Behold, I drive out before you the Emori, the Kenani, the Hittite, and the Perizzai, and the Hivi, and the Yebusai. Take heed to yourselves, lest you cut a covenant with the inhabitants of the land whither you go, lest it be for a snare in the midst of you. But ye shall destroy their altars, break their images, and cut down their Asherah poles. For you shall worship no other El, for Yahuwah Kana, Yahuwah is jealous, is my name. He is a jealous El. Lest you cut a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go a whoring after their Elohim, and do sacrifice unto their Elohim, and one call you, and you eat of his sacrifice, and take of their daughters unto your sons, and their daughters go a whoring after their Elohim, and make your sons go a whoring after their Elohim. You shall make no molten Elohai. The feast of matzah, unleavened bread, shall you guard. 7 days you shall eat matzah, unleavened bread, as I commanded you, in the time of the month of Eve. For in the month of Eve you came out from Mitzrayim. All that opens the womb is mine, and every firstling among your cattle, whether ox or sheep, that is male. But the firstling of an ass you shall redeem with a lamb, and if you redeem him not, then shall you break his neck. All the firstborn of your sons you shall redeem, and none shall appear before me empty. 6 days you shall work, but on the 7th day you shall rest. In earing time and in harvest you shall rest. And you shall observe the feast of Katsir, harvest, of the first fruits of wheat harvest, and the feast of Asif, ingathering, at the year's end. Thrice in the year shall all your men children appear before Adonai Yahuwah, the Elohai of Yasharel. For I will cast out the nations before you, and enlarge your borders. Neither shall any man desire your land, when you shall go up to appear before Yahuwah Elohika thrice in the year. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leaven, neither shall the sacrifice of the feast of the Pesach be left unto the morning. The first of the first fruits of your land you shall bring into the house of Yahuwah Elohika. You shall not see the kid in his mother's milk.
And Yahweh said unto Moshe,
Write these words, for after the tenor of these words I have cut a covenant with you and with Yasharel.
And he was there with Yahweh 40 days and 40 nights. He did neither eat bread nor drink water. And he wrote upon the sapphires the words of the covenant, the 10 Devarim. And it came to pass, when Moshe came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 sapphires of testimony in Moshe's hand, when he came down from the mount, that Moshe knew not that the skin of his face shone while he talked with them. And when Aharon and all the children of Yasharel saw Moshe, behold, the skin of his face shone, and they were afraid to come nigh him. And Moshe called unto them, and Aharon and all the rulers of the assembly returned unto him. And Moshe talked with them. And afterward, all the children of Yasharel came nigh, and he gave them in commandment all that Yahweh had spoken with him in Mount Sinai. And till Moshe had done speaking with them, he put a veil on his face. And when Moshe went in before Yahweh to speak with him, he took the veil off until he came out. And he came out and spoke unto the children of Yasharel, which he was commanded. And the children of Yasharel saw the face of Moshe, that the skin of Moshe's face shone. And Moshe put the veil upon his face again until he went in to speak with him. Shemot, Exodus chapter 35. And Moshe gathered all the assembly of the children of Yasharel together, and said unto them,
These are the words which Yahweh has commanded, that ye should do them. 6 days shall work be done,
But on the seventh day there shall be to you a holy day, a Shabbat of rest to Yahweh. Whosoever does work thereon shall be put to death. Ye shall kindle no fire throughout your habitations upon the Sabbath. And Moshe spoke unto all the assembly of the children of Yasharel, saying, This is the thing which Yahweh commanded, saying, Take ye from among you an offering unto Yahweh. Whosoever is of a willing heart, let him bring it, an offering of Yahweh, gold and silver and brass, and blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen and goat's hair, and ram skins dyed red, and badger skins, and shittim wood, and oil for the light, and spices for anointing oil, and for the sweet incense, and onyx stones, and stones to be set for the ephod, and for the breastplate. And every wise-hearted among you shall come, and make all that Yahweh has commanded: the tabernacle, his tent, and his covering, his taches, and his boards, his bars, his pillars, and his sockets, the ark, and the staves thereof, with the mercy seat, and the veil of covering, the table, and his staves, and all his vessels, and the showbread, the menorah, also for the light, and his furniture, and his lamps, with the oil for the light, and the incense altar, and his staves, and the anointing oil, and the sweet incense, and the hanging for the door at the entering in of the tabernacle, the altar of burnt offering, with his brazen grate, his staves, and all his vessels, the laver, and his foot, the hangings of the court, his pillars, and their sockets, and the hanging for the door of the court, the pins of the tabernacle, and the pins of the court, and their cords, the cloths of service, to do service in the holy place, the holy garments for Aharon the priest, and the garments of his sons, to minister in the priest's office. And all the assembly of the children of Yasharel departed from the presence of Moshe. And they came, everyone whose heart stirred him up, and everyone whom his ruach made willing, and they brought Yahweh's offering to the work of the tabernacle of the assembly, and for all his service, and for the holy garments. And they came, both men and women, as many as were willing-hearted, and brought bracelets, and earrings, and rings, and tablets, all jewels of gold. And every man that offered an offering of gold unto Yahweh. And every man with whom was found blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine linen, and goat's hair, and red skins of rams, and badger skins, brought them. Everyone that did offer an offering of silver and brass brought Yahweh's offering. And every man with whom was found shittim wood for any work of the service brought it. And all the women that were wise-hearted did spin with their hands, and brought that which they had spun, both of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, and of fine linen. And all the women whose heart stirred them up in wisdom spun goat's hair. And the rulers brought onyx stones, and stones to be set for the ephod and for the breastplate, and spice, and oil for the light, and for the anointing oil, and for the sweet incense. The children of Yasharel brought a willing offering unto Yahweh, every man and woman, whose heart made them willing to bring for all the manner of work, which Yahweh had commanded to be made by the hand of Moshe. And Moshe said unto the children of Yasharel, See, Yahweh has called by name Betzalel, the son of Uri, the son of Horai, of the tribe of Yehudah, and he has filled him with the Ruach Elohim, in wisdom, in understanding, and in knowledge, and in all manner of workmanship, and to devise curious works, to work in gold, and in silver, and in brass, and in the cutting of stones, to set them, and in carving of wood, to make any manner of cunning work. And he has put in his heart that he may teach, both he and Aholiab, the son of Achisamach, of the tribe of Dan. Them has he filled with wisdom of heart, to work all manner of work, of the engraver, and of the cunning workman, and of the embroiderer, in blue, and in purple, in scarlet, and in fine linen, and of the weaver, even of them that do any work, and of those that devise cunning work. Shemot, Exodus chapter 36. Then wrought Betzalel and Aholiab, and every wise-hearted man, in whom Yahweh put wisdom and understanding, to know how to work all manner of work for the service of the sanctuary,
according to all that Yahweh had commanded. And Moshe called Bezalel and Aholiab and every wise-hearted man in whose heart Yahweh had put wisdom, even everyone whose heart stirred him up to come unto the work to do it. And they received of Moshe all the offering which the children of Yashrael had brought for the work of the service of the sanctuary, to make it withal. And they brought yet unto him free offerings every morning. And all the wise men that wrought all the work of the sanctuary came every man from his work which they had made. And they spoke unto Moshe, saying,
The people bring much more than enough for the service of the work which Yahweh commanded to make.
And Moshe gave commandment, and they caused it to be proclaimed throughout the camp, saying,
Let neither man nor woman make any more work for the offering of the sanctuary.
So the people were restrained from bringing, for the stuff they had was sufficient for all the work to make it, and too much. And every wise-hearted man among them that wrought the work of the tabernacle made 10 curtains of fine twined linen, and blue, and purple, and scarlet. With cherubim of cunning work made he them. The length of one curtain was 28 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. The curtains were all of one size. And he coupled the 5 curtains one unto another, and the other 5 curtains he coupled one unto another. And he made loops of blue on the edge of one curtain from the selvage in the coupling. Likewise, he made in the uttermost side of another curtain in the coupling of the second. 50 loops made he in one curtain, and 50 loops made he in the edge of the curtain which was in the coupling of the second. The loops held one curtain to another. He made 50 taches of gold, and coupled the curtains one unto another with the taches. So it became one tabernacle. And he made curtains of goat's hair for the tent over the tabernacle. 11 curtains he made them. The length of one curtain was 30 cubits, and 4 cubits was the breadth of one curtain. 11 curtains were of one size. And he coupled the 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves. And he made 50 loops upon the uttermost edge of the curtain in the coupling. And 50 loops made he upon the edge of the curtain which couples the second. And he made 50 taches of brass to couple the tent together, that it might be one. And he made a covering for the tent of ram skins dyed red, and a covering of badger skins above that. And he made the boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood, standing up. The length of a board was 10 cubits, and the breadth of a board 1 cubit and a half. One board had 2 tenons, equally distant one from another. Thus did he make for all the boards of the tabernacle. And he made the boards for the tabernacle, 20 boards for the south side, southward. And 40 sockets of silver he made under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for his 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for his 2 tenons. And for the other side of the tabernacle, which is toward the north corner, he made 20 boards, and there 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of the tabernacle westward, he made 6 boards. And 2 boards made he for the corners of the tabernacle and the 2 sides. And they were coupled beneath, and coupled together at the head thereof, to one ring. Thus he did to both of them in both of the corners. And there were 8 boards, and their sockets were 16 sockets of silver, and under every board 2 sockets. And he made bars of shittim wood, 5 for the boards of the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the tabernacle for the sides westward. And he made the middle bar to shoot through the boards from the one end to the other. And he overlaid the boards with gold, and made their rings of gold, to be places for the bars, and overlaid the bars with gold. And he made a veil of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. With cherubim he made it of cunning work. And he made thereunto 4 pillars of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. Their hooks were of gold. And he cast for them 4 sockets of silver. And he made a hanging for the tabernacle door of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen of needlework. And the 5 pillars of it, their hooks, and he overlaid their chapiters and their fillets with gold. But their 5 sockets were of brass. Shemot, Exodus chapter 37. And Bezalel made the ark of shittim wood. 2 cubits and a half was the length of it, and a cubit and a half the breadth of it, and a cubit and a half the height of it. And he overlaid it with pure gold, within and without, and made a crown of gold to it round about. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold, to be set by the 4 corners of it, even 2 rings upon the one side of it, and 2 rings upon the other side of it. And he made staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. And he put the staves into the rings by the sides of the ark, to bear the ark. And he made the mercy seat of pure gold. 2 cubits and a half was the length thereof, and 1 cubit and a half the breadth thereof. And he made 2 cherubim of gold, beaten out of 1 piece made he them, on the 2 ends of the mercy seat, 1 cherub on the end of this side, and another cherub on the other end of that side. Out of the mercy seat made he the cherubim on the 2 ends thereof. And the cherubim spread out their wings on high, and covered with their wings over the mercy seat, with their faces one to another, even to the mercy seatward were the faces of the cherubim. And he made the table of shittim wood. 2 cubits was the length thereof, and a cubit the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And he overlaid it with pure gold, and made thereunto a crown of gold round about. Also he made thereunto a border of a handbreadth round about, and made a crown of gold for the border thereof round about. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold, and put the rings upon the 4 corners that were in the 4 feet thereof. Over against the border were the rings, the places for the staves to bear the table. And he made the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold, to bear the table. And he made the vessels which were upon the table, his dishes, and his spoons, and his bowls, and his covers to cover withal of pure gold. And he made the menorah of pure gold, of beaten work he made the menorah, his shaft, and his branch, his bowls, his knops, and his flowers were of the same. And 6 branches going out of the sides thereof, 3 branches of the menorah out of the one side thereof, and 3 branches of the menorah out of the other side thereof. 3 bowls made after the fashion of almonds in one branch, a knop and a flower, and 3 bowls made like almonds in another branch, a knop and a flower. So throughout the 6 branches going out of the menorah. And in the menorah were 4 bowls made like almonds, his knops and his flowers, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, and a knop under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches going out of it. Their knops and their branches were of the same. All of it was one beaten work of pure gold. And he made his 7 lamps, and his snuffers, and his snuff dishes of pure gold. Of a talent of pure gold made he it, and all the vessels thereof. And he made the incense altar of shittim wood. The length of it was a cubit, and the breadth of it a cubit. It was 4 square. 2 cubits was the height of it. The horns thereof were of the same. And he overlaid it with pure gold, both the top of it and the sides thereof round about. And the horns of it also he made unto it a crown of gold round about. And he made 2 rings of gold for it under the crown thereof, by the 2 corners of it, upon the 2 sides thereof, to be places for the staves to bear it withal. And he made the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. And he made the holy anointing oil, and the pure incense of sweet spices, according to the work of the apothecary. Shemot, Exodus chapter 38. And he made the altar of burnt offering of shittim wood. 5 cubits was the length thereof, and 5 cubits the breadth thereof.
There's an ancient prayer that was chanted during the Feast of Trumpets. What was it, and is it possible that what happened during that Feast of Trumpets changed the course of American history forever? Further, what does America's changing course have to do with an ancient instrument connected to the power of God? That's this week on Skywatch TV. Welcome to Skywatch TV, and thank you for joining us again the third week of 3 with our special guest. This is just amazing, mind-blowing series of discussions, but again, it's based on the Word of God, which is in itself a supernatural book. Joining me on panel again this week, we call her the social media maven of Skywatch TV, but she is the lead director. She's very gifted. The lead director of the forthcoming documentary series, Rescue Us, Brittany Jackson. And another gifted author and author of the best-selling Red Wing Saga series of supernatural thrillers, but also my co-author of the books Giants, Gods, and Dragons, Federation, and the forthcoming Gates of Hell, Sharon K. Gilbert. Our special guest, an 8-time New York Times best-selling author, his latest book debuting at #1 on the New York Times nonfiction bestseller list, the book The Josiah Manifesto, The Ancient Mystery and Guide to the End Times. Please welcome Rabbi Jonathan Cahn. We are having trouble packing all of this information in these shows. At the end of the last episode, and if you've not seen it, by the way, I encourage you to go back to our archives at skywatchtv.com or get the free Skywatch TV app, skywatchtv.com. You'll find the link in the top menu bar of the website there because all our archives are there. Last week we left off with just a few items that sort of dangled over into this week, including the recent rather grave news from Israel. Let's pick up where we left off last week.
We were speaking about how God was actually bringing redemption through this whole thing. And God says, I will annul your covenant of death. But that we had Roe v. Wade, which was our covenant, which was 60 million children. Now we know that what happened is not the end of the fight, it's the beginning, but it was the hand of God. And the thing is that we're looking at the Jubilee mystery. And when you look at Leviticus 25, it gives the parameters. It says, you'll count 7 times 7 years, and then you will have the 50th year. Also, another thing, people think when they turn 50, they're in their 50th year. No, you're in your 51st year. The 50th year is when you turn 49. It's up until you finish it when you turn 50. Well, so if you count 7 times 7 years from Leviticus, and you do that, apply that to Roe versus Wade, which is January 22nd, 1973. The Jubilee year, the parameters are January 22nd, 2022 to January 22nd, 2023. That's the 50th year. Right in the middle of that year, God overturned Roe versus Wade. In the middle of Roe versus Wade Jubilean year, which was June 24th, 2022. We were in a state of emergency ever since the beginning of COVID, from 2020 all the way. But when you hit the anniversary of Roe versus Wade, President Biden issues that we now are going to end the state of emergency. It was right after Roe versus Wade had that thing, and then they transitioned out of it. So you have the Jubilee there, but here's another mystery we didn't speak about. That is that the first destroy all the male baby boys, throw them into the Nile. And so, they do that, but one baby is put in the Nile and he survives, and that is Moshe, or Moses. He grows up to be the one who breaks the power of Egypt by God's hand that was trying to kill him and his generation. And actually, when you look at the plagues, the first plague was the Nile in terms of blood. Well, that was the river where they were killing the blood of the Hebrew babies. The last plague is the Egyptian son. So it's like, well, he's the one. The principle is that the one who could have been killed, who was under the focus of this, ends up being the one to overturn. So we call it in the book, the Design Manifesto, the section called the Child of the Nile. Could America have a child of the Nile? A baby born in the midst of that slaughter, that key initial slaughter, those first 3 years, who ends up being instrumental in overturning it. And it was a she, and her name was Amy. Amy Barrett is the first Supreme Court justice ever to be born when it was legal to kill her. She couldn't have killed the first one, significant. And when she was born, she was right in the middle of the 2 hearings of Roe versus Wade. Roe versus Wade just got the Supreme Court, and she's born. And so she is going to go to the Supreme Court. And this is the sin of the Supreme Court here, in this whole thing, is Roe versus Wade. So she goes to the court. She was the casting deciding vote. And so she cast the deciding vote. And when did she do it? In her 50th year, her Jubilee year, her year of Jubilee. So she cast it in her year of Jubilee when she's 50, or when she's in her 50th year. Then when she turns 50, and then Roe is in its 50th year, that's what it is overturned. So that is the job of the Nile. There's so much to that. God is perfect. But now, something that is in the book that came true after the book. Again, it just came out, but the mystery things are already coming to pass here. And one of them we talked about is this 50-year mystery. And here's the thing. At the end of 50 years, a parallel event or a corresponding event takes place to correspond to what happened 50 years before. A little while back, not long from when we're doing this, there was a Friday night at the congregation I lead at Beth Israel. We have Friday night services at Sunday. Friday night, I'm led to share all about, I never shared this before, about this at Beth Israel, from the book, all about the 50-year mystery. So I'm talking about everything corresponds. 1970 to 2020, 1971, 2021. It goes up to 1973, 2023. So it leaves off in January of 1973 and 2023. And so, so I had no idea when I'm sharing this about the 50-year history and the 50th anniversary. That very night was the 50th anniversary of the next event, which involved Israel, which was the Yom Kippur War. It was the next event, and it had just come on the calendar. And that very night, here we are in New York or New Jersey. It was October 6th, the anniversary. And while it was that here in Israel, this tragedy begins. And it's going to mimic the thing is the mystery of the 50 years is that it parallels what happened before. So what happened? The first ground invasion, mass ground invasion of Israel just happened. It was the Gaza invasion, the Hamas invasion. And it was 50 years before that you had the last mass invasion. The next thing about it is Yom Kippur War began as a surprise attack. It was famous that the Israeli intelligence totally caught off guard, and it shook them for 50 years. Well, this was the next one of that scale that they were caught off guard. The Yom Kippur War took place on the Sabbath. This one took place on the Sabbath. The Yom Kippur War began on the first Sabbath of October. This began on the first Sabbath of October. The Yom Kippur War began on a Hebrew holy day, Yom Kippur, when the Jewish people were observing it and they weren't prepared. This one began on the Hebrew holy day of Simchat Torah, the last one. They were observing and they weren't prepared. It was the Sabbath. And as the Yom Kippur War shook Israel, so this did as well. So it's not only a parallel, it's parallel in the time. It's 50 years basically to that weekend or that day or that Sabbath. And it is also paralleling the event itself in a different form. So the mystery continues. It goes on. And so we don't know how much more, what else is going to go on. But it went on after it. And the other thing is that if you look, I once spoke with you when you interviewed me on the Oracle. The Oracle is about the 50-year mystery and a very positive thing. How God used it to restore Israel into existence. Every 50 years, all the same. Well, the one before that was 1967 was the Six-Day War, and Jerusalem had a miraculous, ending, but it was never recognized legally. It never recognized by the nations. And in the Jubilee, you have to get recognition. 50 years later, anything happened in 2017. Yes. Comes Trump issues the Jerusalem Declaration first time in since ancient times, and he issues that declaration, giving the next part of restoration, recognizing Jerusalem. First thing of that year, though, was the Senate issued a declaration. It doesn't have to wait for the presidency, but they did it recognizing Jerusalem on June 5th. So it was 50 years to the exact day. Okay, you take the 6-day war, which began on June 5th, and you go forward to the Yom Kippur War. Okay, you have a certain amount of days. You take when the Senate issued the Jubilean Declaration, and of that year of Jubilee, and you go to what just happened, it's exactly the same amount of days. But here's the thing: it happened on October 7th, but there was a leap year, so it happens exactly the exact amount of days. Yeah, it is astonishing. We were blessed to be in Jerusalem in 2018. Yeah, and this was Sharon picking the tour dates, saying, "Oh, let's coincide with the 70th anniversary of Israel's declaration." So we were in Jerusalem the very first day that the sign went up, said "American Embassy this way." Yeah. So I mean that was incredible. Yeah. Obviously, the recent outbreak of hostilities between Hamas and Israel is a dark jubilee, if you will. But it shouldn't surprise us that the enemy would try to take these things that God has decreed and twist them. Yeah, exactly. The enemy, just like he did on the Hebrew holiday, the enemy takes the things of God to use it for evil, as God has used the jubilee to bring Israel back to existence. He's trying to use the jubilee to destroy Israel. But God uses the things of the enemy for good. That's the other part. And just as in 1973, there were some miraculous events that took place. We saw it in 67, 73 that the Syrians and the Egyptians gained so much territory so quickly that they were convinced the IDF was luring them into a trap. They're going to surround us and kill us all. So they stopped, which then gave the IDF time to recover. So we pray for a similar miraculous. By the time you're watching this, the situation on the ground will be very different. So we're trying not to be specific here and just pray for the divine intervention of God. Again, the book, the Josiah Manifesto, is filled with what to skeptics might appear to be coincidences, but mathematically impossible to be coincidence. We want to tell you right now how you can take advantage of a special offer to get from Skywatch TV, the Josiah Manifesto.
Jonathan Kahn is back with his most explosive book ever, the Josiah Manifesto. This stunning book exposes whether or not a 3,000-year-old calendar of appointed days provides the secret to the most dynamic year of our lives, even ordaining a plague, a national lockdown, days of fire, and the changing of the Supreme Court. Secret information regarding an anonymous prayer and a mysterious template that may lie behind the event that overtook Capitol Hill and shook the nation. And the mysterious ancient king that may have revealed the secret behind a modern American president, and so much more. Also included in this must-have collection, The Gods of the Bible Unveiled on DVD, where Derek Gilbert systematically breaks down how to understand what the gods in the Bible are and what their place in Christianity actually is. In this instructional guide, you'll be taken step by step through why God calls his sons gods in the Psalms, how the fall in Genesis was only one of 3 divine rebellions, and how the Greek gods and titans found their origin in our Bibles. But that's not all. In this amazing offer, you'll also receive the Jonathan Kahn Collection, featuring 3 uncut, extended, and too hot for TV episodes on the return of the gods that will leave you speechless. This DVD also includes 3 additional episodes of Jonathan's best interviews with the Skywatch TV investigative team. Sold separately, these items hold a retail value of over $75. Yours now for your donation of only $35 plus shipping and handling. But right now, you can upgrade your master collection to include the absolutely astonishing Josiah Manifesto Uncensored 8-DVD album, featuring hours of additional totally uncensored raw materials and mysteries that are not included in the book or anywhere else but right here, including the Island of Mystery, the Winds of Hinnom, Jehu and the Temple of Baal, the Jubilee and Redemption and the Child of the Nile, and the Manifesto Part 1 and 2 and the very last mystery. This special upgrade includes all of the items from the Josiah Manifesto Master Collection and the exclusive uncensored 8-DVD album, which altogether holds a retail value of $200. Yours now for your donation of only $74.99 plus shipping and handling. So be prepared to understand the end times like never before as you dive into the Josiah Manifesto Master Collection or the Master Collection with upgraded uncensored DVD album. So order now at skywatchtvstore.com or call 1-844-750-4985 and ask for the Josiah Manifesto Master Collection.
Welcome back to Skywatch TV. I'm very good with Joe on this morning. And Jonathan, there's so much in the book, and so much we just discussed here in the last couple of programs that are less than 30 minutes each. How is it you got 8 more hours of content?
Because this is the uncensored. This is Josiah Manifesto uncensored version, which is 8 one-hour DVDs that I'm sharing the mystery, but I'm also sharing what I could not put in the book on those mysteries, but also totally other mysteries that I have not put anywhere. And it actually has a prophetic manifestation. We touched on some. We haven't touched on where it's the manifestation got caught on video, where it changed the course of America, changed everything. Some of them went to the gods, some all that, and you're not going to hear it. You're going to see all these things unfold. So it is special, and it's not available on Amazon or any bookstore. This is exclusive.
So if you want to go deeper into the Josiah Manifesto, take advantage of the special offer. SkywatchTVStore.com or call toll-free with us 844-750-4985. Speaking of the changing of America's destiny, we talked at the beginning of the program, the Feast of Trumpets, the ancient prayer that was chanted. What happened then, and how did it affect us now?
Yeah, let me do this. I'm going to go quick. Okay, that's good. Okay, there is another mystery revealed here called the Mystery of Days. And that is God's ancient calendar. He has appointed dates, for in the biblical year. And every one of those things revealed when the shaking was going to take place in America, what kind of shaking, and the day. Okay, so I'll do a real quick thing of this, so we can just touch it. And that is the first on that appointed day of God is Passover. Interesting about Passover, think about it, it's the only holy day of God, appointed day that has to do with a plague. In fact, the name is about a plague. So when Passover falls, it falls in March, April. When it falls on that year of shaking, when it falls on that time, it's about a plague passing through the land. And Passover is the first national lockdown in recorded history. God said, go in your house, stay in your house till the plague goes. That's whatever you think of the plague. These were traumatic events. We're all locked down no matter where we're at. So the Jewish people are in their houses at that time, celebrating, commemorating the lockdown and the plague passing through the land in Egypt, while there is a lockdown and the plague's passing through. So, exactly. There's so much to say, but the next one, I'm going hyper quick. The next one is Shavuot, the next great festival. Shavuot, which in Greek is called Pentecost. And what is Pentecost? Of course, the day of the tongues of fire, the baptism of fire, the fire of the Spirit, the fire of the Spirit. Well, when that happens in the form of judgment, America is baptized in fire. What happens is, as this day comes, the day of the fire of God comes, our cities go up in fire. It was the summer of fire. It all began when the Jewish people are lighting the candles of fire, beginning Shavuot, Pentecost. At that very night, it all explodes all across America. That was when the police station went up and fought the fire. That's when the cities on the day of fire. There's so much to this, but we got to go forward. I heard that mostly peaceful. It was a peaceful. Yeah. And that ushers in the summer. Pentecost always ushers in the summer harvest. So we had a great summer of harvest. Then the next one is the Feast of Trumpets. Feast of Trumpets, the Jewish people see the Feast of Trumpets, they call it the Yom HaDin. And it's linked to the Day of Judgment. It's a shadow, it's a foreshadow. And so Yom HaDin means the Day of Judgment. And the thing is that they see on that day, as God, as the judge of all in his high court of heaven, is passing a verdict on judgment on the days to come. And they say, okay, so for the year to come, we got to get right with God. It's a day of repentance. It leads up to Yom Kippur when it's all sealed, the Day of Atonement. And so it ushers in, you got to turn away from your sin, turn away from your evil. Okay. But it all focuses in the Jewish world on the court of God and the judge of God. They all turn to that. Well, all of a sudden, something happens on that day that touches the court of man, touches the high court of America. And it happens on that day. God is saying, listen, Supreme Court, I am the Supreme Judge. You are not the Supreme. You're not the Supreme Court. There is one higher, and your verdict's to be overturned. And what happens is, it says they believe that the Jews say, well, God ordains who will pass from the earth. On that day, one of the justices passes from the earth. And that is Judge Ginsburg on the day of the Feast of Trumpets. It's announced it begins on sundown. At sundown, the Supreme Court gives the announcement, goes out.
they're touching there, and she was totally pro-abortion. Now think about this. This is a day of about, and we talk about the prayer. People are praying this special prayer on that day, saying, "Lord, overturn the evil of the decree." Well, this is the decree of the Supreme Court. This is the sin of the Supreme Court. This is the day when you're supposed to turn from your sin. Well, it was only by that event happening on that appointed day that this evil decree could have been overturned.